Hello and welcome to day 4 here in Hall 27 in Hanover. We're coming live to you from the Siemens booth, our new home for this year. This is where we are showcasing to the world our solutions for electrification, digitalization and automation. And of course, this year there's a very special focus on AI. Industrial AI, as we like to call it. We're putting it along the entire value chain end to end to make sure we make industrial AI real for both industry and infrastructure. You've joined our stage program. We are streaming to you live from our booth. We have an amazing stage here with experts, customers, partners, talking about various different topics all week. It's going to be jam-packed today again. I've written down a few of the customers and partners we're going to be having with us. Just bear with me 1 second while I check my quick cheat sheet. And by the way, you can see Christine in the background. She's gone on some kind of weird experience on the Amazonian River. We'll get to her in just a second when she's maybe made it back, but I'm going to give you the partners and customers. Oh, she's back.
I am back. Bom dia do Brasil. I've just been traveling in the Amazon River and it's an amazing experience, I'm telling you.
Crazy.
You definitely have to come here and try it out because this is fantastic. You just don't only see through the VR glasses and you're traveling along the Amazon River, you actually smell the forest. And this beast here gets us into the production facilities at Natura, and you smell their cosmetics. You smell passion fruit, acai, you smell castagna, you smell herbs. This is crazy. So I got goosebumps, really. This is so amazing. So Natura, one of our customers, and we will be showcasing more from Brazil, and we'll talk about Brazil in detail, this year's partner country as Hannover Fair. And it's just a great experience. So thanks to those colleagues who made that possible. Awesome. Max, partners, you just wanted to go on those.
Exactly, thank you. So today we have in our stage program our partners, for example, from TCS, Accenture, Capgemini, Deloitte, NVIDIA, AWS, Intelizign, Northstar, IT Core, Diginova, and many, many more. And you mentioned it already, Christine. We're at the station here of Natura, one of our customers. There are two more in this amazing digital enterprise showcase. We have Pringles over there and Pepsi just behind us. And we also have customers in our stage program today as well. For example, Nazicomo, BASF, Quanta, Techman Robots, Grolmus, and Laticept. Christine, I'm going to make my way over to Michi in just a second. And what are you looking forward to?
As a matter of fact, you can tell that Max did his homework very well and he's very prepared. Well, if you want to figure out about this list of customers and partners and why we are mentioning them and what we are doing, it's actually a matter of that we are hosting a stage program here with programs, expert sessions, discussions, information which we provide for our customers who are watching here, maybe are not sure yet whether they want to become a customer or not, as we provide the solutions and technologies. And you can learn about the experiences, about the success stories of those where we implemented our solutions. And when we talk about our fair booth, it's the biggest at Hannover Messe. We're in our new home in Hall 27. The living room of information is still there, so we provide lots of topics until 6 o'clock tonight. If you still wonder about whether you're going to make it to Hannover or not, why not? What is preventing you from coming here? There is a button to get the free ticket, so you definitely should get that. Max, I keep on talking here and travel more along the Amazon River while you go to Michi and start with the running reporter sessions, right?
Enjoy your trip.
Oh, definitely, I will.
So our booth here in Hall 27 is divided into three main sections. The first is behind us, the consumer packaged goods end-to-end showcase, where it's all about from design to the product hitting the customer shelf. Very exciting. We're currently walking through the second area, which is the technology deep dive area. This is where we're looking at customer journey all the way from electrification in buildings, systems engineering, advanced machine engineering, and smart manufacturing. And we're going to stop on our short little trip, which is just opposite. Michi's already waiting for us. This is our innovation hub, where we are unveiling the future of an AI orchestrated industry. And we have running reporters running around our booth, interviewing our experts, and Michi is our first running reporter slot of the day. I'm going to hand over the microphone. Enjoy the stage program and see you later.
Thank you very much, Max. So, welcome to day 3 here at Hannover Messe. And sorry, it's day 4 already. Oh my God, it's so quick. Yeah, it's Thursday. And next to me is Matthias Schulz. He's our marketing and communications manager here at Siemens. And he's managing also the Innovation Hub with many interesting stations. And please let us know, what can we see here?
So, thanks, Michael, by the way. So we can see how tomorrow's industry is powered by industrial AI. We show this from the design space or flexible products to adaptive production up until smart infrastructure with agentic concepts, AI orchestration, physical AI, generative AI, so all sorts of AI types that we showcase how they can connect the future of industry.
So there are also things moving back here and everything is so interesting. I can walk around and have so many experiences here. But you personally, what did you like the most here?
Oh, what did I like the most? I think I have to say the teamwork that everyone's bringing in. The connection from the design to the manufacturing to the infrastructure. So everyone's going hand in hand, working together. The stories we pick up along the way. Also the connections the customers see between products, solutions, and concepts that we see for the future.
You mentioned stories, so let's keep it brief. What story are you telling here?
So we tell the story of a shoe, a customized shoe, basically. We customize the midsole of the shoe, which is basically the middle layer you're all used to. And through the customization of the shoe, we do this with AI-driven design optimization, democratizing design, making design more accessible and available for anybody. And then we produce it adaptively because every new sole is a new product. And this new product needs to be produced in an adaptive factory, made possible through flexible machines, agentic orchestration, software-defined automation, simulation. And then in the end, we show a future scenario of physical AI, where we package the machine, where we could automate things that previously was not automatable. And then we show how we power all those things in the infrastructure part, where we see virtualizing the control there as well, where we see AI giving suggestions on how to modernize your infrastructure, where we see DC power for AI factories happening. So it's the complete end-to-end flow that people can experience here.
Very nice. One last sentence. What are we expecting here? What can customers and visitors take away from here? One sentence.
The future is powered by industrial AI, and you need to get started today.
Thank you very much. So now we're heading to our next station with Izzy. Izzy is already waiting here for us. Thank you, Matthias, and let's go to your station.
Thank you, Mickey. Welcome, day 3. So we're going to be talking all things semiconductors, and I'm going to be joining Jens Ammerel, who's a product manager for SCCB. So this way. Here we go. Hello, Jens. Okay, so we're going to jump straight in with what makes your new semiconductor circuit breaker so exceptional compared to traditional electromechanical protection devices?
Yeah, Izzy, so this SCCB, the semiconductor circuit breaker, is based on semiconductor switching only. That means no mechanical contacts are involved in the switching, which makes it ultra fast. So we're talking about switching off in less than 10 microseconds, and this is more than 1,000 times faster than a traditional mechanical switch can do this. And this is very crucial for the protection in direct current networks. And this is what it is made for. Yeah? And additionally, it can do more than 1 million switching cycles, which is 30 times more often than a mechanical switch can do it. So you have very high service life for these kind of breakers. And on top of that, we also integrated a lot of additional smart functionalities like bidirectionality, like monitoring, measurement, pre-charging, and also communication. So we have everything in one parameterizable multifunctional device.
Awesome, sounds really impressive. We're seeing direct current networks increasingly in modern AI data centers. So could you tell us why direct current distribution is becoming so significant in this sector?
Yeah, so the main driver, as you said, is the drivers in AI data centers, the need for increase of power density. And companies like NVIDIA already present concepts for computing racks which have more than 1 megawatt of computing power installed. And DC is a real enabler here. So on the one hand side, to achieve this technically, this power density demand and the scalability which is needed, but on the other side to secure very efficient operation. So as you can imagine, data centers consume a lot of power. A 1 gigawatt data center factory, if you have a 1% gain in the efficiency there, you can save more than 10 million euros a year as operator, and that's quite a lot of money. And DC enables that because there are less conversions needed from AC to DC and back. There are lower conduction losses, and you also can combine it easily with the renewable technologies, with solar and batteries, and that makes it very efficient.
Cool. That sounds very promising, but also demanding. What are the specific challenges of protection technology in direct current networks?
I would see 3 main challenges. So the first one is that in the case of an electrical fault, the current really surges dramatically high within microseconds because of the discharge of the capacitors in the DC network. And this requires an ultra-fast response of the protection devices. The second thing is that there is no zero crossing of the current like in AC systems, and this is very demanding for breakers. And the third part of it is on the consumer side, or on the load side, better to say, because there are electronic components mostly connected, and those electronic components are very sensitive to voltage dips. And these kind of voltage dips will occur in the case of a fault, and can lead to an outage of the entire system or to the subsystem. And as we have high availability requirements and critical infrastructure connected, this needs to be avoided. So we need totally new concepts like our semiconductor breakers to clear the faults before the current exceeds a critical limit.
Okay, and lastly, I've noticed the striking LED system we've got. Can you briefly explain how that works?
Yeah, it's kept very simple. So you see the status LEDs right here. So currently they are red, indicating that power is on, that the load is supplied. And the current flow direction is also visualized, as you can see it, since we have a bidirectional breaker here. And the number of LEDs also indicate the current strength. Once it turns to yellow, that means the breaker is going to standby mode. So the semiconductors are in high impedance state. And we didn't visualize it, but it can also turn green. So it's similar to yellow, but additionally, the integrated mechanical contact opens for safe electrical separation.
Brilliant. Thank you, Jens, for that rundown. We're going to throw it back to Christine on the main stage and enjoy day 4, not day 3.
Thanks to Izzy, always exploring what's going on at our fair booth. Bom dia, good morning everybody at Hannover Messe, Hall 27. How are you doing? People are walking by, some are taking a seat. This is a great day because this is Thursday. And Thursday means we're having another day of great sessions here on our main stage from 9:15 until 6 o'clock. We'll be talking about innovations. We will tell you how you can make data work for you. This is our motto at this year's Hannover Messe. We have lots of passionate colleagues at our exhibits who are showing you what they have been working on all year long. Since last year, when we still have been in Hall 9, and we had really developed a lot. We had transformed in regards of your digital transformation. Scalability is one of those buzzwords which are all over the fairground. Scalability, data, AI, the digital twins, and the industrial metaverse. And a few years ago, we talked about that Industry 4.0 is something which might happen in the future. I think we're already at Industry 5.0. We are definitely way further than what we expected. Transformation is happening fast. Your adaptation to that transformation is a must. And when we talk about timeframes of what will change within maybe a year with digitalization, nowadays, you don't talk in 12 months anymore. You talk in 6 months where you can see a massive transformation. Massive transformation also applies for what this first customer coming on stage today will be talking about. They're using our technology to completely go different. Have you all had breakfast yet? Have you ever thought about how everything is being produced, what you eat, what you have on the table, how those crops and everything is growing, how soil is nutritious? That's what we're going to learn about in the next 15 minutes. Please help me in welcoming the gentleman who will present about the topic from insect frass to vitamins, and give him a big round of applause, virtually even more than those here, but you really give it a go here, right? Okay, so please let's welcome Marc Bollard and Rock Corran. Marc.
Hi.
Great you're back here on our stage, and
Thank you,
also
Christine.
Rock, great having you again. Let's take a seat on the sofa of wisdom. How do you like our new living room, Marc?
Very nice, very comfy.
Yes, very comfy. Marc is a frequent visitor of Hannover Messe, and
Yes.
he never stops talking about the inventions and the great products you are producing with Siemens technology.
Yeah,
So great you're back. Quick introduction. Marc Bollard is the co-founder and CEO of Nasecomo, a great scale-up. It's not a startup anymore, I would say, from Sofia in Bulgaria.
Yes.
And you are accompanied also by a passionate Siemens colleague. It's Rock Corran. He's the senior digitalization advisor working on EMEA zone level at Siemens in wonderful Slovenia, in Ljubljana.
Always.
Beautiful city. I have to come to Sofia as well to kind of
You are invited.
compare it. Oh,
Yes,
let's figure that out. Thank you so much. So now let's deeply dive in here. Rock, you come frequently to Hanover, and it seems like you have a very close collaboration with our customer Nasecomo. Tell us a little bit more about it and how we're involved.
Yeah, if you have asked me like 4 years ago, yeah, I honestly didn't have any clue what Nasecomo is, what black soldier fly is, what bioconversion is. We got an information about, at that time, still startup, yeah, that they are developing, they're looking for a partner, for solutions, for products at the end of the day, and to find somebody who can they cooperate with, yeah? And I said, okay, let's go, let's see what can we do. And then we met with Marc and we started really nice collaboration. Yeah? So it is really an honor for us that we can develop projects together. They bring their own knowledge, which is extraordinary, I would say. We bring our part, so digitalization, automation, and so on, products, and we join these two teams together and we can develop projects really, really nicely together, yeah? So we've been cooperating 4 years now, and we had really some successful projects, already awarded projects like Bigfoot Award, Internal Siemens Award. We have award for the best consulting project in Slovenia, in also regional area. And the point is that we included several portfolio elements from Accelerator as well. And bringing these projects together, we're mainly collecting the data from different parts of the production of the processes, and also in the future when there will be several companies around and production sites around the globe, we will connect them and we will bring the data, and I believe that we will establish really good solid base for further projects like we're thinking about AI and so on and so on.
I mean, there is so much potential in this, and
It
if
is.
you have creative minds behind it and they have a vision of how to use it, that definitely is the whole storytelling here. So Marc, let's dive deeper now. You often say that we are as healthy as our soil is.
Yeah.
And I like that phrase, but why should this also matter to businesses and industries today?
Yes, yes, very much. So I would like to bring awareness about this unknown fact that there is a direct connection between soils, our guts, and our overall health. So we need to stop seeing soils as dirt, but we should start looking at soils as our primary biological supply chain. You know, historically, for decades, industrial agriculture has been mining the soil to produce volumes, but neglecting somehow the foundation. Do you know that it's been established by the Austin University in Texas that over the last 50 years and 43 different crops, the nutrient load of the food we are eating has massively decreased because of that. Christine, our children today, they need to eat 8 oranges to get the same intake in terms of vitamin A as our grandparent had with 1.
Because everything has been used so much in the soil that there is no nutrients anymore.
No nutrients anymore. And this is impacting our vitality. You know, in Germany, such an advanced economy, for the past 30 years, our healthy life expectation has not increased. It has actually decreased because we lack the very nutrients. And we cannot use the chemistry to get out of this. It has to come from our food.
Soil.
Our food.
Okay, but how are these challenges now connected to carbon emissions, as we have been talking about, and to the footprint of large industries?
Yes, because when it comes to food organic waste, you have a kind of double penalty. You have the loss of nutrients, like we mentioned, but these organic waste across the world, they often land in landfill. And that's where they actually rot, and you have massive emission of gases like methane. And I'm sure you know that methane is 80 times more potent in terms of climate impact than CO2 on the short term. We are actually, leaking into the atmosphere this carbon, this CO2, and our health at the same time.
We had a few examples of customers from Brazil, as a matter of fact, who are working on solutions to collect it and make use of waste as well in regards of the methanol. Now, Nasicomo recently introduced the new platform, Frass to Future. Can you tell us a bit more about it, what stands behind it? And also, second, how does the Frass to Future initiative address to these climate challenges and challenges in general in practical and in a scalable way?
Yes, so with the Frass to Future, we are using the black soldier fly to replicate what natural ecosystems have been doing for millennia. And they have kept the soil in balance over time and generations. So with the black soldier fly, we are bioconverting organic wastes into this frass, which is a kind of biological multivitamin that regenerates the soil and its ability to capture carbon on one side and feed us on the other side. So we've been working for the past 4 years together to develop with Siemens the bridge between the biology and the industry, and using the accelerator platform. We are now, scaling this approach, replicating what the natural genius, about how to properly manage carbon and nutrients, our food and the soil. And this is done at scale with the metrics, the data, and so we can be accountable for every ton of output of food that we produce, and measure and have the traceability on all our impacts.
Very visionary approach to really go in there and think about how you can use and measure and analyze this. Now, Rock, how does that involve our Siemens technology, and what does it mean in regards of a partnership and working together?
Yeah. Since early beginning, we've been cooperating very well. I think that we have some kind strong bond. Yeah, we discuss openly, and we're doing projects together. We're thinking about new projects, going how to, let's say, develop together in the future, how to support our business processes and so on. implementing new technologies. This is very important. So this is one, I would say, this business step. But also partnership is very important. Trusted partnership. It means that if we have some, let's say, open questions, challenges, we discuss them openly. Even if sometimes it's hard, we find the solution. So I think this is very, very important that we are able to communicate, to really bring the partnership above everything, and we find a solution for the next steps. And also this is, I think, how Siemens contributes to sustainability, to circular economy, and I think this is very important.
Absolutely.
Having that kind of partner is very, very...
And we had quite a lot of projects through the course of the week where we talked about circularity. It was Volkswagen, it was other companies where we really try to use what's already there and not throw it away, but recycle it and put it into the process again. Now, in regards of process, can you still kind of bring a bit more detail on there? What exactly are you doing there? And why is that so important? Also then coming to the next question, which is the crowdfunding, which we need to mention.
Yes, so many businesses, of course, don't have a biology factory to offset their footprint. So you can see frass to future as a kind of circular as a service approach, where businesses can support us and contribute through a monthly subscription and enable us to grow, produce this organic fertilizer called the frass, and bring back the carbon and the nutrients into the soil and make our agriculture carbon sink into the soil. So this is our approach, and so I invite you to come to our website, so nasecomo.live/frass2future, and support us in making our food chain circular and beneficial to our earth, our environment, our health, and our future.
I mean, this is such a good project. So it's really so beneficial if you think about what you can do to so many people, but also in regards of our climate. Now, where would be the best place to really start with this? Is that in the desert? Can we bring nutrients to the desert even?
We have project in the desert, thanks to the frass. In a desert where the soil lacks organic matter, organic fertilization is like gold, but you have the ability to bring back fertility even in the desert. So we have a project across the world, including in the Middle East, for example, and it makes a lot of sense in this country also to grow our technology together, of course, to allow them to produce again their food locally. Whereas now, and in the current context of the Iran war, they depend on imports, and the imports are blocked. So the topic of food security and food sovereignty is becoming a high priority for them, on top of or with sustainability and regeneration of their soils.
So we started with black soldier flies to use the protein for dog food or food for animals in general.
Yes.
Now we are thinking of even using everything again for the soil to create even more food. You definitely take care of us in regards of being a visionary, but also very passionate with solutions.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
We need your support.
Yeah.
Frass to future.
The frass to future, exactly. Thank you so much, Mark, and also Corinne. We do have small gifts for you.
Thank you.
Also from a very sustainable company from Brazil. Thanks to Sina. It's a company working in the Amazon forest, producing with our technology cosmetics.
I think this is where the black soldier fly comes from.
Well, then you definitely should check out that area. It's right in the center where it says Digital Enterprise for Consumer Packaged Goods.
Thanks, good.
use the VR glasses. They will take you along the Amazon River and you can even smell it. So it's a great experience. Yeah, yeah,
wow.
Seriously.
Amazing.
You smell the forest, you smell the river, you smell the production of the cosmetics. It's great. Mark, thank you so much for coming here and explaining. Thanks, Rock.
Come to Sofia.
I definitely have to do that. Thank you.
Ciao, ciao.
All the best. See you soon. Promise. Yes, a big round of applause, definitely. Wow, that was amazing. I mean, what can be done with our technology? What's also amazing is what our technology can do to keep you safe and secure. Are you all doing good? Yep, it was a tough night last night, it looks like. Everybody's very exhausted and tired. Hey, I need a bit of energy here in the room. I need your support to also welcome our next guests, who will talk about cybersecurity as a key enabler for the IT-OT convergence. Cybersecurity is not a matter if it's going to happen that you're being hacked. Cybersecurity is something you can take care of, or you have to take care of, as it's a matter of when you will be hacked. But we'll learn more about it from three musketeers who are protecting your businesses. Please welcome on stage National Account Manager at Siemens, Francesca Pellegrini, the CEO at Diginova, Andrea Pellizzoli, and the Sales Director at IT Core, Andrea Olivetti. A big round of applause for the three musketeers of cybersecurity.
Good morning, everyone. Just a short introduction about who we are. So Diginova is a holding of system integrators for digital services in different topics. So we are talking about cybersecurity, building automation, AI, and robotics. We have been part of a long-standing relationship with Siemens for more than 50 years. As we are part of the Telmotor Group. Now, I want to hand over for some words to Francesca in order to introduce what we have done together.
Thank you, Andrea. And first of all, thank you to be here and to have the occasion to present this success story. We at Siemens, we were contacted by our major Italian manufacturer. It is an important customer, a beer manufacturer. And this customer asked us to provide an OT assessment of different kind of processes in different kind of plants. So for this reason, we involved our trusted partner, Diginova, which has a great competence in cybersecurity and innovation, and we create an ecosystem. So combining together the Siemens product with the capacity of Diginova to integrate a unique solution. So I hand over to Andrea.
Thank you, Francesca. Now I try to explain you the project. So when we have started the project together, the situation was the same that we found in most of Italian industries. So multi-production plants, flat network without segmentation, unmanaged remote access points, very limited knowledge and visibility across all OT assets. And we have also to consider that on top of this situation, there were other important aspects. In the first, the increasing connectivity between IT and OT, the increasing connectivity between IT and OT that generates an expansion of attack surface. The growing cyber risk as a normal consequence of legacy production lines never built in according to any cybersecurity standard. And the first topic, the operational continuity need, linked to an higher productivity demand. And so to address this challenge, we, Siemens and Diginova, joined forces using an approach based an approach that we can call a unified OT transformation approach. So not two separate solutions, not two separate players, but one team with a single architecture and a single operational model, try to building an ecosystem on a structured partnership. In fact, here the main goal was one, the commitment to customer value through an high quality outcome. So we built a project that was characterized by a process composed on 4 main steps. The first step was the OT assessment that permit us to the customer to map the entire context of the entire infrastructure, to know the context in a logical and physical way, to determine the risk. The second step was the designing of the entire cybersecurity ecosystem, focused on network security, data center and point protection, OT and point protection, security policy framework, visibility, centralized management, and after the designing, we started with the deployment of each solution and each component inside the industrial environment without production downtimes, through a perfect scheduling and combination with maintainers and OT suppliers. Finally, they operate. So that for us means continuous monitoring, complete visibility, building an incident response plan for the customer, preparing the context to be managed by a security operations center. So I can say that maybe the first structural intervention, the main effort was the first, as addressed the network. We moved from a completely flat network without segmentation to a segmented model and a segmented architecture based on Purdue model and zone and conduit model, with 2 levels of separation, IT and OT, clearly the first, but after inside OT, we separate production processes so we create a separation between the field control and supervision layer. And I can say that after an important study, because it's the baseline for us, an important study of all links and whole communication between whole assets, we were able to build an entire backbone and infrastructure clearly using Siemens Scalance technology, the first, with its centralized management system to govern each site of the customer. I can say that every connection was governed. Okay, north-south and east-west communications inside and outside the plant were secured. Each conduit was secured wherever from corporate IT, third-party vendors, remote maintenance teams, and so on. Clearly, we need to deploy next generation firewall with a deep packet inspection and intrusion prevention system to govern the entire flows with clearly the help of self-firewalls to create a sort of micro-segmentation of the network between the production lines. And so all these measures, the combination of all these measures were defined in a security policy framework, a structurized model that permit to govern the security across all sites. So the first goal was to create a cybersecurity ecosystem that can be used as a blueprint for the customer. So with one focus, having a centralized management.
So basically, Andrea, what you are saying is that starting from a complex situation, multiple plants, multiple lines, in the end, the centralized management is the key for the success at the end of the path. And there are different tools that we have been using to make it happen. But if you make it in the right way, with the right plan, you arrive with a supervisor of everything inside your production, not only the IT side, right?
Exactly. Exactly, and to host all these kind of supervision system, okay, to having a centralized management. And another important part of the project was the IT infrastructure for the OT environment. So in according to IEC 62443 standard, we worked to build real, complete, and dedicated industrial data center, and clearly creating the physical and virtual environment to host whole OT software, whole OT applications, starting from manufacturing execution system, remote diagnostic, and so on. Also, the cybersecurity solutions, the solution that permits to centralize the management of the cybersecurity ecosystem. So we worked on a server and storage layer with HP, Pure Storage, and so on, and with backup, immutability, and data protection strategy. So I can say that this intervention on the IT infrastructure for the OT and combined with the new network realized permitted to the customer to reach an high availability, okay, and resilience of all its digital OT environment. Since the first time, we want to use an approach based on a PDCA model, okay, not a single action, clearly to apply the concept of cybersecurity, not a single action, an approach oriented to the continuous improvement like IEC 62443 suggests. And here we can see a portion of the entire network, entire project realized. Yes, we say project, we say network, but it is clearly an ecosystem, a cybersecurity, OT cybersecurity ecosystem realized with Siemens products, starting managed scalance, remote and centralized connection managed by Cinema Remote Connect, the log and network management system based on suite SINEC, the OT infrastructure realized with managed scalance devices and IT OT separation firewall, full visibility thanks an intrusion detection system completely integrated with the infrastructure clearly, and the creation of the level 3 and 3.5, so to host the industrial data center and the entire ecosystem. So here we can see an infrastructure and ecosystem structured in different layers. And it is the blueprint to standardize the solution. So on top, we linked the OT cybersecurity solutions to the global security operations center of the customer.
So in the end, what we can conclude as outcomes is that in some minutes we have described a journey that was a couple of years long. But at the end, the outcomes can guarantee operational resilience to the customer, a full OT visibility, a secure remote operations, and everything is scalable, so ready to be expanded. Some conclusions to Francesca.
So thank you, Andrea and Andrea. If I have to add something, is that from a Siemens perspective, our customer was very happy. And this because we create a unique ecosystem and we combine our products with your expertise in cybersecurity and also Siemens expertise in industrial automation. And this was a very success story. And it is important because without partner like you, Siemens cannot be great and cannot do such a job like this important story. So I thank you for this occasion, and I hope that we can create other success projects for the future.
Thank you, Francesca. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we say thank you too. Big round of applause to the three musketeers of cybersecurity.
Thank you.
I love it to have the Italians on stage. It's always stylish. It's always a fluent conversation.
Oh.
You definitely know how to entertain the world. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you. Have a
And
good day.
have a great time at the fair. Ciao, Francesca. Wonderful. All right, and we move on with topics around IT, OT, cybersecurity as well, because you definitely want to stay safe no matter in which process of the production you are. Often there are boundaries, as a matter of fact, when we talk about engineering, manufacturing, supply chain, and service. But all of them need to have a seamless connection. So let's find out how we can solve those topics, which maybe kind of have still a bit of an issue in regards of that it is a seamless process. AI-led digital thread convergence can make to be a complete realistic framework. So let's figure out and have those two experts coming on stage to join me now, how to break up boundaries. We'll have the Global Business Head, Digital Thread and Connected Digital Enterprise at TCS, one of our esteemed partners, David Segal, and the CEO, Mendix at Siemens, Ray Koch. Dave, hi. Wonderful, good morning.
Good to see you again.
Great to have you here on stage. Let's take a seat at our sofa of wisdom in the living room of innovation.
And I must say, it's very comfortable.
Isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is
Yeah,
good.
it's very good.
And I mean, we definitely got a great audience here. People are sitting here watching us, and they are very curious what you will unveil. So let's figure out. Ray, I'm going to start with you. What are the biggest pain points companies are experiencing today when they are trying to achieve true cross-domain convergence?
Yeah, so if you look here at the Siemens booth, you actually see a lot of business processes, and whether it's from design to engineering to production, or it's production to supply chain, guess what? These are cross-domain, right? So meaning you have a lot of people working together with different disciplines on different data sets, but they have to actually unify their work in ultimately a business process that delivers the results. So if you think about the challenge, there is a lot of things have to come together. First of all, data, right? So as you can even see here, a lot of data is being produced that have to come together. Processes have to come together. And also technology and capabilities have to come together. And typically that involves integration, right? And what we know is that technology integration is not always the easiest, because everybody comes up with their own data standards, with their own integration points, their own methods of integration. And I think that's really the struggle, right? And so that's why together with TCS, we're trying to work through this, right? So how do we do that in the most kind of efficient way? And I think even especially today, this is going to be super important, because everybody is talking here about the agentic enterprise. So meaning, how can you actually automate parts of these business processes with AI, and therefore, yeah, then this conversation we're having becomes important. So, yeah.
Thank you, Ray.
Yeah.
You agree, David, on these pain points, or you have even some more which you want to address to the audience?
It's absolutely true, and particularly what we can witness here, right? All these different technologies that Siemens bring together as the accelerator portfolio, and what we can see this digital enterprise. We go one step forward. We create connected digital enterprise. And right now, with the rise of AI, it's become AI-led connected digital enterprise, which actually can address different industry-specific scenarios. Like here we see CPG, connected digital enterprise. We can have aerospace and defense connected digital enterprise. We can have pharmaceutical. But all this connectedness, all this different multi-domain functionality enabled by Siemens Accelerator platform. And TCS, as a global system integrator, our key goal is how to effectively implement what accelerator platform enables to our customers so they can realize the value and see the real outcomes.
Now we're talking about, you mentioned aerospace, you mentioned CPG. Those are definitely industries where you don't want to risk anything, that this is not happening what you have planned when using the data. How are you going to achieve these goals, what you mentioned?
So if we look behind us, that's the schematic view of AI-led connected digital enterprise, which is multi-layer when multiple disciplines with the factory automation on the shop floor, OT, IT conversion. We speak about the conversion of digital twins, right? So we have the factory digital twin. Then we have the manufacturing operation digital twin. Then we have the engineering layer. Then we have the actual engineering business processes orchestrated by Teamcenter. So that's essentially the construct we propose to our customers so they effectively leverage that connectedness. And that's the key value proposition that as a system integrator, we bring to our customers so they can glue different capabilities that Siemens provides into one solution.
Right. Yeah, and I think maybe to bring it down one level to a use case. So think about you're an automotive manufacturer and you have to deal with warranty. So warranty of a vehicle. And so if you look at the picture behind us, first of all, to actually do a root cause analysis on warranty claims that are coming into your company, it means that, first of all, you have to relate a lot of data together. And so this can be engineering data, but also warranty data, but also production data. And so if you think about how you do this, you need to actually build up a network as to how this data relates to each other. And we like to also call that a knowledge graph or a semantic network of this data. And why is that interesting? Well, once you have that related data, you can actually start reasoning about, okay, why are these warranties coming in? And where is actually the issue? Because the issue could be during production, could be during the engineering of the manufacturing production line that you actually use, but could also be all the way up front in the actual specification of the part that is at fault. And so once you have this related data, now you can actually use AI to start reasoning over this data and figure out, okay, where are these issues? And if you think about the systems that have to come together, that's why we rely on the ecosystem of system integrations, system integrators and solution partners to make this all happen. Yep.
You have any numbers which you can drop here in regards of savings, like the how transformative would a unified data model be for organizations' innovation?
You want to
and also
start?
agility?
I certainly, we see clearly our large enterprises, when they make assessment of AI technology, how it can automate their business processes. So they come to us with the demand to optimize their processes to from 25 to 30% efficiency, which is an interesting goal we're putting. I would say that we already have some of the companies who achieve close to this, but this is still our goal, between 25 to 30% efficiency on the business process optimization. If we speak particularly, let's say, automotive manufacturers, how they can optimize their new product introduction process to 25% efficiency. If we speak about supply chain, we can see if we can, and that's also one of the showcases here in the consumer packaged goods, they optimize the supply chain efficiency to between 15 to 20% with different AI capability. So it's not the limit. We continue as technology evolves. But this is some of the outcomes that we can see.
Okay, great numbers. I mean, this is not just 5-7%. This is really massive.
Maybe I can add one thing to it. It's not always just about efficiency. It's also about, can we do more? So especially if you think about the aerospace and the defense industry right now, it's not necessarily about efficiency. It's about more, right? And so I think what we also see is that scaling, so scaling production actually becomes much easier, or scaling the business processes that are actually critical as part of business operations through the use of agentic AI, it becomes much easier, right? So yes, efficiency, but depending on the industry, it's also about, okay, how can we do more with the resources that we have? And I think that's also interesting because there are plenty of use cases out there where, yeah, the question is not any more about efficiency, it's about, okay, how can we actually get some more done together here?
So what about the people? How can you empower people to also use these AI technologies in a wise way?
That's a very important subject. So we speak about efficiency, and people productivity is one of their key goals as well. It's not obvious that AI, it's a goal that productivity of engineers can be improved if they will use AI tools. But right now, companies who are deploying different AI tools, it's not very obvious that indeed engineering productivity get increased. So we still look into the scenarios when people plus AI is the right setting. So we move from automation to autonomous systems. Agents taking care of some of the process, and multi-agentic environment, or like agency of multiple agents can automate like manufacturing processes. But we don't forget also that human in the loop is the key point to control, to secure, to ensure that the overall operation will be reliable. And it also gives current engineers some good position in the future workforce, how they go forward, because right now it's a lot of negative spin going on around that AI will replace engineering jobs. So we clearly see this is not the story. The human in the loop is the key point to enable that efficiency and productivity.
Okay, so it seems like the people are still there. They definitely are needed, and they just need to be empowered to use the right tools and right technology. So what do you need to quickly and safely, that's the other one, automate your business so you can hit your big goals? What's the crucial factors?
So I think it starts where we began the talk. So meaning become more of a data-driven company, right? So if you think about AI in general and also agentic AI, it relies on data. And so I think many companies that we work with, that's where they have to start. And it sounds super obvious, but it's not, because generating data is the easy part, but to actually make it meaningful and usable as part of your ambition for automation, it's not that trivial. And as a matter of fact, I think that's where you guys do some good work as well. That's the foundation, right? So data, and then from there, it's all about business meaningful use cases. Because what we see right now a lot is people having an AI technology conversation, but really we should start with, again, what is the business process we're trying to optimize, right? And so once you have the data for that business process, it really starts with, where can I make some small steps? So like you were saying, this is not about creating Skynet and everything is going to be autonomous AI. No, this is about, okay, in the business process that I have, where are there some meaningful steps where an agent can actually help me, right? And so therefore, what we're doing together is not just a conversation with clients about, okay, technology, but more importantly, where are the business processes that we can optimize?
So one sentence, where do you see the greatest potential for a significant financial and also operational uplift by using this AI-led?
I'll give that to you.
We talk about this percentage of the optimization. Very important point is those business outcomes that companies need to position upfront when what they're going to achieve. Because right now, everyone in this race for AI, but it's still very challenging to see how to monetize these investments. What would be the return of investment the company is making? And those are large investments. As the services company, we are more realistic with the objectives that our customers have. So we take this existing IT landscapes that already have been created with different digital twins, with different tools, and we make them connected first. We make them interoperate and exchange the data, trace the decision makers, and we progress step by step to gain those first 15% efficiency, 25% efficiency, which actually we transform to the actual business outcomes. This is one of the advisory services as a global system integrators we offer our clients, is to come and calculate those KPIs of those business outcomes that they can gain by implementing Siemens technology end to end.
That was a long sentence, David, but I think everybody got that information. It was very, very important that we stress this topic, that you just have to try it. No matter how much money you want to invest, it's important to give it a start.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you so much. Where can we find the two of you at the booth? David, where are you?
First of all, I would like to invite everyone to look into the joint white paper that we have between TCS and Siemens that actually describes all the values and financial gains that you can get from AI-led connected digital enterprise. In the Siemens pavilion, we have a dedicated TCS booth, and we have also in our TCS booth in the pavilion 15, we have a Siemens booth in our pavilion as well.
At your station. Okay, wonderful. And Ray, you will be around. You're talking.
We will be here, and we'll be glad to address any questions.
I guess look for the tall guy.
Okay, yeah, definitely. We can't miss you. So a big round of applause to the two gentlemen.
Very
Thank
good.
you
Thank
so
you very
much,
much.
David.
Yeah.
And
Thank
Ray,
you.
we have a small gift for you. David, it's from the Amazon region. Company Natura, one of our customers, producing their products with Siemens technology. So enjoy the flavor of the Amazon River.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause. And I'm handing it over now to my wonderful colleague. He's the Global Strategic Partner Manager at Siemens, Kai Michael Vogler. He's going to take it over and then introduce our next guests on stage.
Thank you very much, Christine.
Thank you, Kai.
Yeah, please have a seat. Good morning and welcome. So we have a session on one of the most pressing challenges analytical labs have today. It's scaling scaling robotic automations from pilots to global operations. Before I introduce you, the topic is really to explore how emerging technologies like physical AI, digital twins, and vendor-agnostic platforms can transform labs today. And to guide us through, I want to welcome our guests from BASF. I'm very happy. So we have on the right, Matthäus. He's head of throughput technologies and lab automation. Katrin Kohn, digital lab, head of digital lab process design. And Katrin from Accenture, our partner. And I'm Kai Michael from Siemens. Yesterday we heard from Vivek and Rainer already that labs became already a bottleneck in chemical and pharmaceutical industries. Sorry for that. And it's not about that we can automate labs today, but we can. But the question is really, can we scale it and create a real business impact? So, and yeah, to get into the topic, and we want to show today that the emerging technologies like physical AI and the digital twin and vendor agnostic platforms can really transform labs into fully autonomous, adaptive, and flexible labs, which really push our value add there. And therefore, I would really like to hand over to Matthäus to give us a little bit of insight what the real challenges in the labs are today. And therefore, yeah, a warm welcome again.
Thank you very much, Kai Michael, also for the very nice introduction. Indeed.
Mikro.
Sorry. Is this better now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. So again, thank you very much for the very well welcome, Kai Michael. And indeed, we see the challenge, and we have identified 3 key constraints limiting the lab performance of today. And the first challenge, the first key constraint is the 24/7 operation of our classical labs. You have to understand that chemical labs are usually being run in a day shift. But obviously, we would love to utilize the nights and love to utilize the weekends as well. The second challenge is the often observed lack of standardization. And this is across all kinds of life, so across all the processes, data, and systems, and this can be quite tedious. And the third challenge is that we often observe a limited return of invest for automation solutions due to a lack of scalability and adaptability. Now let's start with the challenge number 1, the missing ability to run 24/7. And I think you need to click once. Thank you. And here we basically see that without the proper automation, without the proper autonomous systems in our labs, it will be very difficult to run them stable and safely with the throughput that we require. What solution can you offer us here?
Thank you for this point, Matthäus. So this is not BASF specific. This is the reason why labs have become the bottleneck. All our clients, they want to achieve 24/7 performance and asset efficiency. This is one of the outcomes which matter most. So by combining end-to-end orchestration with autonomous lab, with end-to-end orchestration, with autonomous robotics, the lab of the future can be achieved. So the lab of the future can no longer operate as a collection of siloed systems. It has to run as a fully integrated and orchestrated ecosystems. So for example, staff and scientists are empowered during the day by intelligent robots, supporting them to be able to focus on value-adding tasks, such as innovation and research, while autonomous robotics during night shift can fully overtake ownership of repetitive workflows, so that lab operations can run 24/7.
So, thank you very much. We come to the next.
Let me just make one quick comment. Yes, Catherine, I completely agree that with the right automation, with AI supervision, I see maybe even a regime change in our classical labs. Yeah, from this day shift mentality to a more continuous throughput, and I see that could easily double our current utilization rates, which would be very important for us. Yeah? Now, what about the digital perspective, Katrin?
Thanks, Matthäus, for handing over to the digital side. So if you step into one of our labs nowadays, what you will find is a totally scattered, fragmented IT/OT landscape. For every device, you get a different data model that provides you the information you need to make decisions. It's completely heterogeneous, and you have these small automation islands everywhere. And these concepts actually prevent reuse. They also slow down our rollouts, and they block the efficient scaling across sites and business units for us. So what do you have to help us?
Yeah. On the one hand, we have an orchestration platform. Katrin, maybe you can elaborate shortly how Accenture provides and supports with an overarching architecture concept.
Our solution transforms today's fragmented, isolated systems into a completely orchestrated, integrated environment. So in the center of the whole topic is an orchestration platform, which connects and harmonizes communication from lab systems, lab equipment, robotics, and back. By this coordination, a seamless integration of the whole concept is guaranteed without fully redesign the existing IT/OT landscape. So by implementing this business layer, vertical and horizontal traceability are embedded by design.
Yeah, thank you very much. What is Siemens bringing to the table? And it's a technology stack. You talked about a full integration from end to end in the vertical space, so from the technology layer up to the ERPs, LIM systems, and so on. And we provide, on the one hand, the full digital twin technology, but also everything what you need to automate and control, navigate, operate the robot. And a critical key element is here Z-Move as an orchestration platform which spans from instruments to robots and any kind of device what you need to run. And also it supports our software-defined automation concepts, which allows you to run any kind of application there. You can connect any kind of sensor, whatever you need to support your business process in the lab. And by this, material movement becomes predictable, and automation islands disappear. And that is what we want to achieve. We want to connect the highly automated islands into an end-to-end integrated operating model. And this is how we can achieve it. And the most important thing is it is not only the connection, it has to work alongside with humans. And with our Z-Move, we can really operate alongside people. It's TÜV certificated as the only one in Germany. So therefore, that is the basis how we can really run autonomous labs in future. Not in future, today. By saying this, we come. Yeah, Matthias. No.
It's time for the third challenge. As already mentioned, the third challenge, we see a limited ROI for many automation solutions due to a general lack of scalability and adaptability. And we know this. Typical digital and automated solutions in our labs are often implemented very locally with a narrow mindset and often even as isolated cases. And obviously this prevents scalability and often also hampers economic viability. This is a big challenge for us. Yeah? Additionally, and this is also very important, modern R&D labs are evolving really, really fast, and automation needs to keep pace to stay relevant. What can you offer us here?
So to this challenge, we would like to answer with 3 principles. So first, break the pilot mode. Replace locally isolated solutions with a global, scalable, platform-based solution. And measure the value not by single solutions, but with a global solution portfolio. This makes scalability possible. Second, design to scale by day one. Concentrate on principles such as modular, vendor agnostic, and digital twin enabled. And third, put a digital twin in the center of your operations so that layouts, workflows, extensions, changes, everything can be really tested, optimized virtually before it's putting into the real lab. So that makes changes predictable and also reduces risk before you put any adoption into the lab. And also increases implementation time by 60%. And on top, physical AI can be trained on digital twins, and hardware agnostic trainings can be reused locally for any other sites with the same task.
Great. Yeah, so that sounds great, but let's talk about results. Matthäus.
Sure. I mean, the real life impact for us as BASF would be a future-ready lab model. What does it mean? It should have the right amount of automation. It should be AI supervised, maybe even AI driven, and very importantly, also designed at scale. For us, this means, to summarize, basically, we would love to see faster implementation times. We would like to see faster knowledge generation, robust operations, and very importantly, a significantly increase in throughput when compared to today.
Thank you very much. Katrin, you have chosen Accenture and Siemens as a partner.
Yeah.
What was your motivation?
Yeah, to sum it up, it's a partnership that simply works because everyone brings his decisive discipline and strengths into this project. So BASF presents the industrial problem, a real challenge from R&D and production, concrete use cases that are not just digital ideas. And then Siemens brings the industrial technology, automation, control systems, connectivity, and the industrial software for digitalization that works in a real lab environment up to the production ecosystem. And Accenture, of course, brings the transformation power, connecting technology and business to scalable digital architectures, the data, cloud, and AI infrastructure, and turns our pilots into enterprise-wide solutions. That's why we want to work together.
So, excellent. Thank you very much for all that commitment and trust. So we are coming to an end, and therefore, what have we learned? We learned automated labs are not just automated; they are adaptive, flexible, and intelligent, and they are scalable globally already. And whoever is interested to learn more, we are present on the stand somewhere over there. But I would also recommend to look on the Accenture booth in Hall 16. There's already a live demo, not only paperwork. Here you can see the autonomous lab in live. And Mark is there. He is happy to present you the showcase. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we have a gift from our customers at Natura for all of our speakers. You get one.
Thank you.
And you get one.
Thank you so much.
And you get one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Apologies for the mic, but we got it sorted in the end. Thank you so much. Great job, Kai Michael. Enjoy the rest of the fair. Thank you very much. That was, of course, our partner from Accenture. Thank you. And our partnering journey continues now. Up next, we're going to be speaking with Capgemini. And we're going to be talking about the way that Capgemini and Siemens are joining forces to provide integrated and scalable AI solutions that are leveraging existing Siemens products while developing new solutions for industrial AI. So it's all about multi-agent AI scenarios in this next talk. So please give a warm welcome to our two presenters. We have the Global Head of Digital Engineering and R&D Transformation at Capgemini, Udo Lange, and the Domain Lead for AI at Siemens, Florian Götz. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Let's look into a day of an engineer. One day, your customer in the midst of a project comes to you and has a change request. So, what's going on then in a day of a life of an engineer? I think there might be an issue with the slides.
Ist das falsches Slide Deck?
We'll check that in just a second. While they do check it though, how long have you already been here this week? Is it today your first day, or have you been here since Monday?
No, it's the fourth day. Actually.
The fourth day?
I'm here since Monday morning, 9 o'clock.
Monday morning, okay. And you?
I've been here since today.
Since today? Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe briefly, 4 days, what has impressed you most so far about our new home here in Hall 27?
It's a so impressive setting.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming information, overwhelming solutions that you're presenting. And I particularly like the combination of end-to-end views that you can see here on the right and left side, and all the detailed solutions in the middle.
Okay.
That's really impressive.
How long have you been coming to Hanover altogether? How many years?
How many years? You guess? 45.
Okay, it's a lot. For me, it's number 3. I keep forgetting, 3 or 4. So yeah, cool. And how about you? So generally, this is our new home, so everything is going to be new. But what have you been talking about so far since you've got here? I know it's quite early still, but have you had the chance to speak with any of the visitors at all?
I had, and actually the first thing I do every year when I come to Hannover Messe is to look at the Siemens booths.
Yeah.
Although I'm from Siemens, because, well, Siemens has so much to offer that it is also for me a chance to find new stuff that we are offering and getting an update in the most compact form. And so it's also for our customers a really great thing.
It really is, yeah. We just need another minute or so, but they're on it.
Okay.
I think.
And
we got it.
Go.
Here we are.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
Let's look at a day of an engineer. Yeah. So a change request comes in. What happens? Yeah. First of all, you have to look at the requirements, go into one system. You have to look at the system architecture in a data system, open up your CAD files, adapt some mechanical parts, maybe adapt software tests, simulation. Talk with manufacturing if you can now produce this new product. Talk with your suppliers. Many systems, at least 6 systems, many experts that have to come together, many meetings. And now, suddenly, 3 days are gone just because of a small change request. Well, why does it say yesterday? This pretty much sounds like today. Well, today is not that much different. With the help of co-pilots, with the help of chatbots, we're still in the situation that we have many silos and need many experts and have to ask the AI to do something, to summarize something, to help us please analyze the requirements, what is the impact, but really provide the data to them so that the AI can help us. In the end, we are still owning the process, the tasks, and therefore AI is supporting us. But really, if we look at the numbers, it's not that you can instantly see the impact on a margin because we still have to do the main of the work. The next step would be this, where we are enabling the AI to do most of the workflow for us, with the difference that now the AI is asking us instead of asking we bringing together all the data and giving it to the AI. The AI is asking us for approval and guidance whenever it needs it. But therefore, it must be enabled, and it's not that easy to do it. But we do this together with Capgemini, and how we do this is something that Udo Lange will introduce us into.
Yes. Thank you, Florian. Looking a bit more in the details, what are our clients currently frustrated with? They are investing a lot into AI solutions. Typically, most of them focus on a specific use case. Some engineers are using those AI solutions when they like. If they don't like them, they don't use them. So mostly the ones who invented the AI solutions are the users of them. The problem is this is not integrated into the full process flow. So what we will get as a next step is sub-processes where certain sequences of activities will be supported with AI agents. But eventually, we need to get to a point where the AI agents are not just working in individual activities, providing you a text document, a picture, or something like this. They need to create deliverables that we used to do as of today in the systems of the company. So one of the big challenges that we see is that AI solutions and agents need to work in the context of the traditional systems because we need them. We need a PLM system, we need a CAD system, we need a requirements management system to maintain the product information. This is where your assets are, your IP as a company. So our ambition is to get to a point where the AI is taking over tasks for engineers in the context of a real enterprise landscape. And this means in the context of a complex product development, so the V model is probably known by most of you, we see multiple applications of AI playing together. Today we see that multiple applications are offering individual functionality supported by AI. If you use the latest version of NX, for example, there are AI features integrated. But this is also true for the backend applications. So if you look into the last capabilities of Polarion or as Teamcenter, they are also offering agents which are providing some specific activities inside those systems. We see also some specific engineering-related applications. So we have partners where we are working with who are designing, for example, AI solutions to develop battery management systems, so very specific applications. And what we are striving is to get an application in place, a multi-agent environment where different agents are collaborating to execute such a full software and hardware development process. So this is more or less representing a high-level automotive development, for example, software-defined vehicle development process. So we need to integrate mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, software engineering across the full product lifecycle. And for this, there's one gap that we have currently still in the solution landscape. LLMs and AI solutions need to be able to not just interact with us on a text-based basis, but they need to be able to handle physical equations, calculations, and so on in a very reliable way, because we talked yesterday about the usage, the function of a braking system in a car. You don't want to do this on a probabilistic basis, right? You want to know if you push a brake button, it's braking. There's no option not to brake. So there are applications which are not applicable to AI. For others, we need them. So what we are working on is to represent this system in a full agentic way. So we will have in the future the requirements engineer agent who is creating requirements for you based on input that you gave them or based on data that they found somewhere else in the internet. They will trigger an architect agent who will interpret the requirements formulated and transfer them into a logical architecture model. The hardware engineer will take the requirements from the logical requirements and transfer them into a bill of material and a change in the CAD model, for example. And at the end of the day, we will have test agents who will create test cases and execute them and provide you with a summary of the result of this design process and validate this by the test activities. At the end of the day, the systems engineer agent will collaborate with the system engineer to decide, was the design result good and is it approved and released or not? So this will probably, this way of working, we see that it will at least support 60 to 80% of the activities that we are typically doing as engineers today. And the trick is to virtualize all of the process chain. So all those agents will work in the context of your application landscape, and they will provide output that needs to be validated with the right validation mechanisms internally. What this means actually for the product development process is not just that there are agents working with our engineers, but that you can rethink the product development strategy. Today, we are typically working in a way we identify a need for a product, and then we select solution options, like you may know a morphologic box. We come up with multiple different solution options, and we try very early in the product development process to decide which is the right option we want to develop. And then we develop this one option, and at the end of the day, we test it, and we figure out, okay, it works or not. And if it's not working, we start to go back, and we try to improve and figure out what is the right change we need to make. In the future, with the support of agents, the human workforce is not anymore the bottleneck. We can develop multiple options in parallel. So we can run multiple variants in parallel in a virtual world, get to a point where you say, okay, I could simulate it. I have proven that this design concept will work or will not work. And at the very end of the process, you will get 5, 10, 20 different alternatives for your product being developed. And you can select the one which is the best one for your business objectives. So if you think about this in a real industrial environment, in this second scenario, it means that your product development system is learning not just from one development string, but from multiple different variants. So your knowledge base is accelerating and is growing much, much faster and developing much more options and better proven solutions. So that's, at the end of the day, the way we want to achieve. We want to have a scenario where multiple agents can create multiple variants in a different way and much faster than today. And this will reduce, of course, the lead time to the market, which we all talk about, right? We talk about China speed. This may exceed even what we call China speed a bit. What does it mean for companies, and what can we give you as an advice to go this path? First of all, this way of working, a multi-agent engineering process, is highly dependent that you have your IP, your product knowledge, your engineering knowledge documented and accessible to AI solutions and to your software products. So it means you need to have a proper model-based process chain established so that the most of the steps in the product development process can be done virtually in a digital platform and background. The second one is, don't try to design everything up front. Start to explore and use this concept. And while you go, you will optimize the processes interacting with your agents. You will get a lot of feedback from the agents. You will learn much faster than in the past. And you will see dynamics and results that you didn't predict up front. So we definitely recommend you don't wait too long. Start to go this journey, explore on it, and improve while you go. And the third point, don't think agents being a software program which is delivering one discrete results. Think of your agents as your new employees, as your new co-workers. If you hire an employee, you don't expect them that on day one he's creating the perfect result. You also don't expect him that he's creating the same result on day 500. If somebody is years in the company, he's creating different results. Yes, he has a different knowledge. Agents will do the same, just faster. So treat them as your new employees and think about how to validate the results that they create. And last point, AI is not right for everything. So you don't need to do everything in your company with AI. But for certain things, AI can be really a game changer and accelerate the process and the evolution.
Great. Exactly. Don't use AI for everything. But how does Siemens now work together with Capgemini here? On the left side, you can see the tech stack that Siemens is providing in order to enable this level of industrial AI. At the bottom, the lowest level, we can see the tools, the software products that we are providing to our engineers. This is from CAD software, PLM software, MES software, all these kinds of software. But we're not alone in this world. There's also, at least in most companies, the whole Office stack from Microsoft, ERP systems from SAP, for example. And all this data is relevant for agents in order to being able to get the data that they need on their own, so that we get out of this mode where we have to provide the relevant context to the AI first, but instead it can get it themselves. Therefore, we have this second layer. This is a technology that allows to create a knowledge graph across all these different systems that might not be interconnected with each other, and enable then on top with our application that allows to create agents, orchestrate agents, and very importantly, also govern these agents, because what will happen is that these agents will kind of become employees, and you don't want to let them run all day long just without a goal, because this will also cost a lot of money. Yeah, these tokens are not for free, this consumption. And this is how Capgemini and Siemens are working together with technology and also the whole implementation consulting part in order to really bring these multi-agents to life at your company. Thank you.
And one last point. Yeah. If you want to see this live, how this could work, you can visit us on our booth, either here in the kiosk area or in Hall 15. We have a couple of demonstrators where you can get an impression how AI and engineering is working today. Thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy the rest of the fair.
Thank you. Enjoy the fair.
Thanks again. Udo, we have something from you.
Thank you very much.
From our customers Natura, who are over there in the CPG showcase.
Cool.
Something for you to take home with. Hopefully you'll enjoy that.
Excellent.
And apologies again about these slight technical issues.
No problem.
But we got it going in the end. So thanks again.
Thank you very much.
And enjoy the final few days here in Hanover. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can pass that over to Sina. Thank you. So we heard there a lot about AI, what the future might look like, and well, we have a dedicated area to that here at our booth. It's called the Innovation Hub, where we are looking at things such as physical AI, robots, AGVs working together. But we have a great video for you that can explain that even better. So let's take a look.
Welcome to the new industrial revolution. An era where data drives decisions. Where systems become adaptive, autonomous, alive. This is starting today, paving the way for tomorrow. Industrial AI is built on 3 key pillars. Technology stack, domain know-how, strong partnerships. Let's see it in action. A new order comes in. Our production line needs to adjust.
We've got a new variant on line 3. Can you simulate the changeover?
Simulation complete. Changeover feasible. Estimated downtime, 6 minutes.
Optimize for energy use and keep outputs stable.
Optimization complete. Parameters adjusted. System ready for deployment.
With just a few prompts, highly adaptive production with customized products becomes possible. This is industrial AI in action. Technology stack. Software enhanced by AI. Hardware that connects. Compute to perform at the highest level. And data to tie it all together forms the foundation. Domain know-how ensures that AI understands the reality of industry, and strong partnerships make it scalable. Together, they bring the real and digital worlds together. This is how Siemens is accelerating the industrial AI revolution with real solutions, delivering real impact in the real world. Get ready for the industrial AI revolution. Technology to transform the everyday. Siemens.
Challenging your customers is good. Inspiring your customers is even better. That's why we've taken the Impulse to the next level with more exhibits, more deep dives, more experts, more hands-on, and most of all, more opportunities for you to truly accelerate your client's digital transformation. So come, join us at The Impulse and show them a future where the vision of adaptive factories and scalable solutions become a reality. Whether it's digital twins, IT-OT integration, artificial intelligence, or sustainability, just to name a few, we offer comprehensive overview tours, solution deep dives, and multi-day workshops on a wide range of demos and topics. But it's not just talk, but also walk. Literally. You can walk from The Impulse straight into the heart of our production facilities and discover how our cutting-edge automation products and software solutions are redefining industry standards. We proudly call our factories Customer Zero as they make TIA and Industrial Operations X a reality. This ensures that what we offer through Siemens Accelerator is not just visionary, but proven and reliable. And after seeing that we drink our own champagne, we'll show you how sustainability is at the heart of everything we do. Explore our range of initiatives, including Sea Green, energy management, vertical farming, and many others, all designed to drive the transition towards a carbon-neutral future. Can you imagine experiencing all this and more at The Impulse? So book your client's tour today. Simply visit siemens.com/booktheimpulse and tailor a personalized experience. All in all, we can't wait to meet you, inspire you, and equip you with the latest tools and insights to engage your clients as they embark on this journey with us. Welcome to the future of industry. Welcome to The Impulse.
Hi, my name's Christine Brunner. I'm just getting ready, so come on in.
Let's see what AI thinks.
No, not exactly a fair appropriate outfit. That's too classy. Let's go for sunshine. Ready to go. What's the fastest way to the fairground? My motivation playlist. always on the last minute. And we've got it covered. So let's kick it off. All in.
Christine is just everywhere, isn't she? So, up next, we're going to be looking at ways to break the limits with SENTRON ECPD, so for semiconductor technology in modern circuit protection. Now, all of our guests usually get a nice long intro and everything, but this one's going to be a bit different. All I'm going to do is introduce the guest, and he has a slightly different intro for all of you, okay? So please give a warm welcome to our product manager for circuit protection at Siemens, Vinod Dhanraj. Welcome.
So, let me start with a question. Is it actually possible to play a drum solo without any drums? Sounds impossible, right? A rhythm without impact, performance without energy. This feeling of this isn't possible is exactly where innovation begins. So let's do a small check. So what you see before you is two sticks. What I see is a full-fledged drum kit. Snare, toms, yeah, deep bass. There's the crash. And now, for the easy part. Enjoy the rhythm of innovation. Impossible? So, but that's not even the best part. The best part is this one. We do something even more impressive and even more cool. We remove the short circuit current from a short circuit fault. So how does this actually take place? This is due to our ultra-fast semiconductor switching technology in a breakthrough innovative device, the Siemens SENTRON Electronic Circuit Protection Device, aka ECPD. So let me show you how this works. You have a short circuit, it comes through. The mechanical contactors, there's a trip coil, it recognizes this. The contacts then open because this copper wire gets triggered. So the only thing that has been protecting us for the last 100 years is a small piece of copper wire. Now the arc flows through the arcing chamber, gets extinguished, and all of this in an impressive milliseconds, right? But look at that current, it's 4,500 amperes. Now enter the Siemens SENTRON ECPD. What happens here? We've removed the complete mechanics. We brought in the electronics. You have an intelligent microcontroller. the same short circuit fault takes place, the maximum current is detected, immediate tripping, that's due to our intelligent algorithms. We have freewheeling diodes. We've removed the arc chamber. And look at that time, 50 microseconds. So we're talking about a paradigm shift in electrical circuit protection. So the last 100 years, it was a race of the short circuit current against the tripping mechanism. And with the SENTRON ECPD, we react in microseconds. And that's disruptive. Now, traditional protection reacts after a fault takes place. But the SENTRON ECPD acts before the damage occurs. Now, one major pain point in modern installations is inrush currents. This big LED panel behind me, when it starts up, it has high starting currents. So what does this mean? The protective device would actually trip. That's what it does. It's that simple copper wire that thinks it's a fault. But then, these power supplies and capacitive loads need an intelligent circuit protection device. So what we do is we detect intelligently if it's an inrush current or it's a short circuit fault, right? So what do people actually do? They actually protect the protector. They over-dimension the circuit. But this is not how protection actually should work. With the ECPD, we detect that, we let it flow, and we keep the power on when it needs to be. So instead of protecting equipment, we actually protect the application. And the advantages of this, because of our intelligent handling of inrush currents, we eliminate the fault stripping. Fewer trips, longer equipment life, higher availability, and simpler planning. But speed alone isn't necessarily enough. Real value comes when speed meets intelligence. So from intelligent functions to functional integration, we reach a whole new level of protection with the SENTRON ECPD. It combines protection, monitoring, measurement, and control. And we do AI too, all in one and intelligent. That's our AI for you. Functions are activated when you need them, not when the application actually forces you to. But traditionally, protecting a building or installation, you would need actually many devices across the whole scale. And each device is actually a point of failure. But with the SENTRON ECPD, we help you kiss in the installation. Wait a minute. Did I just say kiss? Yes, I did. We help you keep it simple in the installation. Less complexity, less wiring, more space for you to do what you have to do. It's one device instead of 10, a fraction of the weight. It's real sustainability benefits, sustainability by design, not as an afterthought. Now, this is what we at Siemens call innovation with purpose and responsibility, making the planet a better place for the future generation. Now, you might think all of this blah, blah, it's nice, right? But real impact is when we can solve our customers' biggest challenges. Take a look at this case. In high-frequency trading, milliseconds matter. A single power distribution can mean massive financial loss. With the ECPD, each workstation is selectively protected. A fault stays local. No cascade, no blackout. And after a lot of testing, the customer told us that the ECPD was the only solution that delivered total selectivity. So now, let's move on to the entertainment world. It's not just about offices. The same challenges appear in big football stadiums. In this example, the LED boards were tripping breakers at every switch on. But with the ECPD, we can handle these inrush currents intelligently. That means This Bundesliga team can focus on scoring the goals, and we keep their protection safe. Now, once protection is stable, customers actually ask for more: data, transparency, and control. Innovative customers need innovative solutions. You can find one of these interactive glass floors at the Innovation Hub, the last station on the left. We protect these LED glass floors from actually tripping the main circuit breakers, and we enable measurement and adaptability. So protection becomes an enabler and not just a limitation. So finally, let's look at a very interesting use case. Across industries, the theme is always the same: availability, reliability, intelligence. With our partner Blue Game in Italy, we are powering the next generation sustainable marine innovation. On luxury yachts, operators, they need to see the whole picture. So we integrated the ECPD into the Garmin navigation board, so the boat operator can control the boat on the high seas and doesn't need to run down every time a circuit breaker trips. And this is what we call complete protection, monitoring, and remote control, and letting the boat operator focus on the high seas when we focus on his protection. So, when impossible becomes innovation, the ECPD is defining the future of electrical circuit protection. We are breaking the limits of what you think traditional circuit protection is. It's all you need and more with our ECPD single phase. We have more protection with our residual current monitoring, and we have more power with the ECPD 3-phase. So don't miss the chance to visit us at booth 173. We are waiting to hear your problems and challenges, and we are ready to solve them with one of the most disruptive and innovative devices, the ECPD. So the next time you're at a music concert and it's time for that drum solo, remember, the ECPD is all you need and more. You've been a great audience. Thank you for listening, and wish you a wonderful Hannover Messe 2026.
Thanks so much, Vinod. It's always a pleasure. I'll take that, and I'll shake your hand, because that was awesome. You enjoy all of this, but I must say, for our sound engineers in the background, this is like the challenge of the week. They're always waiting for your session, but they always manage to get it going. Thanks so much. You make this presentation real. Really, really amazing stuff. Now, Vinod there spoke about electrification. Electrification is just one of the many things that we are showcasing here at our booth. Electrification is mainly part of the technology deep dive area here in the center, where you'll also find 3 other customer islands. We call them digital threads, which is basically the way that we look at the customer journey. So we have, in addition, smart manufacturing, advanced machine engineering, and accelerated product development and systems engineering. And then we have 2 other areas. On this side, we have our innovation hub. That is where we are showing our vision of what industry might look like. And we are convinced that it's going to be dominated by AI, for more autonomy, more flexibility. And over there, you'll find things such as physical AI, so robots and AGVs working together, perceiving and acting completely autonomously. We also have a really interesting shoe sole creation station. So shoe soles are actually manufactured there using additive manufacturing. You have a chat interface, and everything is taken over by AI. And at the back, we're looking at smart infrastructure. So buildings that are completely operated by AI. They take care of sustainability, operations, maintenance, energy supply, completely autonomous. And then on this side, this is our digital enterprise for the consumer packaged goods industry, an end-to-end showcase where we look at how our technology can help from the initial design of the product all the way through the value chain until the place and the time when the product actually hits the supermarket shelf. And we have 3 really interesting deep dive examples there from 3 customers. We have PepsiCo, who are using our simulation technology to optimize their warehousing and intralogistics. Then we have Natura, who are using our digital twin to optimize the way that they extract essential oils in Brazil. And at the back, we have Pringles, who are using the digital twin as well to simulate the dough that they use, plus the can filling process, which again is helping them to optimize their operations. And up next, we're going to be talking about security once more, because as factories and plants are becoming ever more connected, yes, this means more transparency, but at the same time, it means more cyber risks. So the big question is, how can we protect OT networks without slowing down operations? To answer that, I'm joined today by 2 guests from Siemens. We have Head of Value Stream, Digital Maintenance and Operations, Daniel Lese, and the Head of Business Line for Cybersecurity Software for OT, Sander Rothmensen. Welcome on stage, gentlemen. Daniel.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. Great to have you here. Take a seat.
Thank you.
Sander.
Hi, Max.
Our regular guest.
Thank you.
How many times have you been up already, Sander? Can you remember?
This week?
Yep.
This is the second time.
Only
with
the
gallery,
second time?
With the gallery, say it's the third time.
There you see. And you're up again later on as well, I know.
Exactly.
Right. Sander, I would like to start with you. As I mentioned, a big issue today for shop floor operators is that they're actually not fully aware of what's going on in their OT network. For example, the number of connected assets and many other things. What can you tell us about this?
So I think if you look at it, so you first need to get transparency. So you need to figure out how many assets you actually have. And looking at the number behind me, last year alone, there were 48,000 plus vulnerabilities. I was exaggerating a little bit. 48,000 vulnerabilities on new products out there, which were communicated by different vendors. Mm-hmm. And to get that checked out, you get this transparency. You start figuring out what do you have installed on your software. Do you have 10 devices, 200 devices? Mm-hmm. And with one customer, for example, we figured out, we do a proof of concept where this usually starts with, because they first want to see what we can do and how it works. And we found 300 assets. Using 300 assets, that's a decent number. So 300 PLCs, switches, I/O devices, SCADA, HMI systems, whatever you can think of. And then we put it into one of our tools. And then we figured out there were 5,000 vulnerabilities over those 300 devices. And then you think, what would you do? Start fixing them? No, this customer actually told us, we need to stop this because I cannot tell my management that we have 5,000 potential risks to a cyber attack in my factory. So this is kind of where we are at. People need to start, they need to do something, but then they're stopped by being scared of what it actually means when they see the numbers.
Mm-hmm. So we need to somehow create the transparency then. How do we do that?
I think we start with some products. So what we did, for example, in this case, we used Industrial Asset Hub, where we have gateways installed in the field, which actually found the assets, put it into a cloud-based system. Then we transferred that to SINEC Security Guard. And then you find out that a PLC runs with a certain firmware, and you find out the vulnerability. And then you can act on that. And we don't only do this for Siemens devices, we do this for third-party devices as well. Mm-hmm. Because there is no shop floor, unfortunately, with just Siemens devices. There's always another vendor. I looked outside the booth a little bit. I see a couple of those companies as well. And all these devices have vulnerabilities, and they all communicate them. And with future regulatory, this is even becoming more and more the case. And then once you have that in check, so you know what you have, you know where there are vulnerabilities are, you can start fixing them. But then it comes to continuously monitoring. And that's where you think about, for example, our SINEC Security Monitor, which gives you a 24/7 view of the plant.
So basically, then you could say it's like an X-ray maybe of the entire plant, right?
I like that analogy. Yes, that's exactly what it is. So the X-ray is a momentarily view on your plant. You know exactly what is there. So that gives you the transparency. We do that with the SINEC Security software suite. And so we find maybe even unknown devices. Maybe there was an engineer who plugged in a wireless device to be quicker in accessing inside the cabinet, not having to open it and that kind of things. They find devices with very outdated services. But yeah, the next thing you then have to do, who's going to fix that? And this is, I think, where our managed services come in.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, yeah, as you said, we love the products, but services make them even better, right? So, Daniel, tell us, how do we turn this one-time X-ray view visibility into a permanently secure OT environment?
Yeah, good question. As you know, the SINEC suite gives you the full transparency. It uncovers all the problems, all the vulnerabilities, but what to do then? So if we stay in this medical mindset with the X-ray, what you would actually need now is maybe someone to look at those findings like a doctor. And if you don't have such a cybersecurity doctor in your company, we can provide it with a managed service. That's the second puzzle piece in the holistic cybersecurity story. First, uncover, get transparency, and then have someone to take measures and to act. And for this, we have a service portfolio, foremost with the RIOPS, Remote Industrial Operation Services, which also offers SOC services, a Security Operations Center as a service.
So what would this look like then in real life? Can you help us envision this a little bit?
Yes, of course. The data collected by the SINEC suite needs to be managed and needs to be watched upon and reacted if an issue, let's call it an issue, if an ongoing hack, for example, in the worst case arises. And for this, we have a team of operators, actually the same operators who are also responsible for the cybersecurity of our Siemens plant. They have an automated system. It's called a SIEM system, Security Information and Event Management, which we run for the customer as our managed service offering inside the Security Operations Center. And this SIEM system, this correlates things which are going on in the monitored data, raise warnings, raise alarms, and we also provide the cybersecurity experts to then act upon these alarms and, for example, do even an incident response.
So as you just said, they're not just simply observing what's going on in the network, they are actually acting.
Yes, exactly. I can give a small example of how we mitigate an ongoing cyber attack. So, for example, SINEC Security Monitor detects an uncommon network communication. Maybe a host which has never used a specific service now uses a new service, which is maybe even on a blacklist of not so good services to run in a plant. It uses it in a different way, which it has never been used before. And these events, which are collected from the plant, so for example, an unknown path of communication, the installation of an unknown service at an asset in the plant, and then also an yet unknown and strange usage of this service. This is detected by the SIEM system and raises an alarm. The operator has all the data collected by the SINEC suite available at their desk. They get an automated course of action already, but of course they double check because we are in the industry. We cannot just do any incident response on the plant, like isolate hosts or like shut down communications, because it might affect production. This is also where the knowledge of the SOC and of the remote industrial operations services comes into play. So the SOC, as part of the Remote Industrial Operations Services, they take their runbook, they determine a customer-specific course of action, and then act on the plant. They can actually, in the worst case of an ongoing detected cyber attack, connect remotely into the plant and isolate a host, shut down the communication, but in a way that the process continuity is still there, so that the production is not interrupted.
Mm-hmm. So all of this then basically, again, just reaffirming it's not a one-time project, it's a continuous process. It's very, very important. Sander, I assume people have done so already, but if people now after this session hopefully come up to you and say, hey, I want to start improving my OT cybersecurity as well, well, what would you tell them if they don't know how?
I think what they need to do is just start talking with us, start engaging with the people who have experience with it. As you just heard, we have great products, we have great solutions combined with services, so we really can bring these things together. And the first thing you have to do is really getting into the transparency, getting tools like Industrial Asset Hub, like SINEC Security Inspector, or Pronita to find out what you have installed. What kind of software do you have running on your PC? How many PLCs do you have? Do you run the latest firmware? Did you actually check your password? Or were you smart and did you think I put the same password in every one of my PLCs so everyone can access it? All the things we need to take care of, and we do that not only with products, we also do this with consultancy, because what is very, very simple, we can only protect what we see and what we know of. It's like when you're at your house and you want to secure something, and you want to put it in a safe, you put in what's most important. And if we look at an enterprise, and you have the IT and you have the OT, the most important part is your OT, because if you don't produce, you have nothing to sell.
Yeah, exactly. And also, Sander, something that I think you spoke about yesterday, we were saying, how can you help people stop having sleepless nights about OT security? Do you just want to repeat some of the things that you said yesterday, because that was quite interesting?
Yeah, so first of all, don't have sleepless nights. So that is
no need for
no need for that, because there is things you can do. So take it step by step. Create that journey from transparency to coming up with a segmentation, so everything is in little buckets, and then follow it up with continuous monitoring and do something. Think about it. Think logically. Start treating your OT the way you treat your IT security. So those are the things you have to do to get started and to get into that.
Yeah. And the time to do that is, of course, now, not tomorrow. Could have been yesterday, but it's definitely now. So make sure to grab hold of Sander and Daniel. And where can they do that, Sander?
So we can do this at the booth here, for of course, somewhere in the center. I think it's booth number 128 and 131. At 128, I think they can come to you.
Yes, in the customer packaged goods area on the back, we can explain everything.
Okay, amazing. And you're both here until tomorrow?
Tomorrow, of course.
Tomorrow?
At least I'm here till tomorrow. I'm not sure what you're doing.
Yeah, there's so much to see. I think I might extend my visit to tomorrow.
Perfect. Okay. Then you've got more than enough time to speak with these two. So yeah, to sum up then, we have SINEC Security Guard and SINEC Security Monitor, who are providing the visibility. And with managed services, we are turning all of this into truly active protection for a more secure factory, for a more secure future. And with that, we are just about out of time. I'd like to thank you both for coming. Can we please have a big round of applause for Sander and for Daniel? Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your time here.
Yeah.
And Sander, you're going to be on later, so
I hope so.
Make sure to follow that session as well.
Thank you.
See you soon. Thank you.
Enjoy the day.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Mickey, do you want to come and join me?
Of course I do, Matt.
I know you're up next.
Yeah.
Now, Mickey here is one of our running reporters. He's been doing this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today as well. He's been running around interviewing all our great experts, our customers, and our partners. Very briefly, have you enjoyed yourself so far?
So much. So I was actually running around, seeing how you can scan your feet, how
Natura is producing their products with us. So many things to see, things moving, things flickering, and well, it's so much fun. And I always get the feeling, despite being here for 4 days already, that there's still things to explore.
There are, definitely. So thank God we've got 2 days left to do that. But now, Michi, I think you have your very own session here on the stage. So all the best, take it away. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Max. So, yeah, thank you. As we have already heard throughout the days, Siemens has a very strong ecosystem of partners, ranging from huge corporations, which are building with us together, to the smaller ones, to startups, young and dynamic driving innovation at a speed that huge corporations sometimes are not able to match. And for that, we are inviting 2 startups to our stage here as well. And we want to give you an idea of how innovation in a world of rapid change is different done with startups. It's no longer just a nice to have. It's a necessity to innovate very, very quickly. And innovation in industry is no longer done just in isolation, because no one can do it alone. For now, we want to give you practical insights, not only the theory of doing that. And for that, I invite 2 of my Siemens colleagues, Dr. Matthias Oppelt, Vice President and Head of Customer and Startup-Driven Innovation at Siemens, and Dr. Julian Boher, Senior Startup Collaboration Manager. And our 2 guests are Jan Büchsenschütz from Ricoh, he's their COO, and Henrik Schmidt, Enterprise Sales Director at Ethan. Wait. We set down our colleague guests here in the middle.
Perfect. Squeeze here.
Yeah. Thank you all for coming. So you see many people here, many people on the booth. Matthias, when we look at innovation and cooperating with other companies, generally speaking, what does Siemens do and why does Siemens work with startups?
So thanks, Michael, for having us and giving an opportunity for that panel and that combination that a little bit for people might sound, oh, that's a weird combination. I always read about these big collaborations between Siemens and NVIDIA and so on. And now we are sitting here with startups you should all know, but you might not know yet, but you will know them at the end of that session. So why is collaboration with startups so important? Because we are living in times of unprecedented change. And we have challenges in front of us all together, and we need to use the power of innovation wherever we can get it. And who moves faster than a startup, and who has more passion than founders for a specific topic? So I don't know where else to find it, and it's so much of a win-win situation, like a large corporate collaborating with a startup to invite them to our own facilities. So we have over 120 sites in Siemens as well, where we can use the products startups provide to us at ourselves, prove them, and then help them to basically roll that out. And close with that, having an even more enriched offering in terms of portfolio for all of our customers. And for sure, we have also funding mechanisms and so on. But we think that way beyond funding, we using that technology, we partnering with that technology from startups to really accelerate massively the curve of innovation.
What I really love that you mentioned is the passion behind it.
Yep.
And I want to hear from Julian what that passion looks like in practice.
Yeah, so for us it's essential to partner with startups, like Matthias was already talking about. But we are not just partnering with any startup, so we're looking globally to find the best startup in every field. So we have Ethan AI, who's heavy in shop floor operations, AI for shop floor operations. We have Ricoh, who is heavily involved in making the metaverse tangible and digital, but also across all the fields. We're looking for startups, we're engaging startups, and then we're finding the best partners for our specific views. And then making it available also to our customers, either directly integrating this into our product portfolio, but also making it accessible through the accelerator marketplace, therefore leveraging external speed of innovation for us at Siemens.
So now we heard the Siemens side, but we also want to hear from you guys how you are experiencing it. Henrik, how did you experience this, what we just heard, in practice?
So maybe it's worthwhile spending a second on explaining what Ethan does. So we provide AI-empowered quality and production optimization for manufacturing, turning production data into actionable insights to basically produce more and better products with less resource input. And Siemens in that case was our customer zero, so trusting a small young company back in 2020 into our technology, which was basically by far not where we stand today. So we experienced everything from starting very young as a company, scaling this from pilots into now 20 factories globally, and helping Siemens now saving millions, like 20 millions across 10 plants, and we're planning to double this over the next course of the 1 or 2 years.
All right. Jan, we also want to hear if you have similar or maybe different experiences than Henrik showed.
Yes, so I can absolutely share the story that Henrik can share. We started very early with Siemens in 2021 through the innovativeness that each of the Siemens employee had back in the day when we were a young startup. And as some of you know, Rico is a technology leader in generating these 3D models that you see all around here at the booth that are used for retrofitting, for virtual commissioning. And this works super well with Siemens because Siemens is a market leader in simulation software. So the collaboration works like a keychain. We can create the model for the customer and Siemens takes it over and makes the factory more competitive. And this just works like a charm.
All right. My next question is to Matthias, Julian, and you can pitch in wherever you want. How do you move from pilot to scale? How does that work?
So I would like to pinpoint another aspect before we go into that question, that with Henrik, we have a startup here which is heavily involved, as he explained, in our own manufacturing side. So we client with them, what is called venture clienting, where we use them really in our own operations. And we invite them early and we trust them. And we made it quite easy for you guys to get into our operations. You could imagine as a big corporate, we have many also legal frameworks. It would be easy saying, Henrik, you want to deploy in our factory. We send you a 70-letter legal contract. Please read, sign, and then you're done. So that would overwhelm every startup, I would guess. So we try to simplify that whole onboarding procedure that we could actually start to basically pilot. So the first step is to get a foot in the door and to start to pilot. And then we are able to scale across our own factories, but also put them on our marketplace and make that offering transparent. Because if it solves a problem in our manufacturing sites, it would likely solve also problems in our customers' manufacturing sites. And with what Jan explained, this is really about building on top of our portfolio and using that Siemens tools are used for design, for engineering, production sites, enriched with that capability of 3D scanning and contextualizing that information, bring it in the tools, bring it in the native workflows of that collaborations already. So that's partnering. And that also helps them make it transparent, enable customers to use it of our tools so they can build on top of the Siemens tech stack which is out there. And there's actually one a kind of startup which is not yet represented on the stage, but I also would like to highlight it because you mentioned passion. And this is also a passion which I share. It's the startups which could heavily benefit from these offerings Siemens provides. We have software for designing products, engineering products, from designing engineering production sites, from operating, from automating production. So if I, as a startup, design a new product, I can be able to use that Siemens technology right from day one. And if I want to build a product at the end, we have expertise in how to build a production site and actually help them to scale up. So scale up is twofold. We scale up from pilot into our operations, into our marketplaces, but also to help the startup itself to scale up. What I would like to see is many of the startups we collaborate with, we provide our technology, we enrich our joint offering to our customers to become tremendously successful. This is how I would like to see these collaborations to evolve. And this is also our responsibility as a large corporate to build a stage for these young, enthusiastic founders to actually offer a foundation to scale.
All right. Yeah.
If I may potentially add 3 points. Number one, of course, it's not easy to start. So your startup still needs to do the work initially, prove your value in one plant, a second plant, a third plant, until you finally get this critical mass that also Siemens as a whole recognize the work that you're doing. Then second, of course, it helps that Siemens is providing such a marketplace like the Siemens Accelerator Marketplace, providing visibility of our own smaller company in a much broader scale. But then third, developing a joint value proposition. This is now, from a sales perspective, what I'm responsible for, exactly the lever we are now needing in a phase when you want to move from a pilot to a scale, from a startup to a scale-up. And VCs are asking for continuous 3x to 4x growth, that you cannot keep on doing this only with scaling your own internal workforce, but really you need to leverage your ecosystem.
Okay, then I would head over to the next question and maybe direct it to the two of you. What is the concrete benefit for our customers in general after what we just heard?
So, like you understood, we're testing startups. We're integrating them into our factories, and then we have different ways of also then integrating these partner solutions into our product portfolio, into our marketplace. But what's the real benefit is that startups are young companies where you have to find out whether they are the leading edge of technology or whether they might not be the best on the market. And we are building the safety layer for our customers. So we're testing startups every year. We're testing dozens and dozens of startups in our factories, in real world environments. And then if there is a fit, it's basically a big funnel. We integrate them into our portfolio, into our marketplaces, or into our own factories, and maybe even create our own products together with the startup. So really leveraging the technology for our customers and making it safer, if you want to say so, to take this risk out of a collaboration with a startup.
Yeah. For me, it's really a win-win-win situation for the customer, Siemens and us. I mean, the customer, as you hear everywhere, has lots of challenges. And for us, it's a faster go-to-market for products in the manufacturing space. For that, you need a virtual commissioning model, and you need Siemens for the simulation, for the design of the product, and the entire digital twin ecosystem. And with Siemens and Rico, 1 + 1 is just 3, and that is for the customer better, it's good for Siemens, and it's great for a startup of our size to scale together with Siemens. So in the end, we together are making a better benefit, and that is what counts for the customer.
Thank you for the insights. Now I would head over to the topic of scaling and marketing a little bit broader also, and marketplace. Maybe a few quick questions. The first goes to Julian. What role does the Siemens Accelerator Marketplace play in this whole thing? You already touched on it a little bit, but can you tell us more?
So it's one way of scaling a startup, and it's the one making it available to customers, making it available to be purchased, but also enabling the startup to integrate into our existing portfolio, because it's not only about buying this existing solution as you could have directly from the startup, but really making it work with our technology. We've seen this with Rico and Ethan, especially also with Rico, that integrate into a lot of our software that makes it seamless for our customers. So this is where we're actively pushing it to the marketplace, but not just as another offering, but really a deeply integrated solution that fits and works as if it would be our own software.
Okay. For our two startup guests here, why does it matter for you?
Okay, in our case, my customer looks for one solution to their problem. And one solution in the times of complicated problems of today rarely is one company. So by partnering with someone like Siemens, we can give that one solution out of one hand, where we can give the model, for example. That makes the difference, because the customer doesn't want to have 5,000 new startup people to talk to, but one unique offering. And this is why we're also part of Accelerator.
For Ethan, it's twofold. Number one, visibility, marketing, additional sales challenge. Number two is basically offering together with Siemens one joint value proposition, taking that to the market, taking that to your customers, and having a strong partner and advisor that has some footprint in the market already to reduce risk for final end customers.
Okay, and to bring that block to an end, I also want to ask you, Matthias, on the strategic perspective, everybody's going to profit, right? From the Siemens Accelerator ecosystem, marketplace. Can you tell us a little bit more what we have to expect in the future and where Siemens is leading us?
So I see there an open collaboration to solve these problems which are ahead of us, which we all face, and really go into that joint and open collaboration and discussions and provide formats where we could jointly create solutions for these problems out there. And I could just invite everyone out there to look at startups, support the startups, because there's so much passion behind. The greatest opportunity for you to learn at speed and scale, to collaborate and to be open and to explore. And we do it at scale, as Julian explained it, and what are our examples here. So we invite you as well to join that and to support them. You can also talk to us how to collaborate well with startups. We have a good experience, and just explore. Explore and start now.
Okay. To join us to this exploration journey, there are just two very quick questions left. To Julian, for example. Which startups are we looking for? In which fields should they be operating in?
So we do a lot at Siemens, and we're also looking for startups in a lot of fields. So you can see this as we're looking at startups who are specific, focused on specific verticals, like you see PG here, but also who are specifically focused on domains like smart manufacturing, electrification, advanced machine engineering, and so on. So everything you see here at Hannover Messe and much more, we're actually looking for startups. So it's very broad. It could be power electronics, AI for shop floor operations, and so much more. So we partner with startups all over the place because we want to not just accelerate our core fields, but all the action fields we are working in.
Okay, as a final message, Jan, Hendrik, what do you recommend to startups that are interested to join our ecosystem?
Number one, do your job and land with Siemens, prove value, because then once you prove value, Siemens approaches you and asks you to scale this. Easy as that. Do your job.
For me, especially about the partnering, think about this win-win-win situation. I mean, if you just go there, say, Siemens, can you please sell my product? Again, what is the benefit for the customer? What is the joint value proposition, and what's in for Siemens? And then, of course, what's in for you as a startup? That is what I would advise.
Thank you all. So,
thank you.
We will now hand over to Max. Thank you all for joining us. Have a great time at the fair. Come to our booth to stand 106 with Siemens for Startups. And I've also heard that Rico also has a stand.
Yes, we are located Hall 16, booth 15 at the Young Innovators booth of the government. Yeah.
All right. Many destinations to head to. Thank you very much. And Max has some gifts for our external guests.
Oh, wow.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
you.
for being here in Hanover. This is something from
Thank you so much.
Natura, our customer from Brazil. They use our digital twin technology to optimize the way they extract essential oils in Brazil, and they have this for all our guests. So enjoy that, and thanks again very much for being here in Hanover. Can we have a round of applause for our guests?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, and see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
And great job, Michi, as well. And we're
Only
now
learning from the best.
Christine is next.
Christine's next for a short moment. So hello, everybody. How are you doing? Having a good time? Oh, there is a lot of energy in the house, which is great. And there will be lots of partners on stage in just a second as we are talking about our partner ecosystem. You can't do it alone anymore. You need a strong alliance with those who know how to handle the challenges of our customers. And there is plenty of challenges, but they have plenty of solutions. And how we are transforming together, especially when we think of the consumer packaged goods industry, where we have lots of solutions. This is on scope of the next panel, hosted by the one and only Executive Vice President for Global Topics in regards of the partner ecosystem, Mr. Dion Smith.
Woo! Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you, everyone. Am I on? Good. So I've been told, firstly, I need to speak very loudly. Those at the back, very loud this morning to bring everyone in, get some energy. Also, on behalf of myself and all of my esteemed partners that will be joining. We want to share a big thanks to the makeup lady out the back. Last night was the partner party night. Very hard. They've managed to really take the bags away from our eyes and make us look semi-respectable for today. So, firstly, yesterday when I was on stage with Microsoft, I started and touched on a number of the customer challenges that we see out there in the industry. Productivity, resilience, sustainability, and workforce transformation. And I also touched on the speed of IT and OT convergence. This convergence that is happening now at a click rate that we have never, ever seen before. And I summarized that with therefore, we have to and need to, and our customers are looking for partners that have deep domain and vertical expertise. If you haven't got that deep domain and vertical expertise, it is going to be challenging to take clients on the journey that you see out there on the stands. And therefore, I couldn't be more prouder to be able to share the stage today with 4 of the world's leading systems integrators who strategically partner with us and we strategically partner with them. Now, a couple of statistics. These partners that I bring on the stage shortly, they have combined revenues of over $200 billion. They actually drive in excess of $1 trillion of ecosystem value into this market. So again, as we look at how things are connecting, this is an ecosystem play, again, as I discussed yesterday. And finally, when I talked about that domain and vertical expertise, they, in combination, have over 2 million professionals globally in order to deliver that. Now, on today's panel, they're going to be sharing their vision and how they collaborate, and in turn, how they turn that innovation into reality, and how we're moving these CPG pilots into real-world examples. So with that said, I'd like to welcome up Vivek, Vishwash, Kushal, and Oliver. Come on! Thank you. Please, please, please. Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, right, we've all got that bit right, yeah?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is a bit of a Q&A. I might need you to sit back. Sorry, Vivek.
Okay, so you can see everybody.
We are on a timer here, so this is going to be may end up a bit of a speed round because we've got a number of questions, and I want to ensure that everyone gets the opportunity to jump in. And I'm going to start with you, Vivek. So many CPG companies succeed in pilots but struggle to scale. From your experience, what are the 2 or 3 key building blocks to industrialize OT, IT, and AI at scale? And where do you benefit from that partnership with Siemens?
So first of all, thanks, Dion, for having us here. So I'm really excited to talk about our collaboration. So when I talk about scaling, I mean, we see a lot of use cases, they stuck at the pilots, and they cannot scale. And the challenge is not at the technology. So rather, the challenge is how we approach or how our clients are approaching those pilots. So today, a lot of pilot use cases are very point solutions, trying to test some ideas. But what they're lacking is they're not thinking about the business outcomes in the end. So we need to start those pilots with a scaling factor that what is the business outcome they will achieve. So that is one dimension. And the second thing, we are people, and we are not so easy to change. So the change management is the biggest driver of this kind of scaling. So people accept POCs pretty easy, but when they go scaling, they get, okay, this changed a lot. So when we start really the pilot, we also need to put down in the organization, how do you bring the change management from the technology point of view? What kind of stakeholders coming? Are people committing to build up the stack on IT/OT integration? Data are fragmented. Are the R&D guys are aligned with manufacturing to bring the data in the integrated way? So that's the 2 things I would like to see where scaling is stuck, and we need to turn it around and go for scaling.
Brilliant, thank you. And Oliver, I know you have some few words on this as well.
Yes, of course. I mean, as we are speaking about CPG industry, first of all, I mean, it's a fascinating industry, right? With all the different products and the product changes that are so fast. But this is fascinating, but also a challenge on the other side, right? And together, we have to help our clients to overcome that. And what we see a lot still is those silos between the design, then it goes to the simulation, the automation, and then it goes to the production. And they're the different tools. And there are the great tools from Siemens, and they apply them, but we need to make sure that the handover is there. And there's no barriers between the departments. And today we have the opportunity to really have this unified data lake where all of those departments and tools work in one data lake and bring it in there and take it out. So we can really increase the speed with the time that they need in order to change products or increase the efficiency. Those are the things I think we can do together with the technology from Siemens and the domain know-how of ourselves and our peers here.
Brilliant, thank you. So Vish, next question starting with you. So from technology to business value. So customers often struggle less with technology and more with value realization. How do you, together with Siemens, ensure clear ownership from idea to value and deliver measurable business outcomes across that CPG value chain?
Sure. Thanks, Dan. First of all, recognizing that value is critical and return on investment is the critical aspect of any transformation program one would launch to. In that context, when we do the first blueprinting exercise, the fundamental aspect is to find out what problem we are solving from business context, not from a technology context. And as Vivek also talked of, outcomes are critical, and those outcomes have to be linked to business KPIs, business outcomes, savings, what you'll get, operational efficiency you will gain, so on and so forth. So a couple of techniques I would suggest. One is typically we will go top-down and bottoms-up. Top-down to get the industrial vision and bottoms-up to understand problems which people and operators face on the ground. And these two combination combined with value stream mapping, for example, would give you what gaps, what problems we really need to solve. That's part one. Second is working with Siemens is very critical, the way we would approach. There are multiple models in which we engage with you. Sometimes you are leading, sometimes we are leading and you're supporting. Giving that transparent view of what's happening. At times being together also creates value. Sometimes customers do not prefer. They would like to work with you or work with us as a preference. So each of this time, we have to ensure that there is good collaboration between our teams and we share right information so that we can arrive at right business outcomes.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. So, Kushal, technology and innovation. So Siemens is showcasing, obviously, industrial AI, digital twins, lifecycle integration here at our booth. In CPG projects you're working on, how did these technologies move from isolated use cases to production-ready solutions? And what does that next generation autonomous operations actually look like?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. What we see in the Siemens booth here, your impressive arrangement of the digital enterprise for customer packaged goods itself is already giving a roadmap as to how CPG industry should be set or structured. Okay? Yes, when we look at, let's say, beauty and cosmetics as an industry, on the front, UX, UI, fantastic. But when you go to the factory, what you see is a simple production line. One line in the factory is not necessarily following the way the other line is set up. So what matters is standardizing at the machine, followed by the assembly line, making this as a engineering standardized production line, which then can be replicated to the other line. And with that, the factory is ready as a product. Once this is ready, you replicate it to the 17 or the 50 factories the company has worldwide. So with this, tangibly, the consumer products or consumer goods industry sees value in all that we are saying in the name of technology. Otherwise, it comes to pilot one-off case. You try to execute it. You have some results. but then is it productionable? Is it standardizable? Is it templatable and replicable? So all that the industry wants is truly OEE, not in PowerPoints, but on the ground.
Brilliant, thank you. And Oliver, same question. I know you've got a lot to say in this area.
Yeah, I think I couldn't agree more. We need to understand the business problems of our clients and then drill it down together with them as Siemens and Deloitte and our partners as well, and take them on that journey. Because the technology is there, the process know-how is there, and our clients know their problems, but sometimes we have to help them to make that first step to really implement the next level of technology. Because if we look at the technology from Siemens here, where do they want to start, right? And for them, it's a nightmare, right? If I start here, then I have to do this next and next and next. And this is our task to help them and take them on that journey and not just on a project. And then I think together with Siemens and Deloitte, we can really drive the value for our clients.
Excellent. Please.
But if I may add on to that. So indeed, when I myself came into the Siemens stand here, I said, wow, it has it all.
Yeah.
But then if I see myself into the shoes of a customer and see, then where do I start? So the technology fatigue can lead to, okay, then let me not say, or let me not decide anything, let me hold. And that shouldn't be the case. So we should be going forward and saying, don't get overwhelmed with what you see. We will help you with our industry knowledge, tools, technology knowledge, as to what should be the first step. Draw the roadmap, make it clear, and then it is executable.
Brilliant. Thank you. So this next question is an open question, so you're going to need to jump in quick, okay? So industry focus. What makes CPG different? So CPG obviously combines high volumes, strict regulations, and cost pressures. From your customer engagements, which KPIs matter most in the end? And how do you ensure those requirements like modular production or fast ROI, sustainability, energy efficiency, etc., are truly realized?
Yeah, sure. So I think it's a great question, to be frank. One is the kind of equipments and lines which are coming up are becoming modular, as you said, also flexible. So they handle a lot of variety today. And that lot of variety needs very quick adoption of things. And if you look at just center lining as a problem, it's a very critical problem where you spend a lot of time and you generate a lot of waste. So coming back to the core question of what KPIs are customers looking for, I'll start very big. Customers are saying, I don't want to invest into CapEx. How can I save it?
Yeah.
Customers are saying, I want to produce more with less. I don't want to invest, but I want to produce more. My productivity has to go up. I need to reduce my waste. I want to increase my yield. These are the problems what customers are talking of. And this is where we need to have our solutions using the stack what we have. It starts with connected workers, or it starts with digital twins of asset processes, introducing robotics, automation. Those are the solutions which will give you, the KPI improvement what we are looking at. So that's what my view is, that these are things.
Any others, please?
Yeah, so I will second him. Throughput, faster time to market, and accuracy. This is what they are doing. So I think I'll give one example. So Siemens, what I also want to tell client all the time, so Siemens is the only full stack player in the market who can do from design, engineering, manufacturing, to SCADA, MES, and PLC layer. No one else in the market right now can do the full stack.
Yeah.
So that is really a value with Siemens as a technology, bringing that you can really do the full stack.
Yeah.
Second thing, what we try to do with Siemens a lot, for example, we created now the AI solutions or on the manufacturing orchestration.
Represented.
Which is on the innovation hub. The value there is we are training the AI models already for industry data models. For example, CPG data models. So you can train those. So when you go to the clients, they get a head start with all these data models coming in, which we created together, and use the whole orchestration and utility agents and get a head start in the project. So with that, they can get faster projects and get the KPIs much faster what we discussed. So
brilliant.
Sure.
Absolutely amazing.
I agree with everything, and
there's such great alignment here with everyone.
I thought we work together.
Yeah. Obviously, there's a high margin pressure, especially in CPG, right? Therefore, speed is important and efficiency is important. But if we do the same sitting tomorrow with automotive, we will say the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So let's turn it around. I think in CPG, it is a huge opportunity, because if we really automate the production, those are consumers, right? If we go down to batch size 1, if we individualize the products, if we get to this is for the production companies a huge opportunity. And they can only do this if they have a seamless thread in their production line. And in other industries, you may not need that at that stage or at that level. So CPG opens a lot of opportunities for us to really create that benefit for them.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, and I think what's lovely to hear is, when I was opening and I was talking about those customer challenges right now, productivity, resilience, sustainability, workforce transformation, there's a consistent theme in everything that you're sharing, which is how you are addressing those specific pain points for customers. So thank you for that. Okay, right, let's jump on. So we're now on to customer proof points. So I'm going to begin, just checking, I'm going to begin with you, Vish. So, success cases. Can you highlight on recent joint success case with Siemens?
Sure. So, first of all, I think we talked about it, that you have an end-to-end value chain. I'll take a very small example. This customer, they're looking at digitization of some of their inward receipt process. There are invoices, there are ACNs which are sometimes handwritten, they have come in different formats, and customers spending a lot of time. And they said, can you innovatively think about it? And what we have done is we use Mendix as a platform, and we have integrated that for using GenAI to decipher the information, convert that into a model which ERP would accept. And through that, we have gained significant efficiency across our customers. There's one example. Second example is...
I'm going to hold you.
Sure.
So I get around.
Me?
Yes, please.
So we have a fantastic case together with Siemens. It's a pet food company which basically took a lot of time to come to a decision as to which MES they should go for. They went for Siemens MES. So that was not enough. The question is implementing the MES in the first stages with lesser errors or lesser, kind of avoidance of resistance of the end users in the plant. While that worked, the next bigger question that has come into is how do they scale it to the 17 plants they have and in the 4 years, because that's how the ROI is planned. So this is where the combination of Siemens and a GSI like Capgemini comes into play. Industry knowledge, availability in Europe, and ability to scale it up in the timeline that is set by the CXOs of the company. So fantastic case.
Brilliant.
As a reference.
Oliver?
Yeah, quickly. So for the largest retailer in Germany, or almost globally, we upgraded their entire manufacturing systems using Mendix together with Siemens. And this is something that we are now scaling to their global operations.
Brilliant.
10 seconds. For CPG, we used one of the F&B client for spray dryer technology, and they were struggling on the throughput and the high energy cost. And the way we did is with Siemens, create the digital twin of the whole process. And with that data and simulation, we find out 2 points where we can optimize. So one thing, we find out the right moisture level to create the right throughput from the whole machine and the process. And second thing, with the data, we find out what is the right temperature. You can get the maximum drying process, so you're not over drying the whole chemicals. So with that, we achieve higher throughput and the saving on the energy cost.
Brilliant. We all see the clock, so now I'm going to hit you with I've got a big paragraph question. I'm shrinking that right down. I'm going to start with you, Oliver. What is next for you with Siemens?
So we want to build together on our successes in the CPG sector and now transfer this to the A&D sector to automotive and to life science healthcare to really scale it together with you guys from Siemens and make an impact in the market together.
Brilliant. Shoesole.
We've already discussed with the Siemens executives. We have enormous potential. What is important is where we can find quick wins. We have identified those. Move forward where we have mutual strength.
Brilliant. Thank you. Fish.
Sure. So we are going to move customers from automation to autonomy and use full Siemens stack. Good part of Siemens is you offer solutions which can be positioned for different customers based on their liking. Could be Mendix versus Ops Center. Could be Accelerator. So that's the full range what we will utilize.
Thank you. Vivek. You can see we're on 3, 2, 1 down here.
One. Growth. Growth for us, for you, and for the client. That's the motto. And how do we get it? Create AI solutions on autonomous production, engineering with Siemens technology, joint offerings, go into the client, set the right business outcomes, that this is what you as a client achieve out of it, then all of three are growing.
Gentlemen, thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone watching, you can see the locations of the stands of our partners. Hopefully you found that incredibly insightful. I think from my perspective, what we hear here, customer, 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 outcomes, 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 and working back in to address those big business headwinds. So thank you all for listening to us and really appreciate you spending time with us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
dear.
you. We're off.
Yeah.
So we have a few gifts here
Thank
for
you so
our
much.
external speakers. It's with cosmetics from the Amazon, from our customer.
Sorry for ruining your
Natura.
time. Sorry.
Jan, that's
got
all
the
right.
third one.
No worries at all. Thank you so much. It's always insightful to see our partners in action talking about their projects. I think, is Davide next? Just checking here, because I'm here without my cue cards. Davide is our specialist in regards of our consumer packaged goods digital enterprise story, which we are presenting here. He definitely is the mastermind behind the storytelling of what we are showcasing there. Please welcome him with a big round of applause, Davide Sverelazza.
Hi everyone, good morning. So today I have a number that I want to share with you. And this number is 35,000. What is that? Well, this is the estimated number of decisions that each of us takes every day. Of course, they span from very tiny decisions, such like how to move my hands during a presentation, or which route to take on a busy Monday morning. And they go to life-changing decisions, whether to buy an house or what coffee to order at the bar. Yes, I'm Italian, so that's very important for me. And what they have in common is that the quality of the decision always depends from one thing: the information that are available when you have to take the decision. But only if I have access to real-time traffic data, I can decide which route to take. Only if I can see my bank account, then I can decide whether to buy an house. And only if I know the cafe menu, I can order the coffee. The same principle is applicable to the industrial world, because today products and production are becoming so complex that always companies have to take the equivalent of tens of thousands of micro decisions every day. But there is one big difference compared to us, that for companies, the amount of data to evaluate is enormous. And the information are fragmented between different teams, tools, and processes. So what they really need is one connected flow, where both processes and products are connected together, where data are easily accessible and are shared across the company. So in this way, they can have the right information at the right time to make the right decision. But to do so, companies have to go through a digital transformation journey and become a digital enterprise. But let me explain you how to do that a little bit better. I want to give you a real-life example. Imagine for a second that you want to visit the city of Rome. It's a huge place. So what you need, first of all, is to set your priorities. What kind of experience you want? Maybe you want to take an history tour, or a fashion tour, or a food tour. So once you set your priorities, let's say that you go for the history tour, only then you can decide where to start and where to go, and what are the different stops that you want to have along the way. So what you need, in other words, is a clear itinerary. So digital threads do the exact same thing in the industrial world. They are clear itinerary that guide the companies from where they are today to where they want to go, while prioritizing their own business needs along the way. So back to my analogy, if the city of Rome is a digital enterprise, the digital threads are the path that allows you to explore the city. Let me give you some examples. First of all, how we can define digital threads. They are linked and traceable sequences of business workflows that connect together flow of data, exactly what we need, so that we can connect the life cycle of both the product and the production. As an example of digital thread, the advanced machine engineering. So this digital thread has been tailored specifically on the needs of the machine builders. He helps them all the way through the requirement collection, through multidisciplinary process, to the operational and data analysis. And by adopting this digital thread, each single machine builder can define its own itinerary, where to start, where to go, and what priorities to focus on. And while doing so, this digital thread, as well all the other digital threads, breaks the silos, connecting people, tools, and processes, and enabling company to make the right decision every time. At Siemens, we provide different digital threads. Here at Hannover, we showcase live some of them. And all of them is tailored on a specific business needs and on specific industries. Let's explore them. The first one is the accelerated product development and systems engineering. Actually, this is a pair of threads deeply connected together that focuses on engineering and design of complex systems and allow the companies to master this complexity, while at the same time keeping them innovating at speed and scale. By adopting this digital thread, our customer has achieved a faster innovation, a better collaboration and traceability, and they are able to manage complex products. And we have tangible results. Here's some numbers from some of our customers, Aerospace. Up to 40% improvement in flying range, up to 20% faster design, and up to 50% of faster time to market. The next one is the advanced machine engineering. We have seen this one at the very beginning. The driving question between this thread is how to accelerate market readiness through modular and reusable machine design. So to do so, what is needed is to being able to accelerate the delivery of plug-and products machine, use modular machine design, and an intelligent machine engineering. Also here, we have examples. Among them, here, I would like you to focus on RISE Robotics with the up to 30% reduction in total engineering time, since we showcase live here in the technology deep dive area. You can see, check it out by yourself. Smart manufacturing, this is the one that is focused specifically on the production. And also here, we provide our customer with end-to-end virtual verification and optimization, adaptive and modular automation, and intelligent and data-driven production. Again, different customers, different numbers. Here in Hannover, just in front of the stage, we have two of them, Quanta Computer and Siemens Amberg, with an impressive 99.999 quality rate. Last but not least, electrification and building to transform the way we can manage the energy and save. Again, this allows us to create sustainable energy services, efficient power distribution, and human-centric autonomous building. Some numbers here, they are amazing: 25% reduction in CO2, 30% reduction in power consumption. So, in front of you, in front of the main stage, you have all of them in the tech deep dive area. You have the experts. Go check them out, ask questions, so that you can take your first step in always make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Davide. Great round of applause just for you. Awesome. You're in time. Mega. All right. Davide is one of our experts here at Siemens. As you've learned, he's in charge of our deep dive area where you get all the information you need in regards of our technology, what we are showcasing here. Brazil is this year's partner country at Hannover Messe. Great technologies they are providing no matter in which industry. And let's get some inspiration now in a video.
Hello and welcome back to the floor. I'm here with Team Brazil and I'm joined by Borges Frias Jr., Head of Strategic Innovation for Siemens Brazil, and we're here today to talk about tech for Amazonia. So, hello Borges, how are you?
Hi Izzy, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. So, we're here in the Brazil corner and I can already see a lot of tech for Amazonia. Could you tell us what this initiative is all about?
Tech for Amazonia is an initiative that we are doing in Brazil, Siemens Brazil, and our objective is actually how to bring technological and digital solution to solve the main challenges that we identify in the Amazon region. Yeah, that is the reason that we established this initiative and matching with the Siemens technology for doing this kind of thing.
Great. With that in mind, what is the fundamental premise that guides the sustainable innovation actions of the Tech for Amazonia initiative?
Actually, if you think about Amazonia, we don't have actually the know-how to work there, we as Siemens. Then the first premise that we had is actually we need to listen and to learn from the local people and also the local stakeholders. Only then they know the challenge that they have. We cannot bring our technology developed in other scenarios, but we need to learn and know, okay, then we can apply our technology that might help these people.
That sounds really inspiring to be listening to the environment. Okay, so could you tell us about some of those proof of concepts that stood out at Tech for Amazonia for combining purpose, technology, and impact?
For sure. We have some examples here. We have the first proof of concept that we created. This is the Nano Factory. I think that you may try also. We developed that with AMZ, is a startup, and we brought the possibility of connection from these nano factories, little factories inside containers, and we provide control of the production, even the more simple solutions to have the traceability and quality control of that. Then you can connect to the main factory and having this located in many parts of the Amazon region. Then you have the second one. This is the greenhouse POC, proof of concept, where we had 40% mortality for the seedlings. Then we're using Siemens technology to control temperature, humidity, and so on. We reduced that for 2% of mortality of the seeds. And this third one is the POC for the Brazilian nut or Brazil nut that we can apply. That was also developed together with a startup named Getter to identify or to select the best nuts that we have, and also identifying fungus. The fungus is very toxic. Then they can identify and treat it with ultraviolet light, and using AI and visual computing. Yeah, we are using industrial edge to make it.
In addition to these 3 initial POCs, has Tech for Amazonia developed other work fronts or strategic partnerships?
Sure, we have another very important one together with one of our customers is Natura, the cosmetic company, that we provide for a specific community where they extract the essential oils to produce the aroma and all the inputs for the hand creams and so on. There they have the problem how to control and how to guarantee the traceability, and also how to repeat the same process to get the same result at the end. Then we implemented this solution using simulation in order to get the parameters that you need for this process, for this extraction, and also to get more automation in the project, in the process. Yeah, and then we assured the people that lives in this community to allow them to earn more money with this process. They are not anymore selling only the plants, but they are selling the oil, the essential oil that they got from this process.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. And we've got a Natura exhibit over in the CPG section that anyone can walk up to, learn a bit more if you're interested. So, after all that, what would you say is more essential for the sustainable future of Amazonia? Technology itself or listening and collaboration?
For sure is the collaboration. All this work that we did and that we are still doing there is only possible with co-creation, with collaboration with the local stakeholders, and also listening to the people that live there, the communities, to learn how they implement it. They are there for many years, and we need to use this original knowledge that they have and apply to technology, Siemens technology on that.
Yeah, it's really powerful. So lastly, is there a place where people interested in learning more about the Tech for Amazonia initiative can check it out? And if so, until when?
You are in the right place. We are here at Siemens booth in the hall 27 in Hannover Messe. Then just come here. We have this Brazil corner where you can show to you everything related to Tech for Amazonia.
Have there been any highlights for you? Have you had the chance to walk around at all?
Sorry?
Have you had the chance to walk around and explore?
For sure. We have amazing solutions from Siemens everywhere. mainly regarding AI, the application of AI, and I think that's worth a visit here. Yeah.
Right, well, you heard it all here. Thanks so much, Borj. If you want to check out more, get down to Hall 27 and you can explore everything in the Brazil corner. Passing it back to you, to the gallery studio.
All right, and we're back at the exact same place as Izzy and Borj were just before. So to say, we are the twins of them, showing more technologies which impact Brazil. And with me is Henrique Pires. You're in charge of vertical sales at Digital Industries in Brazil.
Exactly. So thank you to be here and to have me here. So yeah, it's a great pleasure to talk a little bit about technology that we are using. So Brazil has a very diverse industry. So I would like to explain a little bit what we have here in terms of technology, right?
And there is a lot to discover. Imagine, Brazil is 45 times the size of Germany. So thinking of all the technology which can be implemented there, it's amazing. And let us start first with this big beast. What is that about? It says advanced technologies. Enrique, what do we see here?
This is, can you imagine? So this is a big machine. This is what we call wagon traveler. So can you imagine this is the train? Mm-hmm. They came with, this is from our customer Vale. This is one of the biggest mining company in the world. So this train comes with a lot of minerals here inside, and then they have to turn this to another machine. So what we have done here, we implement very comprehensive and high definition digital twin to solve some issues. Yeah. So can you imagine how big is this machine? And yeah, this turns and drop the mineral here. The issue that we try to solve here with these technologies, they have a lot of what we call no programmable stop. So they stop the production because something that is going wrong or broken. Yeah, and mainly issue was in the bearings. That's to change it is a huge amount of efforts because you have to disassemble everything. So can you imagine?
Okay.
And with our digital twin, they can simulate not only the mechanical forces that we have here, but also they can simulate all the hydraulic system that is used to lubricate. And with that, we can predict a little bit some conditions and avoid that these conditions come to really no programmable stop. Yeah. Then this is a very nice project that we are showing here with one of the biggest customers that we have in Brazil. And this is a really when the digitals comes
alive,
yeah.
Oh, and just the real world. And this is more or less in the center of Brazil and in the east?
Yeah, no, this is really in the middle of Brazil, so very far away from the big central capitals and so on. And this is also something that you mentioned, so Brazil is a big country. Yeah?
Okay, and there is much more to explore. So let's move on and see what we are showcasing in regards of the factories.
Yes, exactly. And here we have some cases about what we are doing. This is part of the Tech for Amazonia initiative, and this is for our customer Natura. The case was all the ingredients that they use, it's coming from the Amazon, and normally is picked up and managed by small families. And the issue was how to guarantee the same quality of the products, so like essential oils and so. And the challenge was to develop a very small factory. Yeah, so we call nano factories. Can you imagine? So this is a little bit bigger than a garage, but also with some level of technology that we can ensure the quality.
So I imagine this is little families having a little factory in their homes, in their garage, collecting berries, for example, for like the acai berries.
Exactly.
And we have passion fruit, hand lotion, which they have. So they use the passion fruit in order to take the oil and the...
Exactly. All the extract and essential, perfume and fragrance and all this kind of stuff. And now they have, I'd say, a process, standardized process. They can keep the quality, and then they send this to the main factories, the main factory, to then build the creams and all the cosmetics, yeah? So now it's in implementation phase, so we are multiply and scale these nanofactories, yeah?
And this is nearby Belém. This is where the COP30 took place just last year, end of November.
Exactly.
COP30, Conference of the Parties, big topic when we talk about sustainability projects and saving CO2 emissions.
Sure.
So, moving on.
Moving on.
In the Tech for Amazonia topic, which we just saw with Borges, maybe you want to tell us what this plant animation shows.
See, that is greener than this one. So this is a case. There is an institution in Amazonia that they try or they help to reflorest the rainforest, the Amazonia forest. Yeah. So the issue here was that they have no control environment, and then these small plants they die before they go to the Amazon. Yeah. And the idea was to automatize the environment so we can see the humidity and other parameters. And what amazes, so before that, more than 30% of the small plants, they die before goes to the plants. And this is a real one, so only 2.1% died during the process. So we increased a lot. So from more than 30% death to 2%. So
and
this is a very nice example.
What have we used? We checked the humidity, we checked how
exactly.
dry
So
the soil
how
is.
dry the soil, so if they need more water, if they don't need water, in terms of also temperature and all this environment controlling. So this is controlled by our technology, using sensors and PLCs and so on, yeah?
And sensor is a good cue to go to our next exhibits here.
Yeah.
Yummy nuts.
Exactly.
What do we showcase here?
So this is the Brazilian nuts, and this is more or less the same. So the families collect these nuts, and the issue was that sometimes they can be infected. Yeah, so a lot of humidity we have in Amazon and so on. And then together with our partner, we developed, like this is in a small scale, a machine that use violet lights to somehow protect the nuts. But then also we have a camera here inside, with AI algorithms that we can see which kind of, how is the conditions of the nuts.
The quality, it's quality control of the nuts, so to say.
Exactly, yeah. And they learned as well. And then we can, for example, segregate the nuts that is infected or also broken, and then they can also have types of nuts, so with a premium quality or something like that. Yeah.
So it differentiates whether this is a premium quality or whether this is crunch quality and goes on some muesli, for example.
Exactly. Or they use also to make oil of that, so for culinary purpose. And this is nice.
Send it to Siemens for their lunch break for the employees. That could be a nice idea.
For sure, for sure.
And as a matter of fact, in Hanover, you have something like this with the Boltzmann famous cookie factory. You can get crunch quality there as well, which is super yummy also. But let's stay in the Brazilian continent and get some more information about energy.
Yes.
Henrique, when I travel to Brazil, what I realized there firsthand is in Germany and Europe, we talk about e-cars, we talk about electric cars. When you arrive in Brazil, everything is running on ethanol, so that's a complete different story.
Yeah, so
can you give us some facts on that?
Yeah, this is a reality in Brazil, so we estimate that around 70% of all vehicles is running with 100% ethanol. So we have a vehicles category that is what we call flex, that you can tank with 100% ethanol or gasoline or a mix. And the motor, to be honest, the motor is the same. So there are few modifications, that allow you to have this mix. And the beauty of that is that if you compare the carbon footprint for 100% ethanol vehicle. That is, for us, is normal, day by day. And by the way, so I give you an extra example. 100% of our company car in Brazil, they run also as well with ethanols.
Okay.
So, and then this is help us with all the carbon footprint and so on. But coming back, so the carbon footprint for ethanol vehicle in Brazil is less than electrical vehicle here, for example, in Europe. Because you have to
the
charge
electricity somehow has to come from any source of energy, which often then still produces CO2.
Another very nice metrics condition that we have in Brazil that is around 90%, 87% is renewable in Brazil. So we have a very green metrics.
And it says here that we run on biofuels, but also energy transition is very, very important.
Exactly. So this is a case about circularity. Cocal, it's a customer from us. They do ethanol, sugar, and another sub-products from sugarcane. Then the sugarcane is used to make mainly sugar, then ethanol with the rest of the sugarcane, that is the bagasse cane, so they can burn and generate extra energy, and also put this inside of a biodigester and make out of it even more biogas. And what is beautiful from Cocal, because they have to transport the ethanol and the sugar to the port. And now all the trucks of Cocal is moved by biogas. It means that it's totally green, so it's no fossil fuel involved on this operation. Yeah?
I think this is a best-in-class case in regards of being sustainable and using what you produce and what's left over to the best level.
Yeah, exactly. So they are not stopping for that. So they are also having some partnership with chicken producers or farmers around the Cocal facility, where they also collect the excrements and put together in this biogas and to generate more biogas. So this is a very nice and circular energy topic.
Yeah, I mean, in Brazil, you definitely are leading in regards of sustainable energy. It's not just that we talk about biogas, it's also that you have lots of hydropower and also wind turbines which you're using.
Exactly. So we came from a very strong portion of our energy matrix from hydropower. Now in the last year, so we increased a lot with solar and wind. And as well, so biomass, that is, for example, when you burn the rest of sugar cane, or even the process for Brazil is also is the highest exporter of poop. And also poop is very interesting process, because when you do the poop, then you catch some sub-product that you can burn and also generate electricity.
Yes.
If you consider all the electricity that we are doing via biomass in Brazil, is around 80% of our energy is coming from the biomass. But we are not burning wood. So this is the rest of the process that we are burning to generate electricity. So it's a positive, what we call positive biomass balance.
To the circle. Now, you're traveling around a lot, I suppose, in this huge country to visit your customers.
Yeah.
What do you see in regards of a digital transformation? How far are you in using new technologies? I mean, AI is everywhere, you can see that, and also scalability is a big topic.
Yeah. So, for sure, we have this challenge because Brazil is very big. So, fortunately, we have Siemens people spread around Brazil that help us to really cover all the Brazil. But what is interesting about your question that we have also a diverse type of industries in Brazil, but also we have a very different stage of maturity of each industry. So we have a very, very high state-of-the-art digitalized industries doing a lot of things. So we show a lot of examples here, so digital twin and so on. but also we have opportunity for the small and medium enterprise that they are on the first wave for automation. Yeah. So then, what makes Brazil is, in my opinion, with a very promising, bright future is that we have opportunities in the both corners. So industries that has no big maturity in terms of automation that has to come to improve efficiency, to be more sustainable, to be more flexible. And another industries that they are a little bit ahead, and now they are really investing on digital twins and more modern technologies, like you said. I mean, so AI is embedded in our solutions everywhere. Yeah.
So Brazil is this year's partner country at Hannover Messe. What is your overall impression, and what was your highlight, Enrique?
Yeah, so first of all, so after I think that more than 40 years, so what I learned that Brazil was the first...
45 years ago, was the first partner country ever to Hannover Messe.
Yeah,
yes.
I think that it's nice for our customers. So we have a big delegation here, around 150 customers was here, and running into our booth. This is not only what we are showing here that's about Brazil. We have more than 20 cases spread also in the fair that you can see a little bit our position and our strengths in Brazil. So I think that again this was a very nice opportunity for Brazil to bring companies. So for example, Embraer, we have the third largest aircraft manufacturer in the world. And it's a pleasure to also be part of it, to be part to promote Brazil and to make the industry and Brazil efficient, more efficient, and also bring some imagine of Brazil that we are sustainable, that we also take care about all the aspects, and also bring some points that we are very strong, like you said, from the energy perspective, biofuels, and so on. Yeah.
Great insights, Enrique. I can tell you're a passionate sales guy and really taking care of all your customers. For sure, that's not the end of a 120-year success story in Brazil.
Sure.
Looking forward to one more day with your customers and the great showcases, showing them on stage, but also talking on site with the experts. Talking about experts, Max is waiting on stage.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, Christine, but I'm not the expert here. They're waiting for the next session. Now, we're going to be talking about transformation. Transforming production unlocks faster time to market, cost efficiency, and better quality. And at Siemens, we are offering open, interoperable solutions with C-Move. And C-Move guides investment decisions and reduces integration risks. And this ensures supplier independence and supports sustainable growth in a rapidly changing manufacturing landscape. Here to tell us more, please welcome our two speakers from Siemens. We have the head of horizontal flexible production, Andrzej Jablonski, and one of our product managers, Christoph Zeltner. Welcome.
So thank you very much, and hello, Chris. Well, welcome to the Hannover Fair.
Yeah, hello, Andre. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I heard from you that you are facing now a wave of new investments, and you are facing some challenges. Share with me a little bit, what are you facing today? What are the challenges that you have?
Yeah, we're at a pivotal moment in our company, so we want to have new investments for manufacturing, especially focusing on innovative technologies such as AMRs, but also humanoids, but combining them with older technologies like AGVs, but also manual forklifts. And our idea is to be future-proof and really scalable and have the whole system be replicable throughout all our similar plants.
Yeah, I understand you. So challenges in replicating and scaling solutions is a topic and that I'm hearing a lot today from a lot of companies that are very similar to yours. Like they have, well, they're global, they have a global presence, global footprint. And one of the, I see a pattern there. So mostly three main challenges that you guys are facing. One of those is there are consumer people like ourselves, we want even more personalized products, right? So the individualization of the product, of the production, is a huge challenge. You have a huge variety, complexity in the and the shop floor, in the production, in the supply chain. Another challenge that I see here is as well that you are global, but you have local suppliers. So we call that interesting localization, right? So it also makes the supply chain even more complex, right? So every factory works a little bit different because they have a different supplier. And one of the biggest worry, in my point of view, is the regulation, that it keeps changing. We have different regulations around the world. And the topic here, the challenge of yours probably is, you tell me if it's true, that the investments that you do today, the decision of a technology that you do today might not be compliant anymore in a couple of years, right? Making you changing and doing that from the scratch, right? The flexibilities here are key.
Yeah.
How do you see that?
So flexibility is key, and also for our purchasing departments to have comparable solutions so that we can have the same solutions throughout all the factories. Even if they have individualized problems and solutions that they are facing, we need to be able to compare the solutions we want to buy and implement in our factories, whilst also not limiting us with the flexibility that we need now, but also in the future.
So let me give you a thought, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, right? So if you want to add those elements, kind of AMRs or humanoid robots, most of the companies they think that the risk is in the machine itself, which type of machine, the mechanical, the kinematics, and so on and so forth. I see that differently. I see that the main risk is the way they interoperate, the way the system works with each other. The risk is the missing interoperability. So what I mean by that is, so let's think about people, right? So if I have people on the shop floor working together, they speak the same language. They have a coordinator, a team lead, for example, and they speak the same language. If you have more teams, they probably will coordinate with each other. If they do not coordinate with each other, you start seeing silos and you start seeing inefficiency. I like to compare with the Tower of Babel. At the beginning, everybody's working very dynamic and very efficiently towards the same goal, and everything is good. But the way as long as it gets more complex and larger, the inefficiency, the conflict starts to appear. And then the same thing we see with machines. So we have proprietary solutions that do not talk with each other. At the beginning, it might work. The problem is when your production gets more complex and the supply chain, and there we are going to start to see the complexity. And talking about machines, if you have a machine that has a proprietary solution, it creates for you even this vendor lock-in effect, right? So does it sound familiar to you?
No, that sounds like what we are facing.
Right.
So exactly with this locking that we want to avoid in the effect.
So if talking about these challenges and problems that you have, let's just hear about the impact of it. So if you have, to every solution that you buy to your factory, it increases, of course, the capex or the total cost of ownership, and proprietary solutions add to that even more. For example, if you have a complete proprietary solutions or a new factory, you need more training for a personnel, more maintenance, more spare parts that differ to others. And it even creates dependency to those suppliers. So some of those proprietary solutions can only be maintained by the suppliers itself. And the thing is, if you do an investment, we talked before that the factories, they work differently, right? So if you do an investment today in your factory, create a solution for your factory. If you want to scale that, to replicate that in other factories, probably the system won't work the same way. And The other factories are forced to change the existing system, what it's already working, and then it will create a resistance automatically by the suppliers, right? So the other factors will naturally resist, and the replicability is threatened.
Yeah, that's what we are facing. Also, most of the suppliers that we are talking to are only offering black box solutions, so you can't really have a look into what is the system actually doing and understanding it. And also that would lead us to be more tightly bound to that supplier in the future to see really how they are doing it and what they are where they're going from there. And we don't want to lose the freedom of deciding what's the best solution for our factory, for our plants, and have the freedom and flexibility in the future to decide and pivot maybe to other solutions that we want to implement.
Right, so let me just, if I understood it correctly, to make it more visual. So, and also putting those topic of black box together in a more comprehensive way. So you have a factory, a system, production that is working efficiently, very automated, and you want to expand that for different reasons, right? So you have an increase of production volume, you want to add a different product, or you want to increase the warehouse, whatever. But this is working. Now you are going to add a new solution, a proprietary one, that is not directly working with that. They have some interoperability issues, or it's just like that. At the beginning, it might work, but as the conflict starts, because they are not interoperable, you have two options. Either you integrate both, make them communicate with each other. First, nobody knows if it's going to work properly, how the impacts are going to be in the existing production. Or you separate them both physically, where you are going to lose then the flexibility that you like to add with those kind of solutions, right? Both ways, in my point of view, they cost time, they cost money, and limit your freedom to act in the future, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want to avoid. We want to have that freedom in the future and avoid, but still invest in an innovative way today. So to use the latest technologies that are out there, but still be able and flexible for the future.
That is the key point. So our vision, and the way I see it, is that you should be always able to decide for the fittest, for the right machine, for the technology, or even the partner that you want in this point in time, without having to change your existing process just to make it work, right? And there is why we put a different question at the center. How can we ensure that not only today you can decide for the best technology, but also in the future to the best technology and application for your system? We see here the way in doing that, you need three pillars. You need three core elements to ensure that. First, the simulation across the life cycle, from the planning of the production, for the integration, and even for the operation itself. Everybody knows that simulation boosts revenue, helps to improve the product itself, helps to optimize material flow and integration of mobile units in general. The second topic is ensure the standardization. Standardize the way everything communicates. It's like telling, here we are going to speak the same language so everybody can understand. It also helps you setting norms or standardization for cybersecurity or safety, because if you are based on standards and nothing proprietary, as the norms and regulations change, you are going to remain compliant to those, which saves you time and reduces the risks, right? And the third part is having an orchestration system that talks to everything the same way. It makes that the elements that are below this orchestration are interchangeable. So you are no longer dependent on a single supplier, right? Am I going to the direction what do you need something
that
like
sounds exactly like a system we would be looking into, yeah.
That's great. So And that is why we are developing what we are developing. The system that we're developing, it's called, as a platform called CMove Fleet Manager, and it is much more than only a fleet management system, as the name suggests. It's a platform that first, it enables you to simulate not only the complete material flow, but also the interaction between the existing system that you have and the new one. You also can dimension your investment, giving you an informed decision where you no longer have to decide blindly what you're going to invest, first of all. Second topic, when you are standardized, this platform helps you standardize this layer, helping in the helping to ensure safety and cybersecurity regulations worldwide, and reducing the risks and costs in the integration with existing systems. First, well, second topic. Third one, I like to compare Fleet Manager as we say in the Lord of the Rings. That's one that rules all. You have one system that knows what is in the shop floor, talks to everyone, regardless of the automation level, if it's automated or not even automated. If you have people, they need some orders, CMove Fleet Manager can do it. It is management of fleets, regardless of what it is. And for me, the added value of this platform is that you, as a manufacturer, stays in control of all changes if necessary. You can do the changes by yourself if you want so. You can decide for a partner of our ecosystem, or even ask us to do that for you. You decide all from the beginning and to the end. Does it sound like it's something that you are looking for?
Yeah, that sounds like the system we're looking for. Still flexible in the future, but also very innovative right now with a lot of integration.
That's cool. And the thing is, our idea is that you can decide in every moment of your decision, of your investment decision, who does what and when. And at the same time, the solution can be used globally. For example, you do this today, and you want to scale to another factory that has a little bit different process, and they can do the changes by themselves, maintaining the core principle of the application. It's remain replicable and scalable. And guys, just that you know, and Chris, we are showcasing exactly that in our Station 58 and in our CPG demonstration. And it's not only a product demo. We created there a blueprint for a scalable and replicable, flexible production. And it's future-proof. And I hope you enjoy that. I hope you can go there and see and ask as many questions as possible.
Yeah, we should definitely go there and have look at that at a concrete example and plant that we're looking into.
That's great. Cool, Chris. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Andre and Christoph, big round of applause to the two of you. Yeah, you got your fan crowd, that's for sure. So, station number 58, this is where we find both of you explaining, exploring, and sharing your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Have fun time at the fair. We have 1.5 more days. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody in a good mood? Hello? Yeah, the center is in action. Left and right, we can get a bit more enthusiasm, please, okay? All right. Now, you for sure agree digitalization is everywhere. But in real factories, the challenge is not the lack of tools. The challenge is fragmentation. Often engineering, manufacturing, planning, and shop floor execution running complete different systems with different data and different speeds. Now, to bring all that together is the challenge. So the real question is, how do we turn digitalization into resilient, real production when products, variants, and requirements keep changing? Our experts coming on stage next will share their joint connected journey. So let's welcome on stage the 4 experts. It's Robert, Howard, Kwan, and Kolya. Big round of applause. Robert, Howard, Kwan, and Kolya. Great you're joining me here on stage. Welcome, gentlemen. Let's take a seat on our sofa of wisdom. Yes, here we are. So how are you doing? Have you been around at the fair already?
Of course.
Of course. What's your impression?
Oh, it's amazing. The dynamics.
Amazing. Very busy. A lot of visitors.
Yes, actually, Hall 27 is pretty much the place to be if you want to know about automation, about technology, AI, scaling, machinery. That's definitely the place to go, and robotics. So let me do a quick introduction round so you know the who's who. We got Robert Huber, a colleague from Digital Industry Software at Siemens. He's the Vice President, the Global Portfolio Development Enabler, so to say, at Siemens. Great you're joining us here. We got Howard Jai. Thank you for joining us. He's the Senior Director at Quanta Computers, and he will tell us the reality, the complexity which creates silos, differing from the design through manufacturing.
Yes.
We got Kwan Lee, all the way from Düsseldorf as well as Howard. Kwan Lin is the Sales Director responsible for EMEA at Techman Robots. Kwan will explain how they bring the validated process to the shop floor through connected automation. And we got a Siemens colleague as well from Digital Industries, Dr. Kolya Zakrevsky. He's the Head of Strategy, Electronics and Semiconductors. And you, Kolya, you will explain how the workflow canvas then orchestrates execution, so what's validated digitally can also run consistently in real production. Curious now? We are. So let's get started. Howard, I'm going to start with you, and I think we have a video prepared. For those of you who may not know who Quanta Computers is and what they are doing, can you please briefly explain Quanta and what kind of products you're building today?
Yes, sure. Thank you. I think Quanta was founded in Taiwan 38 years ago, and we start with the laptop ODM business. So since 2007, Quanta has ranked first in shipping volume in most of the year till now. So it means 1/3 of a computer laptop was manufactured by Quanta. So it could be yours or yours, okay? So
you transformed rapidly at Quanta.
Now Quanta transferred into AI and the automotive device. And in financial year 2025, our revenue hit a record high to 60.8 billion.
Wow.
And ranked in around 348th in Fortune 500.
That's incredible results, that's for
you.
sure. So as mentioned, transformation definitely was rapidly within quantum computers. What did your transformation mean for your R&D, where you actually are focused in, and the manufacturing teams?
I think I have a short video for you, and everybody can know about Quanta a little bit.
Okay. Wow, very impressive.
Thank you.
I love the infotainment part. So Howard, where did it really start to feel complex?
Should we talk about a challenge?
We can?
Yeah. I think the challenge is obvious, and because from the design is so different. Comparing with the commercial device like a laptop and the automotive device, it's quite different from design, manufacture, and the service. The commercial design now is much more mature, and the ratio is lower. But for automotive-wise, it's quite new. For example, like the ADAS or the zone controller is still new for even for the OEM, for car makers. We need to implement a lot of regulation or standard. It must be compliant with, and we need to design in from the beginning. So it keeps evolving. In this way, it makes the decision so complicated. It multiplies the difficulty in design and the manufacture.
So what was the turning point in here, and what did you realize had to change to avoid late surprises on the shop floor?
Maybe let's take a running one single program as example, then everybody can have a better understanding for the difficulty. So running one single project in Quanta, it involves around more than 30 departments, and they will generate more than 400 documents.
Ooh.
And the product consists of around 4,500 components and coming from more than 30 suppliers in worldwide. And in this case, Quanta need to industrialize it and manufacture it in multi-sites, our manufacturing site. So in this case, so many units, so many suppliers, data was involved, then it's easy the information end up anywhere. Could be in different server, different system, or in different manufacturer site. Then it problem come out. So I think once that happen, our member may not on same page. That's problem.
Okay. I mean, with that much data and that many, let's say, department working together, but still using their own tools, it's definitely hard to keep control and know what to do when. Collier, you're nodding. You want to add something here?
No, I think it's really great what Quanta is doing here, and also the complexity what you are handling, and I think that's also what brought our collaboration together. So we basically started 2 years ago, and Quanta is kind of bringing the real life example of manufacturing, how you manufacture such complex products, and Quan here with the cobots which have the AI capability of visually inspecting also those kinds of components is great. And then we as Siemens joined as a partner, and we're great. Quanta and Techman chose us here as a partner to kind of bring in the digital connected workflow to really bring that connected manufacturing to life. And I really love that example.
Okay, now we have Robert here as well. I think you need to tell us about what is the backbone that creates this single source of truth, and how does it enable early validation before the commissioning, Robert?
Yeah, you're hitting the head on the nail. So the backbone is really crucial. So what Quanta did, they implemented Teamcenter as the backbone for the engineering BOM, the manufacturing BOM, the bill of process down to the execution. And the backbone is actually covering 4 disciplines. It's the mechanical, electronics, the electrical, and the software. And remember what Howard says, in this one project, there are like 30 departments working concurrently. When you do concurrently, you need to have the same data set. You can no longer use emails and spreadsheets, whatever, to keep all up to this. So this is the digital backbone that creates it. And it's not just one instance, it's the revisions that you have and the traceability of it, right? So because when you want to learn very fast in this innovative situation, you may see something that's not completely right, either after manufacturing or in the field. And when you want to learn from it, you need to understand which revision of the data did I use for the design and manufacturing. Only this way you can actually have accelerated learning. And when you use AI to even accelerate further, the data has to be good. Otherwise, AI doesn't really work well. Now, once you have this digital backbone, you can create the digital twin, A, of the product, In this case, let's say a PCB board, but then also for the process, right? So we use, for instance, the Techman robot for the visualization to check whether everything is good. And so we have Process Simulate that creates the digital twin of the project itself. So it's not just to see whether the robot can actually reach everything, it's safe, it's colliding at the right angle. We can also simulate the field of view for the camera to see whether everything is there.
Yeah.
And just imagine one of the engineers decides we need to change something, creates a bigger capacitor on the board, and all of a sudden the small component behind it is no longer visible. So you have to turn the camera. All this can be done within minutes or short period of time when you do it in a virtual world. If you do this on a real line and try to troubleshoot, you have line downtime, you have scrap, you may even have collisions and damage and things like this. Here, it's all in a virtual world. So with this backbone and the digital thread that we use throughout this, you can really accelerate innovation through collaboration of those multiple departments and disciplines.
I mean, it sounds kind of easy to apply, but I'm pretty sure there is a much more complex way behind it. Now, Kwan, talking about flexibility and those cobots, the process is clear, but on the shop floor, what role do these cobots play in the digital backbone?
Well, so of course, I think for any kind of task, you actually need a good tool to execute. So I think the Techman robot has been striving for creating a very intuitive, flexible, and easy to deploy automation solution with cobot to face different difficulties from the industries. To put it simply, Techman robot is the first and the only cobot manufacturer which integrate the camera and now the AI system into the cobot, which is to make it doesn't just move, it could see. You can also understand what it sees because it has the AI. And now we are developing the technologies for the cobot to behave and act based on what they see and they perceive. So the cobot solution will actually be more adapted to the change of the surroundings. All in all, I believe that Techman robot is a very flexible, easy to use automation solution. And of course, it creates a beautiful synergy with the Siemens workflow Kanban, especially for the application here for the quantum automotive. So I think there are some highlights we definitely have to mention here. So first of all, the collaboration with workflow Kanban, actually a deep code knowledge is needed. It's very intuitive, very easy to deploy. So I mean, my personal experience when we integrate the Techman robot to the whole infrastructure, it's very easy, and it decreases significantly the integration cost. As we know for the automation world, the more you have to integrate, the more expense you have to expect. Yes, and I mean, for such a complicated job, complicated project from quantum automotive, just the flexibility is not enough. Actually, you need a higher collaborative system which connect all the cells together in the infrastructure, which is very essential. So here, actually, all of the data flowing will be visible, which create the traceability from the workflow Kanban, and which can give you actually a comprehensive look and control of the whole system. So I mean, all in all, together with workflow Kanban, I believe that it creates a chance that Siemens connects the cells, like the Techman robot, to the through its digital backbone to turn the validation to a very efficient operation.
Very passionate, I have to say here, and I think we all now know what Techman Robots does and how smart and flexible, of course, your cobots are. Now, next question coming to Kolja. It's definitely impressive what you have achieved altogether. We've been talking about automotive PCBs for autonomous driving, and one critical step is inspection. But how do Process Simulate and Workflow Canvas connect digital validation to real inspection execution, Kolja?
Yes, I think it's a question which is really important for all of us because we are speaking here about the brains of an autonomous car. So we want to get it right. And Howard mentioned it already. There are 4,500 components going on such a board. There's more than 30 suppliers involved. And of course, the PCB board needs to live a long time because we want to use our car 7, 10, even more years. So The inspection of this PCB board is highly critical, and we want to have it in a very high quality. We want to ramp it fast. We also want it fully traceable if something goes wrong. So we implemented, based on the digital backbone, the Techman robot, we implemented a workflow which is really first validating the inspection virtually. Second, it's orchestrating the execution of the inspection use case on the shop floor. And third, we are deriving the learnings and improve based on the execution itself. So if we now walk through each of those steps, let us now look at the virtual validation. So we do that in Process Simulate, basically where we already check the safety zones, the reachability, the kind of inspection points the robot needs to do. So really looking at the PCB board, where does it need to go? And then we validate basically the whole sequence end to end, all virtually. So that was number one. Number two is we need to go to the execution of this workflow. And Juan mentioned that already. We are doing that with Workflow Canvas. It's a low-code orchestration platform. So basically all the cameras, PLCs, components, they are easily connected with very simple drag and drop workflows to have that also repeatable and standardized for other factories. And it's a very easy process because you have your PCB board, you scan the QR code, you position the board on the device, then the robot comes in and does the inspection. And this is all very easily orchestrated through that platform. And I think our customers love that, which is really cool. And because it's so portable and so repeatable, it can be then deployed across various sites. And you have seen Quanta has a lot of sites around the world where we would like to implement that solution. So that was number two, kind of the orchestration. But now we also need to close the loop, right? So all this is done in real time. So the data is collected in real time and fed back into the MES. You see that on the dashboard. So you directly see if a part is not good or not so good, and you know what happened and why it happened. So that you can basically take mitigation measures. But what's kind of the key on all this is because we have so many new product variants, we have also different factories, we also need to learn from this process. So basically, all the learnings are then fed back into Process Simulate, where then the next validation stage is triggered again. But those were now all the technical details, but I would love to hear from you, how our customer, what business benefit did you have from that?
Yes, I think the result is obvious. After we call Siemens, we have problem. So first, around 15% improvement in efficiency from design to manufacturing, and through a stronger digital integration. So I think it will be better this year after we finish the second phase of the implementation. And second, about 30% faster in on-site commissioning time. It's amazing. I would say it looks like a transformation in mechanical design. In the beginning, we used blueprint. Now we have 3D modeling and simulation. So that with digital twin, we can visualize our product line on your PC, on your screen, and we can validate it by simulation. And before you place order to buy your equipment, you have a confidence. And third, about 25% less documentation effort by partially automating the document generation. Just one click, you will have your SOP and SIP come out. Then last, about 95% data consistency and traceability. But I can say 100% because in TC, everyone can get the right, correct, the version of the document in everywhere, anytime. And members can co-edit all documents in real time in one single platform.
Wow, I wish that for my project, to be honest, to have everything in one file. There is so many teams also here working together. So we need to talk and get that solution from Siemens, not just for our customers, also for us internally. Now, Howard, where has this already implemented in real factories?
Yes, actually we implement TC in our developing projects. And for the digital twin, we introduced in our German factory setup. And This factory will be highly automated manufacturing facility. We will have a ramp-up soon in July. This experience told Quanta we should rely on system and the technology rather than individual. It's why we set a factory in Germany.
Okay, great. Now, Kwan, asking you, are there any plans to scale Techman robots to other factories or regions?
Well, of course. I mean, like since the process already digitalized and standardized, it is actually very easy to roll this out to other factories as planned to like USA, Thailand, or even Mexico. Yeah.
Okay, wow, you're going big here. Kolja, you want to add something here?
I just wanted to add, since we're here in Germany, how cool is that we started implementing that in Germany and bringing kind of the AI from Germany to the world with the kind of all our technology together from a German company, Taiwanese company, and bringing that all together. So I really love that.
I could not have added that in a summary better than you did, Kolja. That's great. So where at the booth can we learn more about quantum computers? And where can we find the four of you?
So you will find the brain of the autonomous car just right there.
Just
right behind.
Just behind you.
Okay, and if you want to see real clever computers, you're definitely going to go there. Will you be around?
Yes,
standing there and being available to talk and learn more and explore more. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to the four of you here. Always great to get those insights. And Kwan, I love your voice. It's like
my pleasure.
He's a stand-up comedian, as a matter of fact, in his spare time. He's not planning the smart Techman robots only. He's also bringing joy to the audience when he's not on a business level on his job. So thank you so much for the four of you. Big round of applause and wishing you all the best of luck and success for further activities. We have two gifts for our external speakers, for Howard and Kwan. Thank you so much for being here. It's cosmetics from Brazil, from the brand Natura, for whom we are supporting with our process solutions that they can produce those cosmetics from essential oils from the Amazonas River. Thank you so much. Having a great time further on at the fair, and I'm looking forward to having you back on stage again next year with more stories. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best. And with this, I'm handing it over to Nicholas Hansen from Australia and Dr. Kevin Furusian from CASMT, also a great machine example where we support it with our automation technology. Let's roll the video.
And we're going to be looking at a collaboration that demonstrates strong synergy between Siemens and one of our partners. And this case is particularly relevant to the evolving manufacturing landscape in China. And for this, I'm very glad to be joined by our two guests. We have from CASMT, Kevin Feruzian, Head of Global Strategy and Partnerships. And from Siemens, I'm glad to be joined by Nicholas Hansen. It's great to have you both here today. Nick, I'd like to start with you, if I can. So we have a long-standing relationship with CASMT, and with them, what we're looking to do is, as I said in the intro, looking to combine the power of automation with AI. So how would you say does this answer to the current challenges and also expectations that you and also manufacturers are facing, in particular in China today?
Really great question. So what we see is China is a very important part of the overall manufacturing landscape for the world. It's around about 30% of the world's manufacturing. But there are several challenges. So there's labor shortages, there's the need to get things first time right. What we also see is that customers want more and more customization en masse as well. But this becomes really difficult when we have less people who can work in the factory. So what we've done brilliantly together is we've brought in really great technology to help overcome some of these issues. So I'm looking forward to discussing it more in the following questions.
Thank you. So Kevin, first-hand perspectives from you at CASMT. What do these challenges look like for you? Anything similar to what Nick has just said?
Yes, Nick, you raised a lot of great points, and I think we're very much in sync in what the China landscape looks like, specifically in the manufacturing industry. It's a very, very high-paced and dynamic environment. So whether it be within the automotive industry, the EV industry, or even the 3C industry, we have to ensure that the product is done well from the design stage to the design for automated assembly stage, throughout the whole product life cycle when it goes from conception to the customer, right? So we have to be ascertain that the quality is there, reliability is there, efficiency is there. And these are a lot of the core challenges that Chinese manufacturers have to focus on without being left in the dust and losing out to competitors.
Okay, and just a quick question, do we need to move to the next screen or not? Because I think we're still, do we need the presenter? Would that help if we have it?
Yep.
For you to click to the next slide?
Just there is fine.
Yep. Just there is fine? Okay.
Yep.
Just if we need to switch, you just let us know, okay? So Kevin, I'd like to stay with you then. So let's look at how you guys and Siemens, how we're doing this together. Can you explain the demo machine that you'd like to talk about?
Okay, thank you. The demo machine has been, first of all, it's amazing to do this collaboration with Siemens and build a really, really good proof of concept of a minuscule version of what the manufacturing kind of production line looks like for a very key product. In this case, it's electromechanical braking, EMB. Think of it as a braking system with the brake pedal not being connected to the caliper itself. So it's a chassis-by-wire system. It's a very, very good example of showcasing how we need to build something reliably, efficiently, and most importantly, safely before it's installed into a car. So the demo we're showcasing today, it goes over a lot of the core functionalities from assembly, part tending, from part handling, torquing, screwing, etc., but also a lot of QC and QA. And I think we're going to touch upon this later. We also have some surface inspection utilizing Siemens Inspecto. That is typically something we do at the end of the line to ensure everything is in perfect unison. And one thing I'd like to touch upon is we've worked with Siemens and used Siemens products, let's say for the electrical cabinet, for a very long time. So we already knew that there's a lot of efficiency and utilizing and partnering up in this sense from a sales perspective with Siemens. So it just made sense for us to collaborate on this and see how Siemens AI portfolio and Siemens software portfolio can benefit us, and also how we can assist in return with Siemens to potentially improve these products as a future offering as well.
Now, Nick, developing this in such a short time frame is, of course, a big challenge. So how did our technology help us realize this, both quickly but also reliably as well?
Very, very good question. So firstly, we have great teams that have come together. I think that's the first thing. Without a great team, it's hard to realize it. But a great team with fantastic technology really changes the game. So a lot of the technology that we brought in is really our state-of-the-art technology when it comes to NXMCD, Eigner agent as well for the engineering. We also brought in a SIMATIC robot library to connect also the Cooker arm, and also we have Inspecto. And what this means is, touching on some of the challenges that I mentioned before, when a customer doesn't have the people, the engineers in the factory that they had in the past, they can do it more autonomously. So they can use AI, they can use the newest software tools to help them to create really fast and really excellent tools. In this case, electromechanical braking for autonomous driving, which is really a great showcase.
Okay. Anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I would like to. So in addition to that, we're kind of looking at it from a perspective of, first of all, I'm going to say it's been fantastic work with Siemens team, and our engineering team at ChasmT and engineering to Siemens have worked in great synergy together. We pride ourselves, like Siemens, to have some of the best engineers in the world, but when you have a tool that can reduce redundancy or repetitive work, and we can have our guys focus on what is most important and making it as beautiful as possible. So in the same way that we do modular systems at ChasmT, 80% of the stuff that we produce is already modularized, standardized, and we focus on the customization, the fine-tuning, the debugging, etc. for the last bit. And that's why working with Siemens and these product offerings and software offerings, it goes really well in unison with our design ethos at ChasmT. And let me see. We did touch upon as well 2 months. So 2 months has been going around. 2 months was actually for the version 1 that we pushed last year in Shanghai. What we see on the shop, when hopefully the viewers will have an opportunity to visit, that is like the 4th iteration of the system. So it's super interactive, incorporates a lot of key functionality that Nick also mentioned. So that one took us about a month. A month to do the redesign, to do additional accessories and add everything together. throughout the Chinese New Year national holiday, which was a bit of a stressful time, and then getting it to Beijing for the Tech Summit and getting it here as a showcasing.
That's a hard timeline, tight one, but well done. I mean, Kevin, building the machine is one thing.
Yeah.
Using it is something completely different. So, how can we ensure then that this, intelligent and flexible production really is possible, without sort of forgetting about the quality aspect of everything?
Very good question. So, functionality, quality, we can look at it from two perspectives. Anything that leads up to a factory assessment test or a final assessment test at the client site, when you have a production line, such as an EMB production line, it could be anywhere from, let's see, 30 to maybe up to 50 stations, assembly and end-of-line testing. Each one of them have a set of PLCs, they have a mechanical component to it, a QC component to it, they have a HMI. We need to ensure that they individually as a workstation work really well, and that they as a whole are interconnected and working really well. So even if we have to, let's say, make some changes throughout the overall process, and if we can propagate those changes really well across all of the PLCs, all the IPCs, all of the HMI panels, all of the robotic coding, that alone from a debugging standpoint and a development standpoint saves us so much time. Now, why is that also really important from a company out of China? At least at this stage, we have a lot of our business on the Chinese market, but we do ship a lot of the products, about 30%, 40% of our business is in overseas. We're not going to be able to control logistics. It's going to take a month to 3 months to get the product, get it shipped, getting it to the client side. But if we can reduce that initial build-up time, the development time, getting to mechanical freeze, getting to an electrical cabinet, everything, the CE certification, all the documentation, that itself is a huge, huge benefit to us, and making us even more fast than we are compared to our competitors in the West.
I see you nodding all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And I just wanted to really agree, but also maybe touch on a few of the points that enabled that to happen.
Yeah.
So we have, for instance, on the design side, once we have the mechanical design, what we then used was NXMCD. This brought together then the automation, and it helped to achieve this kind of 2-month time frame. And then you can also download it onto the PLC as the machine command. So I think this is really great. Another thing is, you touched on quality. We have a very advanced AI tool in this machine as well called Inspector. And what that is doing is also looking for anomalies in any of the production. And by doing that, we can really ensure that the quality is, first time right. When it comes off the line. So I think also these two technologies we should really highlight because they've definitely contributed to the success in the time and also the quality.
Right. So if we get out our crystal ball and look into the future, Kevin, what do you see? What's next in this collaboration?
We've already had several discussions internally at CASMT and also with Siemens on how we can further bolster future collaboration in these areas. And physical AI is the one that is a hot topic for us right now. So CASMT, we are developing in one end our own CASMT CAX, so CAD, CAM, CAE AI platform that we're going to use internally to help our design stage. On the CAM side, we see a huge potential of Eigen to be incorporated in that. And we also look into, from the physical side, how can we do humanoid robots? How can we do embodied robots? Something that could be an all-purpose robot or something that is tending, assisting with maintaining a production line. And from that, you're dealing with a lot of complex components. I like to call it a big production line in a very, very tiny package. So the challenges or similar challenges are there. And I think in order to realize that, go to market faster and build a really, really good product that the market accepts, there's a lot of collaboration to be done there and incorporating Siemens portfolio products into there. That includes RoboLib, we talked about Eigen, we talked about CMove, that could be a great collaboration as well. And take it one step at a time. But our pace is 6 months from now, we want to have a product, so we're going to be working as hard as we can to get there.
Cool. Lots of interesting things going on. So 6 months, what about the rest? What about 6 months and beyond? What's happening?
So I think when doing these sorts of collaboration, one thing that you really must make work, right, is bringing the best know-how from the shop floor and from the technology. I think this is one point where with CASMT, Zhonghuo Motong, and Siemens, where we really come together. So your very deep domain know-how on the shop floor as a machine builder, as a line builder, and then from our side, from the technical side, and how we can jointly come to a solution together, I think this really helps. And touching on some of the points I mentioned at the beginning, less factory workers, need for quality, need for first time right, all of this brings the need in the economy and within the factories to do more with less.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I think this is the thing that, or the direction that we're both driving towards, is how can we do more with less at even better quality and even faster? So this is really the core objective that's underlying this whole initiative and collaboration between Siemens and CASMT.
Absolutely, yeah. Doing more with less. Just one of the many key messages that we're showing to our visitors here at the booth. Speaking of the booth, Kevin, where can people who might still make their way to Hanover find you represented at our booth?
So we have the booth opposite the center stage at the Siemens booth. So if you have a chance of visiting us, our colleagues and our partners at Siemens are present, so we can have a deep dive into the TAA portal, deep dive into Eigen, deep dive into Inspecto. I'll be on site as well with a couple of my engineers to be discussing about the design, the mechanical aspects, and basically how everything came to be. And if you have any questions about CASMT, how we work, how we do things, if you have questions about Siemens, software, AI, all of us are going to be at your disposal and have a discussion there.
Are you going to be here until Friday?
I'll be here the whole week.
The whole week?
So this machine is my baby. I want to ensure that it's in good hands. I want to ensure that the handover is great, and support the Siemens team and our friends, our partners as much as possible.
And hopefully it makes its way home safe again as well.
Yes.
Is that your job too?
We'll see. There's a good chance it will stay in Germany for a bit.
Okay,
yeah,
that's cool.
It'll be another thing for us to be looking into with Siemens in the future.
Great. And Nick, you're going to be hanging around as well until the end of the week?
That's right. So I'm here until the end of the week, and also we're jointly talking to customers and potential customers about the technology that's in the in this great booth. So also very happy to field any questions and to further collaboration. I think that's what it's about.
Great, awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much, Nick, and special thanks to you, Kevin,
thank you.
For joining us here today. All the best with the rest of the fair. Great customer conversations, hopefully, and see you soon.
Fantastic.
No, you're not seeing double. We, of course, we had this talk a little bit earlier, but we enjoyed it so much that we decided to show it to you here again. And the two of them said they're going to be sticking around. So here they are. If you want to grab them and have a chat with them, they are here. And the CASMT machine is just over there. So, gentlemen, thanks again. It was a great talk. Enjoy the rest of the fair and see you soon. Can we have another round of applause for Nick and Kevin? Awesome. Thank you. Bye-bye. So, that machine, CASMT, is here in the Advanced Machine Engineering section. This is one of 4 customer islands, not customer islands, islands we have in the deep dive area, technology deep dive, where we are showcasing what we can do along the customer journey. This is our digital thread approach. So advanced machine engineering with the CASMT exhibit. At the back, we have electrification and buildings. That's where we're talking about smart grids, low, medium voltage technology, but also AI orchestrated buildings, for example, where AI takes care of stuff like maintenance, operations, but also sustainability. Then we have accelerated product development and smart manufacturing. Those are the 4 areas in the center of our booth in the technology deep dive. Then to the right, we have our digital enterprise end-to-end showcase for the consumer packaged goods industry. This is where we're looking at how our core building blocks at Siemens, software-defined systems, industrial-grade AI, and of course, the comprehensive digital twin are helping us help companies in the consumer packaged goods industry transform their operations. And we have an end-to-end showcase where we're looking at how we can help from the design of the product all the way through the life cycle, through the supply chain, until the product actually hits the supermarket shelf. And we have 3 really interesting highlight areas from our customers over there. We have PepsiCo, who are using our simulation software to optimize their warehousing and intralogistics. We have Natura, Brazilian cosmetics company, who are using our digital twin to optimize the way that they extract essential oils. And at the far side, we have Pringles, who are using our digital twin to simulate the dough that they use, to simulate the can filling process, and optimize everything they do as well. So check that out. And on this side over here, it's the Innovation Hub. That is where we are showcasing our vision of what industry might look like one day. And of course, it's all about AI. AI that will orchestrate entire designs, entire operations workflows. We have physical AI, so robots and AGVs and humanoids all working together, moving together, thinking and perceiving entirely autonomously. We also have a really exciting showcase which is about shoe sole manufacturing. So you have like a chat interface, again, AI orchestrated design, and ultimately additive manufacturing for the actual production of the shoe sole. And at the back of the Innovation Hub, we are again talking about smart infrastructure and the way that AI can help create a truly resilient and future-ready industrial environment. And with that, we are now ready for our next session. It's once again about security. And yes, you might be thinking, oh God, security again, it's so boring. Oh. We're doing something different this time. So please give a really warm welcome, they're laughing already, to Christian and Sander. Take it away, guys.
Oh man, I can't just do this anymore. It's too much. How should anyone actually do this?
So I'm here to introduce you to OT Otto, but there seems to be something wrong. Otto, what's going on? You're always so happy.
Normally I am happy, you know what? I'm there on the shop floor, on our booth, making sure nothing breaks down. Everything is fine. The customers can see our nice stuff, our exponents, our PLCs.
But it looks great. Everything works. I see things moving, lights blinking, green lights, that is.
That's very important. But I'm not there anymore. You know where I am now? I'm there on a desk with dozens of papers.
But it's nice. There's climate control. You can look out the window.
But this is...
That's a lot of paper.
Yeah, this is not where I'm happy.
That is not sustainable at all.
You know this little thing they call the IT-OT convergence?
Yeah, it's amazing. We're connecting the real and the digital world together with all our fancy technology, with our switches, our routers, everything. We create industrial AI with the data directly from the shop floor. Isn't that amazing?
I know, that's the cool part. But you know what my job is? I have to make sure that all those devices, they have no open vulnerabilities, that nothing breaks into our factory.
But that's easy, right? You just update them.
Easy?
I thought it was
Shall I show you what I have to do to make that happen? You know, let me show it to you.
I'm starting to get scared, but yeah, why not?
I have to take all this paper. Then I have to go through all those areas. I mean, that's a huge booth, actually. I have to walk down there, note down every device, every firmware running on the device, and then I have to check, okay, does this have a vulnerability, yes or no? What's the CVSS score? You see that's a lot of text here. And then what do I get? I do get this picture here, numbers.
But that's amazing. You've done all the work already. You figured out for every device what the risk score is.
I'm not even closely done yet.
So what else do you need to do?
I can't just go somewhere and update it. It needs to be running. I have to wait for the maintenance phase. And because time is of the essence, I have to prioritize. And you know how they make me want to do this?
No, but tell me more.
You really want to know?
Actually, I do.
This is how you prioritize. Do I look like a cybersecurity expert? This is like rocket science for me. I know my machines. But how should actually anyone understand this and prioritize in an easy way? And that's actually how I ended up here on the desk with all this paper around me.
Okay. But you don't feel like an expert yet now? After all that time on the desk?
No, I need some help.
Let me think.
I think I've got something in mind. Can I show you?
Are you sure about that?
I think I've got something in mind.
Okay.
What about this? We automate some things.
So I'm not on the desk anymore?
Maybe a little bit of the time, but not all the time.
A little bit is fine. Okay, what exactly do you have in mind?
So we're going to bring SINEC Security Guard to you, but first what we need to do is we're going to take an inventory, your digital inventory of all the assets, all the metadata of your assets.
Really?
And we're going to match those with those vulnerabilities. So you don't need these papers anymore. You don't have to waste any more trees.
No more papers?
No more papers, no more trees wasting. And then we're going to help you prioritize them so you know exactly which asset you need to touch up first. And once we have done that, we'll give you a to-do list so you know where to start and when you're done.
Oh, that.
What do you think about that?
You really got me excited now, but you know what? It's one step back.
Okay.
I actually heard it a lot of time, and this sounds too good to be true. Can you walk me through that, please?
We are at Siemens, we can do everything. So, what are we looking at here?
This is how we design our shop floor. It's a cybersecurity blueprint. Of course, we have best practices.
Is that the one from our horizontal colleagues, from the cybersecurity horizontal?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we teach our customers, how to make the plants in the design phase more secure.
And you said you're not a cybersecurity expert. This is best-in-class stuff. I see cells protected by firewalls, everything segmented. That's actually a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I just had to implement it. I didn't design that. So.
Okay, so one question. Do you have the metadata in a digital format?
Of course I have. I mean, I'm not the Stone Age guy.
Okay.
I actually use the most powerful tool there is in the IT world, you know?
Now I'm really curious to see what that's going to be.
I packed everything in an Excel file.
Amazing.
Isn't that cool?
Who thought of that? Who knows Excel here in the audience? It's actually very popular. I saw at least 2 hands up. So we have it in the Excel file.
Okay. And
then I can help you. Because
Okay.
that Excel file we can bring into our inventory in SINEC Security Guard directly in the cloud.
So I have to make a connection from the cloud to the shop floor?
No, not at all. We take that Excel file and we go into an IT environment and bring it directly from your laptop to the shop floor Wi-Fi, and we'll bring it directly into the cloud. So there's no continuous ongoing connectivity between the shop floor and the cloud necessary, although if you want it, we will have a solution for that as well, but that's maybe for the more advanced plans.
That's cool. I see that already. So I have it now on the cloud. That's cool. But do I now have to get back to the papers and do the manual matching process?
No, you can start reading here and you're done. Of course not, man.
Okay.
Otto, we've got you covered. So now we know which assets we have. The first step we have to take is we need to match them, because that's what I promised you, right?
So they are then there in the cloud, and all the vulnerabilities are matched to my fabric
We're
now.
going to match the asset with this paperwork, so you don't need this anymore.
Oh, that's quite cool.
Yes.
But I remember correctly, you promised me more, because I see all those numbers again. And there's nobody telling me how to prioritize.
There will be a couple more numbers, but I think this is a good start, right? So what we did is we actually took the asset information and we linked them to the vulnerabilities. And not just Siemens, we take care of every single company here on the show, as long as they provide vulnerability information. So, and the next step what we do is we enhance the metadata with business criticality and exposure.
Okay, I mean, I know that. I know where my assets are, how exposed they are, and how critical they are for my production process.
So you know your most business critical one?
Of course I do. I mean, I designed that.
Okay. And about the exposure, do you know how they are exposed?
Yes, of course, I do that.
That's good. So that's a good start. So now we have the business criticality and the exposure. We add that together with the vector information from the CVE, which every vendor delivers when they give you a CVE.
Oh,
and
cool.
with that, we are able to recalculate the CVSS score specifically to the asset where it's located in your shop floor.
I see that, and now I have a totally different picture there. So I now know what I actually should do first in my precious time to fix those assets. That's quite cool.
That's the prioritization I promised you. So let's zoom in a little bit.
Okay.
So here
what are these colors there actually? I don't get that.
One of them is my favorite color. We get to that in a moment. So
red. Red is how we calculated or how we estimated the CVSS score the vendor, in this case Siemens, actually expected it to be. Then we took that business criticality and the exposure and we recalculated the risk score specifically to the location and the importance of the asset on your shop floor. And that resulted in two different colors, oranje, as we say in the Netherlands, or orange, and yellow, meaning the red ones you might want to solve first, the orange ones you maybe solve in your next maintenance cycle, and the yellow ones you might just take the risk because the risk of something happening is so low, you can easily accept them.
That's cool. So I actually know what to do now and where to go. But I mean, where to go is a good question, because where do I find those on the shop floor? I mean, there are just numbers there. Is it also displayed?
Do you remember the zones we created?
Yeah, I do. I entered them.
I'll show you. So here you see the zones, and you can immediately see which zone is most critically affected by vulnerabilities at the moment. Those are the red ones. So let's start with one of those.
That's actually quite a coincidence, because you know what? The backbone network, that's currently under maintenance, so I could go there immediately and fix the stuff. But how do I actually know what to do? Now it shows me where to go, but what to do, where is that displayed?
It almost sounds like we scripted this, but let's just jump into the backbone network.
Okay. Ah. Ooh. Ooh, is that my assets there?
Those are some of your assets. They're actually built by my friend Jens.
So I have 42 open threads in one of my assets. Do I see that correctly?
Let's talk about that. One was the last time you updated that switch.
Might be some time ago, if I'm honest.
So Siemens is providing you fixes for your vulnerabilities and you're not even acting on it? How is that possible?
Production needs to be up and running. I don't have the time to actually shut it down. It produces. But now we have the chance. So does the tool actually tell me what I need to do?
So let's look at it a little bit closer. So we have the Scalens XR526-8C. And let's look at the one with the 42 vulnerabilities.
So if we jump in?
Yes. So this is it.
Do I now have to open every single item of that to know what I have to do in my precious time?
No, that will mean you're way too long in the office. That's something we want to avoid. So what we have created is a solution to immediately detect which firmware version is helping you with fixing the most vulnerabilities. So with just one click, you can create a task to fix up to 40 vulnerabilities for the Scalens XR526-8C with only one update.
So this means I don't have to go online, search for the firmware version, you display it, and I just have to click this button there and then, wow. All these are planned now?
That's how easy it is.
Ooh, but where do I find this now?
So now we jump into our integrated task management.
Okay.
And here you see that single task we just created. So in minutes from an Excel sheet to creating task is possible. And now you have a task to fix 40 out of those 42 vulnerabilities.
So I just grab my code now and I go immediately and fix that, and I then click the implemented button and
yes, everything is done. All your vulnerabilities have been fixed.
You know what? I think you delivered this time. So you have the tool who matches my assets to all those vulnerabilities worldwide. You prioritize them for them. And then you also gave me a task management to fulfill all this in a single pane of glass solution. Oh, man. But where do I get my hands on this? And if I'm not quite convinced, is there any way I can test this out?
Of course, we have got you covered. So first of all, the one thing you didn't mention is it's not just for Siemens devices. We do this third-party vendor agnostic. So that's a very important point.
Really?
And if you want to get more insight information, just come visit us at the booth. We are located at station 131. It's a little bit in that direction, and you can get a live demo here. But besides the live demo, you also wanted to know how you get your hands on it? You can go in the Accelerator Marketplace, pull out your credit card, use PayPal, or just order SINEC security card, and you can start right away.
You know what? I just go there, fix the asset, and then I might be there as well.
Wait a minute, I've got one more thing. It comes with a free 3-month trial, so if you want to try it out today, Go online, order it, and we hook you up and give you best-in-class vulnerability management for your shop floor, developed from Siemens to secure your OT environment better as ever before.
That's actually very cool. Thank you.
Thank you. There you go.
And Christian, next time when you're stressed, why don't you use this little guy here?
Oh,
it's
that's
a de-stress
big help.
cushion, so you can work on that instead of being totally freaking out here. Okay.
Thank you.
Now you got the solutions, as a matter of fact, because Sander told you how you can solve your problems. So thanks to the two of you. Big round of applause to this activity on stage here. Sander, we got 1 minute left. What was the most raised question to you at the fair booth in regards of cyber security?
How can I start? What do I need to do first? Where does my journey in securing my shop floor begin?
And the answer is?
At Siemens.
At Siemens, now.
Yes.
Don't wait. Give it a go.
Thank
Act
you.
fast. Okay.
Act fast, software, services, and hardware products. We've got you covered.
We cater for everything. Thank you so much. And you go back to the shop floor, and
I
now
will.
you're safe and sound, right?
You can find me there.
Wonderful. Okay. Great show, guys. I really enjoyed it. We're going to go for more theater plays up here.
Thank you, Christine.
At Siemens, we got you covered, and also we got you covered in regards of Cyber Resilience Act. And this is the topic of our next presentation, where Melissa talked to Christian and Martin on our gallery studio stage a few hours ago. Give it a go.
Cybersecurity down the next lane. And of course, I'm not doing that by myself. I'm escorted by two wonderful colleagues, Martin and Christian, who's going to join us and talk about this. Hey, good afternoon now. How time flies. I feel like we've just been on the stage. So, how are you doing? Tell me, Christian. Tell me about your role.
All good. Yeah, I'm a global marketing manager for SIMATIC S7-1200 G2, basically.
Wonderful. And you tell me, Christian, your role is a little complexer, I think.
Yeah, we do global business development for totally integrated automation.
TIA, and I spoke about TIA before. So let's go down. I'm seeing a beautiful picture here. Cybersecurity meets innovation, huh? And when I look at the picture here, to me it looks like, I would say cybersecurity versus innovation. So what's the story behind that?
Yeah, we chose this picture because it reflects how many companies feel, right? So innovation pulling in the one direction, so move faster, connect more, automate more, and cybersecurity pulling in the other direction. So wait, slow down, secure it, protect it. So it feels like a struggle, but in reality, those two forces aren't necessarily fighting each other. They create tension, yes, but the good kind of tension. So the one that also makes the system robust. And today we want to show what this looks like in machine building, and we also have very tangible examples with us.
Wow, you take it to the next level with your speed. It sounds as though we don't necessarily have to view this as a trade-off, I would say, but more these days. Martin, tell me, what's your take on this whole thing?
Yeah, so basically at Siemens, we firmly believe that innovation and cybersecurity go hand in hand, right? And for us, that's not two sides of the same coin. Cybersecurity is part of our core identity, and this is how we ensure trust and reliability in critical sectors like industrial and infrastructure automation. And our cybersecurity blueprints and reference architecture support our customers around the world, right? And they are all based on a holistic cybersecurity approach called defense in depth. Think of it like a multi-layered castle. We implement numerous protective measures from physical and perimeter security to network security and system integrity. If one layer is challenged, others are there to protect. This comprehensive approach allows us to innovate responsibly and deliver secure, trusted solutions that automate the world.
Wow. Now, you mentioned the two sides of the coin, right? And I think I'd like to take a closer look first at what that actually means from the innovation side. So can you explain what are the main drivers of innovation, especially in the machine building industry?
Yeah, I can take
you, Christian,
that. So,
sorry, that's
so
right.
I would say innovation in machine building is relentless, right? And there are three main drivers that basically shape every development decision. So it's about the productivity, it's about flexibility, and it's about cost optimization. And those factors influence how machines are designed and where engineering teams put their focus on. And when we look at the innovation landscape, there are mainly 4 key areas pushing machines forward. So it's about performance scalability, it's about motion control, it's about machine safety, and increasingly important, it's about data transparency. And those areas are really at the heart of innovation in machine building, I would say.
Okay, so I think I understand. I hope I do. But now let's flip the coin and have a look at the cybersecurity aspect. How does this relate? Can you relate to it, Christian?
Yeah, you know, even if you consider a seemingly simple machine, like with drives, with the controller, with I/Os, with an HMI and network technology, then you have to consider that it's critical to understand that today everything is connected. Yeah? And even these basic machines leverage open interfaces and allow for more and more customization to drive flexibility and new possibilities. Think of a line integration, right, on the factory floor with the machine. That's called horizontal integration. Or the vertical integration of a machine towards operational software or edge and cloud solutions, right? So that's basically the possibilities we want to leverage, right? And that means, on the other hand, innovation and digitalization offer new possibilities, but also bring growing cybersecurity threats. Yeah, and it's absolutely essential that we minimize these risks. Only then we can fully realize the immense benefits and values these technology innovations offer, both for our customers and for Siemens itself. And at Siemens, we focus on building security into our innovations from the ground up, ensuring that the production and flexibility gains aren't undermined by cyber threats. It's about enabling the future of production securely.
Yeah, and if I may add on that, so this does not only affect the high-end applications, so it's also about machines across the board, actually, and the truth is that cyber attacks are becoming more frequent, more sophisticated, targeting these industrial environments with alarming regularity. And the point is that many systems and products that are in operation today were never designed to withstand these advanced threats that we are facing now. So they were built for a different era like before this, constant threats and high level of connectivity became the norm. And this creates a gap between legacy security and current risks. And it means we must address these vulnerabilities in order to protect our operations and also to safeguard our critical infrastructure, basically.
Okay, so that was the gap. So now what does this mean for entire industry, Martin? Would you describe the situation a bit more?
Yeah, basically the industry is under attack, right? So to keep it very short and crisp. And that means, on the other hand, this isn't just a hypothetical scenario what we have here. Yeah, so it's reality evident in statistics, right? And you can almost read it every day in the news: cybersecurity breaches and disruptions. And in fact, manufacturing and the OT level in general is a high-value target, with ransomware attacks, for example, causing severe damage in manufacturing.
Well, that is quite scary. The problem is obvious. You make it quite clear. So what's the solution? Let's look at more the solution. What is the response to the increasing cybersecurity threats?
Yeah, so what we see is that cybersecurity legislation is emerging worldwide in response to these risks. And today we want to focus on one specific example, the EU Cyber Resilience Act, or short CRA. This is a far-reaching law introducing mandatory cybersecurity requirements for machine builders, but also for manufacturers from 2027 onward. And the goal is clear, so it's about strengthening cybersecurity in products with digital elements and raising digital trust across the European market, actually.
Yeah, and let me add one important aspect to that, since you said it, Christian, right? So this affects the European Union market, basically. The CRA introduces European Union-wide cybersecurity requirements for products with digital elements placed on the European market. You know, that means in the end this applies regardless of where they were manufactured. And it covers manufacturers, importers, distributors, and critically, it spans the entire life cycle of a product, from development right throughout the end of support. And that means in the end it applies to us as Siemens, as a manufacturer of, for example, automation components. So we are responsible for the CE conformity of automation products itself, as they are products with digital elements. But it also applies to machine builders, because they are manufacturers of machines And a machine is seen as a PDE itself. So machine builders are responsible for the CE marking and of course also for the CRA conformity in future of these complete machines. So it affects basically the whole chain of actors who bring digital products into the European Union market.
Whew. Take a deep breath here, everybody. Looking at these details, it looks simple on the slide over there, but what's behind this legislation seems a bit more crazy. Can you break that down for us?
Yeah, so basically it introduces 3 central obligations, right? On one hand, it mandates a life cycle process, meaning security must be integrated into the product development process from day one. It requires specific security capabilities. Product must possess certain technology security functions built in, depending on the intended operational environment. And it dictates robust vulnerability handling and patch management. That means in the end, manufacturers are responsible for managing and addressing vulnerabilities throughout the product's operational life.
So for me, does that mean that machine builders need to become cybersecurity experts? And I think it's surely requires a bit more effort than just having a little bit of basic information, but how can a builder still ensure innovation at the same time?
Well, you are absolutely right to ask. These requirements from the Cyber Resilience Act indeed delve deep into the management, risk management processes, into engineering, documentation, service and reporting processes, and OT IT structures. It's a significant shift. However, the good news is our customers have a strong partner by their side. OEMs can rely on Siemens and Siemens technology to help navigate these complexities. The machine builder performs the risk management of the machine, and based on that analysis, the appropriate security measures are implemented. When products with embedded security capabilities are used, a significant portion of these risks is already mitigated. This directly contributes to fulfilling the cybersecurity requirements like Cyber Resilience Act. So we are here to ensure that machine builders meet these new standards with minimum effort and without losing focus on innovation.
And now let's get a bit more concrete. Can you make this tangible for our audience? And how are Siemens and Siemens Technology collaborating or working together to make this happen?
So
maybe
when we talk about the product and the technology or the product level, it's mainly about the security capabilities. And I mean, you could imagine a typical machine setup with an HMI, with a PLC, some drives, network components. And in this case, we could focus on the controller level as an example, since it sits at the heart of the machine. And here we can take the example of a 7100 G2, which is our new controller for the basic automation market, actually. And I want to highlight 5 security capabilities that are directly supported by this 7100 G2. So the first one is integrity and confidentiality. So this is about certificate-based communication with secure protocols, like TLS, HTTPS, encrypted OPC-UA, so that has directly to be supported by the 7100 G2 by the control level. Second one, perimeter protection. So that's about restricting data flow to the machine with a firewall. For example, you can reach that by combining the 1200 G2 with a Scalance S security appliance. And when we look at the engineering side, we're talking about authentication and access control. So within TIA Portal, our engineering software, you have centralized user management, and you can implement personalized access instead of using generic passwords. That's an important element to increase cybersecurity. Then we could talk about event logging, also important. Forwarding security events via secure syslog to a central syslog server for centralized monitoring of security events. And last but not least, hardening. So in general, reducing attack surfaces, implementing, using secure configurations and mitigation measures. So these are just 5 ways of how to deal with cybersecurity using DS7 1200 G2 as an example, so that our customers can focus on what really matters, and that's building cutting-edge machinery.
Wow. So if we stay with the example here right now, it gets clearer that modernized, a little bit more modernized technology is built on a central element to achieve the CRA readiness. So maybe Martin, you can tell me about that.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the elements, that's correct. But as mentioned earlier, there is also more obligations to be met. Nevertheless, because we fulfill these critical security capabilities at the controller level, as just described, we can be proud to announce that our S7 1200T2 and actually also our S7 1500 controller system were successfully certified last year according to IEC 62443 4-1 and 4-2. And this certification is so significant because it validates that these very points, security in the development process and built-in security features, are in the end confirmed by external parties.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a 71200G2 is a great example of how innovation and cybersecurity can complement each other. We launched it last year as the successor of the proven S7-1200, and we added 4 clear value fields to it. And we talk about enhanced performance and scalability, so way more computing power, having seamless scalability in the SIMATIC controller portfolio in general, and that's also very important for the topic of efficient motion control. Not only controlling single axis movements, but also coordinated axis movements, kinematic for handling applications, etc. In alignment with the motion part goes machine safety. We have an optimized hardware portfolio in place. It's very easy in the engineering, easy parameterization, and the hardware portfolio, of course, will also be fully compliant with the new machinery regulation that becomes also effective in January next year. And the last point, increased data transparency, being able to talk also to a smartphone via near-field communication, reading out diagnostic data, or simply using open interfaces like a web API, for example, to have this customized data access, data monitoring. So I think it shows great that we can deliver both cutting-edge innovation and essential cybersecurity without one coming at the expense of another. So that's what we actually try to offer to all our customers in the end. And 1200G2, as said, is a great example for that.
And I'm pretty sure if Natalia and Cedric would be watching this now, they'll say, bravo, people. That's what we're looking for. So now imagine I'm a machine builder. What should I do now? Because what does this mean? We're still using older products or legacy products today. So what do I do?
Yeah, for us it means modernize those systems and upgrade to the latest portfolio. So now really is the right time to prepare for the future, to avoid also future pressure, because it gives machine builders more freedom now to focus on innovation instead of constantly retrofitting old systems. And if we stick to the example of SIMATIC S7-1200, we strongly recommend to upgrade to the 2nd generation in order to benefit from both, as said, innovation and cybersecurity at the highest level.
Incredible. So I think this gives us a good outlook for where the future is heading, and I think you guys are incredibly on the spot, on the dot, and thank you for taking your time. This is an important, crucial topic for us, and we're all talking about securing the entire ecosystem, and I think you're doing the right job there. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much, Militia, for that great talk. And we are going to continue now here on stage with our next talk. And we're going to be talking about a true customer success story. SIMATIC PCS Neo is our next generation process control system, which is available in the cloud, offering unparalleled flexibility and security. And this innovative solution provides easy access anytime and anywhere, enabling faster project execution, streamlined global coordination and collaboration, and significantly reduced IT complexity. So please welcome on stage to talk about this in a bit more detail with me, the CEO of Grolmus, Michael Grolmus, and the Head of Systems Portfolio Management for SIMATIC PCS Neo at Siemens, Timo Mühlhausen. Yeah, hi. Great to see Timo, great to have you here. So, Michael, we meet again on stage.
Yeah,
when was the last time? Was it SPS?
Yes.
It was, wasn't it?
Yes, last year.
Last year?
In Nuremberg.
Good. Are you doing good? You enjoying yourself here?
Yes, it's the first time that I'm here in Hannover at the Hannover Fair. It's a little bit different to the SPS.
It is.
And
it is.
I enjoy it.
It's different for all of us. It's our new home in Hall 27. And Timo, how about you? How long have you been here already?
I stopped counting, so
a long time, a fair few times. Okay. Well, it's great to have you both here. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. Michael, I'd like to start with you, if I may. Can you briefly introduce yourself a little bit more and tell us which challenges you at Grolmus are currently seeing in practice.
Yes, sure. At first, thank you, Max. Thank you to having me here at your stage. My name is Michael. I'm the CEO of Grolmus. We from Grolmus, we provide trainings and we see us as knowledge multiplier for industry automation. We have a huge reach on social media with our LinkedIn and YouTube channels, and we reach over thousands of experts every day. And here we also have the connection to the experts and see the challenges. And one of the challenges from these experts is how to start with a new process control system. And here we see the challenge that it's not the engineering, it's the infrastructure. Because you need the server, you need the Microsoft license, you need the license from the process control system itself. And here we see the challenge, how to start.
So the challenge is not the system itself, but actually getting started with the system.
Yeah, it's not the system, it's not the engineering, because if you want to start to engineer, to make the first step in a new process control system, well, you need it, you need the environment. And therefore, I see three main challenges. At first, it's time, because it costs time for the companies, to build this structure, the infrastructure. Then the second one is the IT, because you need a server system. You have to know what is the right Microsoft license for this. And then the third, if you only want to evaluate a new system like PCS Neo, then you have high costs for the license itself. Only that you want, well, to start, to play, to feel the new system, to get in touch. And these are the three main challenges from my point of view, where I see a need. Maybe Siemens can help, maybe Timo has a solution for us.
Exactly. Where you see a challenge, we see a solution. And of course, that is where SIMATIC PCS Neo in the cloud comes in. Timo, can you first of all briefly explain what SIMATIC PCS Neo in the cloud actually is, and then how it can help people such as Michael?
I try to be brief. So first, PCS Neo is the successor of the system that so many people know, PCS7. It's a distributed control system. It's a system which not so much of us probably every day see, but the components or the equipment we take around with us or that we daily consume, like clothes, or we drink water, or we have to grab some gasoline for our cars, all such factories get controlled by a distributed control system. And for PCS Neo, it's a new distributed control system on the market since a bit, but on a complete new architecture based on web technology. So that means ready for all future aspects, and also from a security requirements, it is kind of security per design from the beginning on. And you mentioned it, that, I mean, the first access to a DCS control system sometimes is a hurdle. Yeah. So as you asked me for the solution, the solution is to put this distributed control system, which you usually have installed on your local infrastructure, your local servers, lift it in the cloud. And that allows you to have a pre-configured system ready to use, ready to access. And I mean, some of you are probably those who have ever installed a distributed control system know that this can take a day or two or three sometimes. All the discussions with IT, having the infrastructure ready. And our solution is ask for distributed control system in the cloud, PCS Neo in the cloud, get the credentials, and start working.
Now, it all sounds very nice hearing it from Siemens. I'm sure our solutions are wonderful. But in reality, Michael, you are the user. So is it really as good as Timo is saying? What is the big advantage?
Yeah, so the steps to start is quite easy, because you only have to sign in. You don't have to install anything. You don't have to think about the license. You can already start. And you're very flexible. When I look in our trainings, we will use it for our PCS Neo trainings. And here we don't have to buy many licenses for many machines, which we only use some weeks in a year. And it's also a matter of costs. And when you start to engineer, you can start directly. You don't have to install anything, and you don't need a much high budget for this, because the step also from the costs are very low to start. And I think this is quite a very good solution to start with the new process control system, PCS Neo.
Lucky you then, everything was fine. It's great to hear that this is working from the user himself, because it's, you know, all the theoretical things are always nice to see on a slide, but actually hearing it from the user is really, really great. So Timur, can you tell us what else is currently possible in the cloud already today?
Well, as you explained, it's ready to use for trainings for sure. There are a lot of basic projects available for applications from the water industry, for instance, or for the chemical industry or other industries, which gives you an immediate access to a project to experience what is possible, accompanied by training from the company Grolmus or from Siemens via C-Train. But if you go a bit further, so after experiencing the first touch with PCS Neo, this is the real system. It's not a kind of a reduced functionality in the cloud so that it's possible to use. No, it's the first steps as a system integrator, as the end customer. You can directly start with a DCS system, start engineering, build your project, simulate your plant in the cloud, and then also collaborate worldwide as it's in the cloud. You do not have to share, I mean, a project via file transfer or so. You just have to share your access credentials, and you can collaborate together on one project. Also multi-user engineering is possible. And that gives you already, for the most cost-consuming aspects of a project, the possibility to start very fast, just within a day, and not after a couple of days or weeks, and as you said, consuming all these licenses and so on. From the business model aspects, you mentioned it as well, it's you pay what you consume. So you have the access to the cloud for a very minimum availability fee, but once you work with PCS Neo and have the project running, this is where you pay. And if you stop the application, and especially during training, engineering, commissioning, so it's not a time when you have a continuously running application, that is also making your, at least, cost position much more efficient.
And one other point is you are very flexible. So also for engineering, you can start in the cloud, and when you reach a point, then you can easily switch to your own host system. It's also a part of flexibility.
Yeah, what you mentioned is a bit also the outlook. So I mean, yet it's available for engineering. It's not yet available for controlling, but it's a no-brainer. I mean, if you see what we present here with the automation node, a virtual controller, you can ideate how the future will look like.
We'll get to the future again towards the end. Now, we've heard a lot about the benefits already, and you were talking about already some kind of business, opportunities, values, why it would be good. Michael, when we get down to it, though, it is all about business value. So where is that at the greatest at the moment for you using this system?
Well, the greatest point is really that you can start right now. And this is also a very important point, because new technology, some companies are not so fast to use them, because, well, there is sometimes a step, also a big step, that you're able to use it. We already talked, the IT, the license, and so on. And now Siemens provides a solution to make the step much smaller, so it's easier to use it. And that's also my key message. Start to use the new function, the new technology. We also talk about cybersecurity, the new function, and get in touch with the system. And start to get in touch with the system right now. So that means you don't have to implement it in your plans, but you should to start to get the feelings and learn the new function. So this is my key message to start right now. And PCS Neo in the cloud is a good solution for this.
Now, it's really great to hear it from companies like Golmus. Timo, for whom else is this particularly relevant? Can you give us a few examples?
Well, for everyone who wants to get a first experience, what does a DCS or PCS Neo as distributed control system do, how it looks like. But more particularly for the system integrator and the ones who are conducting projects in the process industries environment, or also hybrid industries like consumer packaged goods or water industry also. And for sure for the end customer. I mean, it has two aspects. A DCS is for engineering and for operations. And validating and accepting a project in the virtual world, so in the cloud, so to say, can also accelerate your commissioning times at the end. So that means it's from a life cycle perspective for engineering, for operations, very profitable, but also for the update and upgradability at the end. I mentioned at the beginning, PCS Neo is a successing DCS system for PCS 7. So some customer may have the thinking about, okay, how do I run from PCS 7 to PCS Neo? We call it evolution. And for this evolution, we also offer a lot of tools. Some of these tools are presented these days here as well, which allow you an easy evolution from PCS 7 to PCS Neo. And again here, build your kind of digital twin from your real plant in the cloud, update it to PCS Neo, test it, optimize it, or if you just want to become PCS Neo ready, even this is a use case which you can run in the cloud without installing your separate system aside of your existing one already.
Okay. Now we're almost out of time, but Michael, again, from a user perspective, are there any final recommendations you'd like to give?
Yeah, like I already said, the recommendation is really to start to get in touch. We always say the new functions. Also to make, if you have right now a PCS 7 system, then think about how you can make it ready for PCS Neo, how you can use it in the future. So, well, that you already prepared for the future and get in touch with the new system.
And Timo, a very quick look into the future. We get the glass ball out again. How is SIMATIC PCS Neo going to evolve in the next few years? What do you think? Are there any exciting updates or features that you can share with us?
Looking into this glass bowl is all the time very exciting, I know, and everyone wants to know when a batch is coming, and everyone wants to know how other functionalities are coming for PCS Neo. I can promise you, stay tuned, be curious, and let's see back here in Hannover or on Achima next year for the version 8. We just recently released version 7, and allow me this couple of seconds. If you want to get in touch with the first aspects, which you will then later see with batch and so, we call it equipment module class as one of the highlights shown here on the booth directly at the PCS Neo stage. The virtual controller I mentioned, the automation node, you can also see it here. So I mean, there is tons of updates and new features coming out, and I tell you, there is more to come.
There is more to come. Well, that's great. Use your opportunity to get in touch with these two. You can find out here where you need to go. And with that, we are unfortunately out of time already. But thank you so much, Timo, for joining us and for bringing along Michael. It's great to see you here again. Can we have a big round of applause, please, for my two guests? Thank you so much.
Thank you
for being here today. And Michael,
thank you.
You get a present from us, courtesy of Natura, who are a customer of ours in the consumer packaged goods area.
Thank you.
They do extraction of essential oils and they optimize that with our digital twin. So I hope there's something in there that you're going to like. Thanks again. Thanks again and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, how is everyone in the audience doing? Is everyone okay? There are loads of free seats. You don't have to stand around. Come closer, come closer. Online audience, I hope you're doing well as well. Speaking of the online audience, I want to say a special hello to the Nixon family in the US. Now, why am I doing that? Well, I've been told you dialed in especially for this session. Why? Because it's now time to get him on stage. The one and only Group VP, Process Industries, Energy, Life Sciences and Consumer Packaged Goods, John Nixon. John?
Thanks.
How's it going?
It's going great. Hey, boys. That's right, I made it. All right, fantastic.
John, you're from Texas.
Yes.
When we heard you were coming to Texas, we were expecting
a cowboy hat.
A cowboy hat.
I know. I made. All right.
They got the boots on.
That's right. I put the boots on. I got that at least. Okay.
50%.
All right. So here's what I promised Christine and you when we come back next year. All right. I will come in full cowboy regalia. Right.
Oh yes.
At the risk of my boss Brian Frateroli giving me a hard time the rest of my life.
Deal.
All right. We'll do that.
Deal.
Okay.
It's on camera.
All right, boys. That's it. All right. Here
John,
we go.
this next session is all yours.
All right.
Take it away.
Thank you. All right, have a seat, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hanover, thank you for having us. We're excited to be here. So if you walk out on the showroom floor, we're talking about digital twins. We're talking about artificial intelligence, right? We're talking about simulation. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about how we thread all of that together. That's the exciting part about what Latticep brings to the table. So in this session, it's about a fundamental shift in about how we take complex industrial equipment and we're driving a whole new manner of fabrication and assembly and delivery. And in fact, what you'll see behind us as we're going along isn't just really nice marketing. These are true physics-informed digital twins that will play in the background. So let me introduce my guests. First with me is Ben Turner, the CEO of Latticep, and importantly, he's the principal engineer. Latticep didn't just build a new reactor, you've built a whole new means of fabricating these reactors, and we're going to talk about that as we go forward. And also with me is Timo Kistner from NVIDIA. Thank you for joining us. He is the EMEA lead for industrial and robotics. Timo, along with NVIDIA, is a very powerful partner for Siemens, where together we are driving transformation. In fact, Latticep is where NVIDIA and Siemens have come together to now bring a mom and pop, a small, medium business to the level, at the global level, where they can compete with the largest marquee manufacturers. This is an exciting story that I want to unpack. So let's start the conversation. Ben, in 1 or 2 minutes, what is the Boltzmann Reactor System and what problem does it solve that traditional jacketed reactors still struggle with?
Yeah, great question. So the Boltzmann Reactor System is the first, to my knowledge, chemical reactor that comes with its own digital twin. So you see the digital twin up here. Can you play it? I'm not sure if it'll play. So this is actually the digital twin that you would get with the reactor system. And so when you purchase a reactor from me, now this is an ASME pressure vessel, you actually get a digital twin that comes with it, just like this. So we customize it for your specific process. So when you purchase in the reactor, you get the digital twin with it. So you can do all your process optimization ahead of time before you ever receive a reactor. The agitators, the heat transfer, the chemical processes, all of that can be done with, well, MSTAR, which is what the software uses, now owned by Siemens.
Okay, thank you. That's right. When we acquired Dotmatics, MSTAR came with that. John Thomas, who helped create that, who you're very good colleagues with. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more. I think what I also want to talk about is, instead of the empirical trial and error and error and error and error that comes with fabrication, of equipment, when you look at what you're born digital, right? I think that's a good way of putting it. You're designing from first principles. Talk about that a little bit more.
Yep. So we use physics-based, physics-based computational models to make sure all the engineering steps that we put together work together. Traditionally, a chemical engineer would spec something, he would give it to a mechanical engineer, he would do his part, you move on to the next engineer. This is instead a unified approach. So, if a chemical engineer says, oh, I need a certain amount of area for the coil or something, you don't actually know if that's going to circulate right until you're in the field and you've got a mistake, or you've got production that's not meeting your requirements, or you have some mechanical failure. We can catch all that in advance in a computer before we ever do any fabrication, right? And that's really what the future is, to make sure that the asset that you purchase is going to work, it's going to work right. And we can do all that in a computer before we have to spend any money in fabrication. Yeah.
Fantastic. It just sounds to me like you're born digital, you're working, because of the stack we've been able to provide you.
That's right.
Your IP, your development of that product, and then subsequent fabrication of it remains completely digital, so you get it right the first time.
That's right, yeah. And so to understand what we mean by completely digital, we start with NX, we literally scan the heads when we receive them. Okay, we bring all that into a computer. We use that to make the machine paths for the robots. So the entire robot is the entire reactor is also robotically welded. So this entire process is automated with computers and Siemens stack.
So you're robotically fabricating.
That's right.
You're digitally designing. So you're really kind of living the story that we're sharing here at Hannover.
That's exactly right.
Fantastic. Yep. I'm going to come to you, Timo. So as we listen to this innovative environment that, thanks to NVIDIA and Siemens, have come together, I mean, what are the possibilities that we see in front of us? I know it's a wide open question, so, I'm just going to throw that out there. But I'd love to get where your thoughts are, as we're listening to this success story.
I think, exactly as I say, this is a huge area. There are so many possibilities. I think what's really important for everyone to understand today, we talk about physics-grounded, physics-based digital twins. And this is the basis of everything that we do today. And this will be the basis in the future. So a representation where we can really not just simulate an approximation, but really have it in a physics-based way so that we can achieve an accuracy that we couldn't before. And so I think this is in that perspective and looking at the time and the real-time capabilities that we have today, running those simulations in a short amount of time, that's really a game changer for the whole industry, right? Because in the end, if you look at it, when we go back a couple of years in time, we had huge CPU clusters running a single simulation here, running for days, if not weeks, and we had one result. Today, we're running that on one GPU, on one workstation, so the amount of compute really reduces on the one side, and the acceleration is just tremendous.
Yeah, and to touch on that, this simulation was done on one GPU. This is a gaming GPU. It was done in a day. I mean, there's no clusters involved. There's no massive computing. This is almost real time. Oh, this is a different one. Yeah, so we can do more than reactors. Now, this is the shell and tube heat exchanger. Again, we also sell these, but that's not what the show is about. But again, this was done in just a day on a gaming GPU. That we don't have to have clusters. We don't have to have all of these massive computers and PhD physicists and stuff. And this is all done because of GPU's computing hardware.
And maybe to add to that, it's not, because sometimes people perceive oh yeah, this is the hardware piece and the GPU is everything that you need to do. This is not just about a GPU. Yes, the next GPU generation brings you 10x, 20x acceleration. But then over time, an important part of the work that we are doing and that we're then also helping integrate is the libraries on top of that. The libraries accelerating and translating that workload to the GPU. And with, again, developing those libraries further, you get another 5x, 10x of acceleration over the lifetime of that GPU. So it's not only the GPU itself, but it's also the software stack on top of that.
No, 100%. So as you're talking about that, what that reminds me of is you're a bit unique, right? And not only are you fabricating and shipping for receipt and installation and operation physical assets, but you're also providing a digital twin hand in glove with your physical assets. So I find, and maybe that's not wholly unique, but in my biased, observation of the world, very few manufacturers have I seen that actually are also reselling a digital twin to go along with that. I would love to explore that with you today.
Yeah, so most people treat their digital twin as kind of their own asset. That's their IP. They don't want to give that away, right? Because it took so long. So I actually sell MStar. So the whole point is I give you the digital twin because I want you to use MStar, right? I mean, the whole point of this is that we turn digital twin, basically a Siemens digital twin becomes the de facto industry standard. When you receive a physical asset, you're going to say, where's the digital twin at from Siemens? Because I can't operate this without plugging it into my system. Just like when you receive an asset, if you didn't receive the drawing, you would be like, where's the drawing at, right? You're going to expect to get the digital asset, or excuse me, the digital twin with your physical asset in the future, and that's what I want to.
Yeah, I would say that is the expectation, right? And to your point, there are technologies, and Siemens provide that, where if you have certain IP you need to mask, right, you're able to do that and still provide enough data and information to provide, if you will, that digital twin that goes with that asset. I didn't know if you had anything to say. I had another question as a follow-up. Any comment?
I would add to what you just said. I would say it's not just the expectation to have that digital representation of what you're buying. It's actually a need in the industry. I mean, in the future, again, we're talking about a physics-based representation of your machine, of your production line, of whatever your plant looks like. If you don't have all the assets as a digital representation, how are you actually going to train your AI models, your agents, that will then again orchestrate and be deployed on your shop floor, on your plant floor? It's like you need that actually. Every single manufacturer, every single company needs to think about that and address it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And to add on that, we're not just providing this 3D idealized model. We actually scan the asset afterwards. So we laser scan the entire asset so we can capture what the weld bead looks like. Because if you're going to do fatigue analysis, you need to know exactly what the weld bead looks like. If you're going to predict the reliability of this vessel long term, you need to know what the inside of the metal looks like. So we ultrasonically scan it. So you receive, when you receive a digital twin from us, you don't only get this CFD pretty simulation, you get an actual physical representation of the entire asset as much as data we can record. We even record the welding with 3 different welding cameras. I mean, we're just recording so much data. Yeah. So in the long term, you'll be able to determine if you have a failure, was it fabrication? Was it heat transfer? Yeah.
Yeah, when I often give examples of life cycle, I like to always talk about asset integrity. I'll talk about like crack propagation on a weld.
That's right.
And you'll ask yourself the question, was it the certified weld procedure? Was it the welder? Were they certified? Was there an inspection? Was it hydro test? Was there an x-ray? Was there an ultrasonic?
That's right.
And the list goes on and on. And then as I work back, or was it a workmanship issue? Is it from when it was fabricated? Was it during transport? So, having a true forensic capability throughout and understanding what is the challenge before me. And instead of taking days and weeks and months to try to figure out, is this a local problem? Is it a systemic problem? Is it across my disaggregated, asset structure? Or is it right here? Those are the kind of questions we need to be able to answer quickly so that we can keep our plants up and running and driving results.
That's right. And if you have all this data and you have someone like NVIDIA with all these GPUs, you can feed all that data into the system and it can help you determine what happened. It can watch the video and say, oh, maybe there was some interesting tungsten inclusion when this weld, and combined with the heat transfer, that caused the crack condition. I mean, who knows? That's the crazy part. We don't know what AI is going to find. I think that's interesting.
Absolutely. And in the end, it's going to be continuous cycle, right? It's the simulation on the one side. We take the results, we feed it back to the AI model, we improve the AI model, we go back to the simulation and so on. And over time, we'll find better and better solutions, potentially also improving the design of the reactor, obviously.
That's right. Yep.
So this is literally covering the whole value chain of the asset.
That's right, yeah. Like currently, we turn on an agitator and run it at some constant RPM. Do we know if that's the right RPM? We don't know. We don't really know. I mean, unless an operator goes out there and literally plays with it and takes data. But an AI agent can run all those parameters in a computer, and then we can test it in the actual lab to increase chemical production or prevent failure or do all these things that would be very difficult to do now.
And I think that's actually the interesting, super exciting next step, I would say, from the simulation, which we can accelerate to an unprecedented way compared to before. Now going into AI physics, where you literally have a model that's then doing the evaluation at the inference time. And with that, you are capable of really covering a huge set of options and the whole space ultimately to optimize the design.
We've talked a lot about the technical, and that gets me excited. One of the challenges, and I come out of the energy and chemical space, and so we're going to go off script. So now you got me excited here. So there's owner operators, there's engineering companies, there's equipment manufacturers, right? There's contractors, consultants, subcontractors. I mean, the ecosystem highly atomized. As I listen to the two of you talk, as we think about what technology has done, I'm seeing the opportunity here, finally, as we all dreamed about as young engineers, the ability to take that ecosystem, right, and really start to break down some of the silos. Because like you were just saying, you're able to share intellectual property without truly giving away intellectual property. What you're really doing is you're sharing performance and this feedback loop that now exists between you and owner operators.
Yep.
I'm starting to see that you're going to redefine the ecosystem of what we can actually share and correspond on, right, to drive for solutions in the field.
You're right. So imagine a maintenance engineer. You would never think a maintenance engineer would run CFD because, I mean, that would require a PhD in the computing cluster. But you could, if a maintenance engineer is having a problem, he could go into his digital twin and run some scenario and say, oh, well, that's exactly what we're seeing in the field. Now you've democratized the simulation, right? Now that guy who's not a domain expert can run domain expert analysis and he can get actionable insights in the field without having to do all this, having to have 12 degrees to understand all these reactions. Another part to point out is it's inherently visual, so it makes it easy to communicate, right? You can clearly see what's happening. So if you have an area that's not mixing right, or you have a hot spot or something, you can literally point to someone and show it to them, like, well, here's your problem. You don't need 12 pages of equations. You can literally see right here that's not mixing well. So there's just so much opportunity.
And maybe let me comment on that ecosystem aspect. Physical AI requires an ecosystem. No successful physical AI integration and implementation without the ecosystem. We strongly believe in an ecosystem play. I think that's crucial for everyone, and literally everyone, whether you're an end user, whether you're an integrator, whether you're providing the tools and building the reactor, whether you are the software vendor providing all the tools and the automation tools around that. It's an ecosystem play. Everyone needs to be part of that ecosystem.
Fantastic. All right, we've run out of time. I know, I can see the look on your face. You wish we had another 20 minutes. Well, so do I. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to challenge each of you, and I'm looking right at you. Yes, you. I want each one of you to take the time to come up and meet Ben Turner at Latticep. You've got to hear the story. There's so much more we didn't have a chance to cover while we were up here. And of course, everybody knows NVIDIA. So if you get a chance to talk to Timo as well, fantastic. But I could not be more proud of what we together have been able to enable for you as Latticep. So with that, let me thank my guests. Please give a round of applause to them. I really appreciate your attendance. Fantastic. And have a great rest of Hannover Messe. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks to you, John. I mean, the Nixon family in Texas definitely must be proud of that showman here. For sure, you deserve an extra applause here from my wonderful host of the session, John Nixon. Awesome.
Very impressive.
But, I mean, you have accomplished this great project together, and
Thank you
this
so
is
much.
a gift from Natura, also one of our customers from the Amazon region, where we use our process technologies that they can get the best from the oils, from those products from the region. So enjoy that, and thanks for explaining all that project and being so passionate. Ben, and Timo, and John, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
you.
Have a great time at the fair further on.
And I promised Max next year.
You hear that, right?
I know.
It's on camera.
I know.
The world is watching, John.
All right, all right.
We'll expect that guy here with the cowboy hat doing the cotton eye.
We
John.
can do it.
Yeah?
All right.
All right.
Nice. Nice.
Awesome. It's so great to see what this partner ecosystem, which we are hosting and working together with, is capable of. And our next partner on stage here is AWS, and an expert from Siemens. As a matter of fact, it's the Director Portfolio Development at Siemens Digital Industry Software, who's coming up next with the Principal Strategist AI in Automotive and Manufacturing at AWS. They will be talking about AI-powered diagnostics and how they can reduce defects and are accelerating quality control. Sounds exciting? Yep, it is. Then please give me a big round of applause to welcome them on stage, Sebastian Bersch from Siemens and Danny Smith from AWS.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. We have a short amount of time, so let's get started. So this isn't our story. This is actually the story of Jabil. How many people know who Jabil is? Well, I'll tell you, don't worry. They apologize for not being able to be here, so but they allow us to tell their story. So who is Jabil? So 60 years ago, they got started assembling boards in the kitchen, and now they're a $30 billion organization with over 100 facilities. So they're a manufacturing solutions specialist provider. They are engineering led. And so every day they need to learn something new so that they can build products for our companies. And so they have 400 companies that they support. If you don't know who Jabil is, Perhaps they're in a location close to you and you just didn't know it. So keep them in mind if you need to have them build or move product for you. They're an excellent company in this. So now let's talk about AI. So Jabil is always innovating, always learning new things. If you think about what they do, companies come to them and say, can you help us build things? And so Jabil always has to learn something new. They always have to understand how to operate in a highly efficient manner. And so they put their AI strategy around this to kind of forward this. So one lesson learned, they only do something if it's valuable. So don't forget that. Don't lead with technology, lead with value, right? So they're very purposeful. They're also, maybe one other thing I mentioned, they're also always innovating, looking at technologies to be operationally excellent. And so this will be important as we talk later on. And then because they deal with many, many customers' intellectual property, they are the most secure company in the world in terms of protecting intellectual property and putting governance around AI. So with that being said, how did we get involved? So from an AWS standpoint, Jabil has leaned towards AWS for cloud capabilities for many years. They also leverage our technology to scale AI. We'll talk about it in just a minute. And then, Sebastian, why don't you tell them about why they're interested in Siemens Mendix?
All right, I will. I need a show of hands first. Who of you has recently fixed something? A drill, your bike, the kitchen sink? There you go. There you go, Scott. Come on in. Come on, it's an engineering fair. I would have assumed a few more people, but thanks for helping out. So the AI application that Jabil has built on top of both of our technologies is one that they call the debugging tool. Danny so eloquently already explained what the core business of Jabil is, which is creating manufacturing solutions to produce mainly electronic and electric parts for all of their customers quickly. So obviously, when a line breaks down, when the production process is not reliable, when something is not working, it's really critical for them. And therefore, they had a number of challenges to address because sometimes they couldn't fix production issues quickly. One of the challenges they identified was we have highly paid technicians, but 30% of the time that it takes them to resolve a problem is actually spent by looking for documentation, trying to search for similar issues, and trying to learn from fixes that other people applied. Secondly, not all of that was findable because often it was manually documented, it was not in a structured database, it was difficult to query. And then lastly, you have uncontrolled layers of input. So very often you had multiple databases that were capturing issues, and thereby not a single co-pilot was even able to access all the relevant information that it would have needed to be trained on. And that, of course, brings them to the big question, right, Danny?
Exactly.
And the big question is, how can we give frontline operators and technicians instant access to all the right information and all the right knowledge to guide an issue resolution process? And I think that's one of the most common AI use cases that we see out there. So in all honesty, if you are producing something and you're not doing that, I would say you're slightly behind the curve already. And there's a couple of things that Mendix and AWS contribute to this. Why would it not? There we are. On the Mendix side, it's a horizontal technology to build applications faster. How can we do that? Because modeling our applications is visual. So you're not writing code, but you're assembling code out of visual components. That allows you to build engaging UIs really, really quickly with pre-built components, for example, agent building. And on top of that, it has a really powerful workflow engine. So if we talk about hybrid workforces, where humans and agents work together, it has a really nice way of modeling that. And that obviously benefits a lot from all the infrastructure building that AWS has, on the one hand, all the great services that help us train AI and build AI, such as Bedrock, for example, which my team also loves. And then all the data storage and cloud capabilities that AWS contributes as well. And with that setup, I'll hand it back over to you, Danny, to explain what the tool actually looks like.
That's right. So this is considered competitive advantage for Jabil. So you won't actually see what the tool looks like, but they have allowed us to talk about what it does. So of course, it helps with technicians finding the information quickly so that they can get up and running. Just a reminder, if you're constantly learning about how to manufacture something new, you have to learn and then you have to be able to execute flawlessly to satisfy your customers. And so the technician piece, right, is very important. But there's also some other important areas as well. One is they have operate in 100 different locations, so they have many languages they have to deal with. They also have technicians don't want to have a chatbot. They want to have visuals and images. They want to see what they should be doing, how they should be changing things. So there's many aspects that's built into the tool with generative and agentic AI. So just to give you an overview, right? So they don't want to have to type something in. They take their bar scanner, they click, and now the system automatically goes and gathers information off the line, goes and gathers all of the knowledge they have, and automatically feeds it back to the technician. The other thing that's really good in this is that if the technician and the expert has more information that they want to add, the system can take that information and then the rest of the globe will be able to access that information and leverage it. So there's some interesting things we should highlight. We only have 5 minutes. So when I looked at this, the thing that impressed me the most, 4 weeks from concept to working solution. Jabil has to move fast because they always have new customers, they always have new projects. They have to get to operations excellence quickly. So 4 weeks, it's pretty nice.
That was 4 weeks. He said 4 weeks.
Sebastian, what do you see? What's his interest on this to you?
Interesting for me is also no disruption to the current processes, right? So we can weave this into how people work without disrupting how they currently do it. You can let it go from an optional technology to eventually becoming a mandatory one. And then also the scalability aspect, right? Because I don't just want to build a tool that works for one factory or for one service group, but I want a tool that I can bring out in all languages, in all factories, and that seamlessly extends.
So do you want to find out how it did? You have to say yes. Okay, thank you. Yes. So some pretty impressive results. So the thing that stands out to me is the acceleration of time to diagnose, which means time to value. When you move at Jabil speed, you don't have time to waste. But Sebastian, what do you think is interesting on here?
No time to waste. For me, quality is dear to my heart. I've been a former quality software engineer, worked with a lot of the German automotive companies. So reducing scrap by 15% is massive. I sometimes still struggle to believe that's actually true, but it's their slide, not ours. So we got to hold on to that.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And so to wrap things up, I'll say that this is just the beginning. Jabil is always evolving, taking new technologies, learning how to become better, faster, higher quality for their customers. So this is just the beginning. So this year, it's all about what we know as a broader organization. Next year, it'll be about how we can predict things so that we can eliminate the problems and keep continuously learning. So to wrap up, I'd like to highlight a couple of lessons learned. One is move at speed. Speed matters in business, right? It's one of Jabil's core differentiators, and I'm going to encourage you to have it be one of yours as well. The other thing that I'd like to highlight from this case study is what's the power of knowledge globally? If you had the ability to unlock all the knowledge you have, how fast could you go? Sebastian, what do you think a lesson learned or two is?
Yeah, there's two for me as well. On the one hand, this is one of many applications that Jabil has built. So they leverage our technology really as the backbone of their operations. So there's lots of manufacturing-related applications that they already have and that they use all across the globe. Why do they do so? Why can they not use an out-of-the-box MES system, for example? Because they purposefully want to differentiate in that area. If you're a manufacturing solution provider, there's some things you figure out that you need to differentiate yourself with. And that's pretty cool. And then the second thing, I threatened some of you already saying if you don't have it for service already, then you're a little bit behind the time. I guess Danny saved you a bit by saying they built it in 4 weeks. So you're also not too far behind the curve. But if you go to Siemens.com, to the Mendix marketplace, there's pre-built kits that natively integrate to the AWS infrastructure, and it really gives you a head start. And if you want to know a little bit more how you do that, then I guess you can find us here at the booth as well.
That's right. So to wrap things up, on behalf of Jabil, I want to remind you that Jabil is an engineering-led, supply chain-enabled, global manufacturing solutions provider that can work with you to come up with a solution that's tailor-made for your business. And by the way, we'll be part of that as well. So thank you again, and have a great rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danny and Sebastian. We do have a little gift from Natura for you. It's one of our Siemens customers coming all the way from Brazil. They extract oils in the Amazon forest, and the Siemens technology is supporting here that they deliver best products. And if you want to smell the Amazon forest, as a matter of fact, and have this 4-dimensional experience that's right underneath in the center of our consumer packaged goods area, put on the VR glasses and it takes you on a journey to the Amazon forest. It's relaxing, so you don't need to enter an aeroplane. You just wear the glasses and you feel a bit of vacation. Not that you need it, Danny.
Maybe it sounds better than Hannover Messe. Yeah?
Well, it gives you a small break. Thanks so much for the presentation and your insights. Great,
Cheers.
great,
Appreciate it.
great
Bye,
project.
folks.
Thank you. And we move on in our story of partner ecosystem success stories, and we're proud that we are hosting this next session, not just with a partner, in that case it's Intelizign. We also have one of our customers here to share their success stories with us. It's GEA Farm Technology, as a matter of fact. Now, digital transformation is reshaping industries. For sure, you all agree, we've heard that quite a lot of times. Agriculture is no exception. And today we'll focus on how product lifecycle management is evolving into the cloud and how the Siemens Accelerator platform and portfolio enables that transformation. Please welcome my two talking guests on stage now with a big round of applause, Lars Schlemmer and Nissan Kelechi. Yeah, come on, give it around, give it around. You got your fans proud, Lars and Nissan. Hi. Welcome to the sofa of wisdom. Let's take a seat. Oh, it feels so good. Oh, sit down. I mean, you envy us for sure because we're having this chance of sitting down while talking. And if you want to take that chance as well, there is still 3 seats available. It's going to be an interesting round here. So why don't you take the chance and take a break and listen to our talk here. So before we dive in, I'm going to do a little introduction round of the two of you. Or why don't you introduce yourself? Let's do it this way around. Lars, what are you responsible for?
I'm the CSO of Intelizign. We're a 20-year-long partner of Siemens Software, and originally founded in working for Siemens. So the first PLM implementation of Teamcenter within Siemens was driven alongside us. And so, yeah, that's my role, CSO. And yeah,
pretty cool.
Thank you for welcoming us.
Oh, thank you for taking the time. And that also applies for our esteemed customer here on the sofa of wisdom.
Yeah.
Nizam, what are you responsible for at GEA Farm Technologies?
First of all, thank you for having us here. And I am responsible for PLM processes. I'm leading the PLM processes department, and I'm responsible for all PLM-related activities in the GEA Farm Technologies.
Now, farm technologies, we think of agriculture, and we think, well, that's not really a business where a lot of technology is involved, other than big machines to harvest everything. Which key challenges are you actually facing and currently, and in engineering and the entire product lifecycle management?
Honestly, I would like to start by saying this. We, as a GEA Farm Technologies, we are producing the best and innovative farm equipment within milking system perspective. And of course, of course, the worldwide, I have to say that. And if you have such a product, of course, the time to market entry is kind of a pressure for you, okay? And also, you have to work with some cost efficiency. You have to have this cost efficiency. And beyond that, we are also some challenges like engineering and manufacturing lead time with the data management perspective. And we realized that the PLM solutions, what we have, I would say the historical PLM solution, what we have, is not sufficient anymore to improve our PLM system, and also to improve our strategy, what we are currently having. And that's why, honestly, you are coming into picture with the Siemens Accelerator. That's why, I would say those challenges will be eliminated with your support, with your product.
That's a great statement. Thank you for that trust already at this beginning of the project. Now, Lars, I'm talking to you in regards of the Siemens Accelerator portfolio, and how does it support that shift toward that cloud-based product lifecycle management?
Yeah. I remember a couple of years back when Siemens the first time was speaking about the accelerator. I looked at it and, okay, what is it? What does it mean? Where's the impact for us? And what I learned in the last years, it's not just the portfolio. It's an open, cloud-based business platform in my eyes. Because for Nissan and the colleagues, it's the most important that you actually drive and transform the business. And we're all at the beginning of these transformations. And what the accelerator, and in this case specifically Teamcenter as the PLM backbone, brings along, is that ready-to-scale foundation. Because if we go into that transformation, if you do not have the right backbone, there's no way that all of these great solutions we've been experiencing over the past 4 days already, and these improvements, that you can actually drive them forward. So it needs to be ready to scale. It needs to be easy to handle and maneuver. And that only works in a matching ecosystem. And this is what Nissan and we are working on, really working closely together tightly, and to make all these great benefits that you can actually see out there available for GEA, and in the end of the day, for GEA's customers.
Exactly.
Now I'm asking Nizam, in regards of technology is one side of the story, but the execution is the critical part about it. Why is Intelligent the right partner for you, for GEA Farm Technologies in this journey?
Let's start in that way. So I will put it this way. Right now, on this stage, I think we have the best combination. The best PLM solutions, or the best software solutions, the best implementation partner, and best business partner, I would say. So those guys, they know, first of all, the entire Siemens portfolio. That's the biggest thing, okay? With a business perspective, it doesn't matter which strategy you have, which strategy you are going to develop. You have to have an implementation partner who understands you and who understands your strategy. And this is exactly what Intelizign can do. I think they are the best of them. And of course, they are also trying to improve your strategy within the implementation, because implementation, at the end of the day, everyone can do. But no one can understand the business, and they are I think they are the best of them. And that's why I thank you. And also, I have to say, they have a strong, proven experience in the engineering, manufacturing, sales, product configuration, and I can sum it up, the entire end-to-end product development process. And that's the very important one, and you can't find it easily. And I'm lucky that I found you, or yeah, we are working together, and we three are working together.
Actually, when have you met, or when did that project start? Out of curiosity, how long have you been working together on this?
I would say I've been working since 2023 in GEA Farm Technologies. Since 3 years, we are working together.
Okay, and how do I imagine? You have frequent phone calls, you have Teams calls, show fix, meet once a month? Daily, okay.
We have daily,
really that intense?
exactly, daily implementation meeting. I mean, again, we already built a strategy. For the strategical part, we have a different call than the daily basic implementation part. So you can imagine that. That's
right.
why.
And they're still smiling. I mean, some people are in a marriage, they talk daily, but there is not, after 3 years, that smile in the faces anymore, and not a success story either. So that really counts for the project. Then Lars, how is Intelligent benefiting from this partnership?
So, I mean, for us, it's crucial that we understand our customers and the industries, yeah? And obviously, like Nissam said, we know the portfolio in and out. We're doing that since 20 years, but it's an entirely different thing to actually understand the business of the customer and drive it forward, yeah? And, you know, looking at it, and Nissam mentioned it, it's always hard to find, to come to that matchup. And for us, it's really crucial that we actually lower that boundary and be more approachable. And that's another big benefit, I would say, for the Siemens Accelerator, yeah, that you have that open marketplace now. Yeah? And it's easy to get in touch now and actually research the partners who can support you on that journey. Yeah?
Yeah. And for those who have no idea yet what Siemens Accelerator is, imagine Amazon, where you go shopping and you find everything. And this is more or less the Amazon for the business. You find partners, you find products, you find solutions. And it's just great. So Nissam, one more question to you. Which tangible benefits actually are you expecting, or are you already seeing from the approach which you started to work on?
Let's start with the expectations. Honestly, I'm still expecting that our entire management will still support this approach, because I mean, thanks for my line manager, also our CEO and the top management. That is the biggest expectation what I have personally. But also, as a tangible expectation, I would say, or what we have already achieved, I have to say, I have to start with that one. Honestly, we have already achieved a significant, how to say, implementation, partnership. Because if you have the release management, if you have a software update, and before our time, that was not working so properly. And now, this is what we've achieved. And what we are expecting, as I mentioned at the beginning of this conversation, honestly, we are expecting that the engineering and the manufacturing lead time within the data management perspective will slightly be reduced. And also, as a tangible, of course, we will create some digital twin, and we will be able to trace our products with a less effort. This is our expectations.
And I suppose also the team of yours is happy. It's not just you and maybe a closer, hard-working team on the project, but also those who are executing and using now this technology, which is being used on the shop floor, producing your machines and so on, right?
Definitely the entire, at the end of the day, not only me, but also the entire GEA Farm Technologies, they will get a lot of beneficial for that. I mean, that's why, again, big thank you. So.
Yeah, we are looking forward to achieve another many more great things together.
We have a lot of to do.
So statement from my side, product lifecycle management is the backbone. Siemens
100%.
Accelerator provides the platform, and partners like Intelligent make it real.
They are.
Wonderful. And if you want to know more about this partnership, about the project, about GEA as well. We have some exhibits here at our fair booth. Next slide, exactly. And this is where you can find lots of topics, where you can explore. Are you around the whole day, or?
Yes, both colleagues on both of the exhibits are here for today and tomorrow. Yeah, and the other option, like I said, would be get in touch with us on the marketplace, go online and reach out. Yeah, will be the foundation for joining us, and we will join you on the digital transformation, moving into the cloud, and you can book it directly in the marketplace.
Wonderful. Now I have one more question. GEA is so big. There is not just farm technologies. I'm not sure about the number, but I think GEA is responsible for like 80% of dairy production, like filling milk and brewing beer. And today in Germany, it's Day of the Beer. So we can celebrate that. Since 510 years, we have a recipe which is being protected, that only malt, water, yeast, and wheat is being used for brewing beer. So I'm pretty sure at GEA in Würzburg, probably,
That's true.
there is a big celebration going on, and they test their utilities to the max. So send it out to those colleagues there, that they celebrate. We have reasons to celebrate here as well for this great partnership. And for this, we're giving you a big round of applause once more, also for sharing that story. Thank you so much for coming here, presenting, and really being the happy partner and happy customer.
Definitely.
Listen,
Thank you
I'm
for
really
having us.
looking forward for more success stories from your side. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Partner success stories all day long. And one thing is clear, you can't do it alone. You have to find the right persons, the right partner, the people with the right ideas to develop solutions for those challenges which our customers are facing, no matter which industry. We've been talking about farm and agriculture. Now we will be focusing on battery recycling. Sustainability is a big topic. Also, circularity has been in focus in many of our presentations through the course of the last 4 days. Now we will be focusing on the revolutionizing battery recycling and how Siemens and North Star Advanced Recycling's AI-driven approach is going to smart recycling. The two gentlemen are coming all the way from China to talk about their success story. Please welcome, with a big round of applause, Dr. Zhenjing Zhang. He's the Innovation Manager at Siemens in China and the Vice President of North Star Advanced Recycling Technology, coming all the way from Qingdao, Dr. Linghan Ge. Welcome, gentlemen. The stage is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm from North Star Recycling, a tech company specializing in providing end-to-end solutions for recycling industry. So battery recycling is becoming essential. And now we believe is the best time to push the industry into practice. Why? First, regulations are getting stricter and stricter. Now in EU, battery recycling traceability are mandatory. And second, resources are becoming critical. Lithium, nickel, those materials are strategic. And third, decarbonization is accelerating. But without battery recycling, battery industry is not truly sustainable. And at last, the market is growing rapidly. A huge number of batteries will reach end of life in the coming years. The question is, are we ready for battery recycling at this scale? If you look at the full process, battery desampling plays a critical role. It prepares appropriate feedstock for material recovery. And the efficiency control dismantling process determines the overall process efficiency and performance. But in reality, battery packs include like high voltage, hazardous chemicals, and adhesives and bonded components, and complex mechanical structures. And the process is still largely like manual and labor intensive. And it's hard to scale safely and efficiently. So how do we address this problem? We need a solution to this.
Yes, you are right, Nihan. So if you look at the battery packs, so this is one type of battery packs after you disassemble it. You can see a lot of components inside. So upper cover, lower cover, different materials, and also lines, cables, and batteries. And all this needs to be sorted and then recycled. It's very difficult for human operators already, not to mention the machine.
Yeah, so how do we address this challenge? We believe smart manufacturing powered by AI can solve this. So we are designing a roadmap to move the dismantling process from L1 to L4, just like autonomous driving. So at L1, everything's manual. This is where we learn how to use tools. We design dismantling solutions, and we determine dismantling sequences. This is where we create data. So at L2, we build automation. So we have structured processes, and we have different dismantling solutions. But the decisions are still made by human. At L3, things start to change. The system can understand the key features, recognize different battery types, and it can select or suggest the right dismantling solution. And at L4, which is our long-term goal, the system starts to automate the unknown process, and it can evolve itself.
Yes, and we are actually not stopping just like this at a roadmap. We're actually thinking one step deeper to, okay, how to do it, how to realize it. So if you look back at the very beginning of the automation industry, maybe everyone may have this like a movie of Charlie Chaplin that he's doing this screwing job, hammer job. That is actually the beginning of the automation. We have the manual process. That is actually the experience of operators. And afterwards, we started to have different machines, like automation machines, and now we have robots. So these two blocks are the main components we believe are most important to build, to automate the unknown, to build an autonomous recycling industry. So, and we actually have one step forward to build block by block. This is our first prototype for intelligent battery module disassembly system. So you can see it actually used for battery module disassembly. And on the right hand, you see this, I'll show the animation. You know, nowadays, the AI can do a lot of things, but somehow there's actually 1% that is, I would say, not really reliable. So we introduced this human AI interaction to make the process more reliable, because the disassembly contains like a fire explosion. So at the end of the process, the operators will try to make sure the process is reliable with this human AI interaction. What about the process? So we talk about the second block, the process. So this is a picture of the battery pack. So you may see, all right, the first step, I would disassemble this silver screws, right? That is simple and easy. But what about now? So we disassemble the upper cover, and now you look at it. It's so complex, right? So I say this, for human operators, already really complex, so many components. So how we can deal with it now? That's why we have this battery pack disassembly, digitalization, and guiding system. So on each step, we will create a database to record or for the operators how to do it step by step. And all this can be used to guide the manual disassembly process. And very importantly, including what tools he used, what component he going to disassemble, and all this data will be stored in our database. And it will use to have our AI done in the coming future. So this is actually the digital foundation for the autonomous recycling factory.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And the first prototype will be also launched in China International Battery Fair next month. And we welcome everyone to Siemens booth to experience it. So moving forward, we need a complete system from process to data to intelligent execution. That is why the collaboration with Siemens is so important. Together, we can combine our deep industry know-how with smart manufacturing powered by data and AI. So what we showed today is only part of our solutions. We offer solutions across a broader battery recycling value chain, and we're proud to be part of the Siemens accelerator ecosystem. We would be very happy to connect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay.
谢谢来到西门子
Yes.
the booth. I don't know what booth is in Chinese.
All right.
谢谢.
Thank you.
This is from Natura.
Okay.
Natura is in our CPG area.
Oh, yeah.
And they are a Brazilian company that extract essential oils. And they use digital twin technology from Siemens to do that. So I hope you enjoy that.
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so for this few days, we actually look around and
yeah.
see the world is really, I mean, everyone is talking about sustainability and AI. And we have Dr. Ge from North Star Advanced Recycling, and then it's actually a really great collaboration between our Siemens and them to bond it together as a partnership to push forward the recycling industry. I mean, we would like to, I would also like to see the future that's one day the real autonomous recycling factory,
yeah.
coming to.
One day, hopefully.
Yes.
And this is for you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also, courtesy of Natura. So thank you very much for making your way here. Get home safely, yeah? Ilu Ping An.
Yeah.
And see you soon. 谢谢.
Yeah, see you.
Let me just take these two over here. Thank you. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a closer look at the digital enterprise. Now, the digital enterprise is something that we are showcasing in great detail in our consumer packaged goods showcase over there. It's end-to-end. It's from the design of the product to when the product hits the supermarket shelf itself. We're going to be hearing more in just a second. That is just one of our 3 big areas that we have here at our booth. The other 2 are the Innovation Hub, which is where we are showcasing how we think the future of industry is going to look like. We have over there, for example, AI automated, AI orchestrated Shoesole production. So go and check that out later on. It's a great exhibit. It's a real good showcase. You can go there, you can speak or interact with an agent. That agent will then help you design a shoe sole, and the shoe sole will then actually be printed and created using additive manufacturing. Also over there, you're going to be finding physical AI, humanoids, AGVs, robots, talking with each other, interacting with each other, thinking and perceiving fully autonomously. And also in the Innovation Hub at the back is our smart infrastructure section. So here, we're looking at how AI is going to ultimately one day orchestrate entire operations, maintenance, and security sustainability of buildings. And in the center here, this is our technology deep dive area, where we have 4 different islands which are symbolizing the digital thread along a customer journey. We have electrification and buildings, advanced machine engineering, accelerated product development, and we also have smart manufacturing. Each of these islands have their own highlight area where we exhibit specific things. For example, at the back we have 2 drones that were designed completely virtually without the need for any physical prototypes. Very, very exciting. In addition to these 3 areas, we have the Siemens Accelerator represented all around. Siemens Accelerator is our open digital business platform, which is helping our customers remain relevant and become more resilient and competitive. And here in Hannover, it is the launch pad that is enabling AI to move from experimentation to full-scale deployment. It's your go-to place for AI innovation. We also have our partner ecosystem represented here, because we believe that digital transformation is only possible in a collaborative approach. No more solo efforts. So we're teaming up with leading partners, for example, Microsoft, Deloitte, NVIDIA, Accenture, AWS, Capgemini, TCS, and many, many more. They're all represented in our stage program here as well. And they are helping us build a future-ready industrial environment based on trust and joint problem solving. So when you check out our booth later on, please speak to our partners who are represented here as well and get all the insights that you need. And of course, the partner country Brazil has its own dedicated area at the back of our booth. They were last here 45 years ago, when they were the first ever partner country of Deutsche Messe, of the fair organizers. And we're incredibly proud and excited to showcase what Siemens is doing for both the country and the people of Brazil. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready now for our next session here on stage. As I said at the beginning, it's about the digital enterprise, because we're asking the question, how can companies in the CPG industry turn data into value and accelerate the journey from idea to customer with maximum efficiency? Our digital enterprise expert, Svetlana Nikolova, is going to tell us more after the video.
Just think about it. How many products have we all used today before getting here? Toothpaste, for sure. Coffee. Yogurt. Now, this is what all of us, billions of consumers, want every day, different products. And this means that consumer packaged goods, or CPG companies, must handle rising demands for diverse and also sustainable products. And all of this they need to do as fast as possible. So how can companies manage this complexity? How can they get smarter from data to value and faster from idea to consumer? This is only possible with the power of data. And to unlock the full power of data, you need to seamlessly combine the real and the digital worlds so you can get maximum data intelligence along the entire value chain. And with our leading industrial software, you can also already achieve accelerated, sustainable, more accurate product design. And with our world-leading industrial automation portfolio, you can make your production faster, more adaptive, and way more efficient. And this is what we call the digital enterprise, where everything is connected and it's fully integrated by digitalized workflows so that you can make confident decisions in the shop floor. And this unique end-to-end approach enables a horizontal flow of data along the entire value chain, from design to realize to optimize, bridging the gaps between former information silos. And this allows all of us to work at speed, to work in parallel. And we do this holistically along product, production lifecycle, even including the supply chain. And all of this is based on open, interoperable interfaces. Now, this seamless data flow is driving a holistic digital-first approach built on one data backbone. So insights from the real world are fed into the digital world to ensure a continuous optimization, both for product and for production. So the time to act is now. Become a digital enterprise, and you'll be more adaptive. You will be faster. You'll be more sustainable. But you may ask yourselves, where do I start? What's the first step? It's not that complex. You just need the right guide. Our digital threads. You can think of them as a digital navigator on a journey. You want to go from point A to point B the fastest possible way, the most efficient way. Digital threads do exactly that. They guide you through your digital transformation journey and get you there in the most efficient way based on your processes and your needs. And to make this even easier, we provide a quick and simple access to everything unique. With Siemens Accelerator, you access the entire portfolio, the ecosystem, the marketplace, all in one. And all of this is powered by something truly big and exciting. Something that we all are aware of, something that is changing our world as we know it. What is happening isn't just another technology, it's something bigger. It's as big as the Big Bang. Now, there was a world before AI, and now there is a world with AI, and we're living it. AI is changing everything around us. It's evolving with such amazing speed, and Siemens is leading the industrial AI revolution. Because Siemens is not just building AI, we're building AI for the real world. AI that is designed to meet the rigorous requirements of the industry. AI that is accessible. AI that is scalable and that is reliable. So how does industrial AI support you in what you do? One of AI's major breakthrough is to make sense out of vast and complex data faster than ever, transforming raw information into actionable insights on the shop floor to achieve maximum data intelligence. And to make this possible, you need the right data fabric that you see also over here in our showcase. Now, data fabric ensures that your data is accessible, it's trusted, and it's connected across the enterprise. Let me show you how it comes to life. Now, you would usually first collect data from different sources in your enterprise. So what do you do with this collected data? First, we support you to connect it into one data backbone and make it usable. Then, our data fabric contextualizes data, gives it meaning. So now you can understand the relationship between data points, why things happen, and what effects they have on further processes. Then industrial AI embedded directly in Siemens Accelerator turns insights into confident actions into the real world. And this full data intelligence drives end-to-end impact across product, production, supply chain, and even infrastructure. So remember we spoke about CPG before? Let's go back to that. Let's see how CPG companies can transform their value chain end-to-end and get faster from idea to consumer. Now, we're going to take a journey along the entire value chain of CPG, and it all starts with data. So to develop new products, CPG companies can first need to capture data and analyze it from markets, from you, from consumers, from production as well. Then data is connected in one data backbone, and on top of that, our data fabric contextualizes all relevant data and reveal to you how things relate and why they happen. Let's say that there is an issue in one of your ingredients due to a vendor challenge that you may have. So the knowledge graph instantly shows you, if you cannot use this ingredient, what impact does this have on your BOMs, on your recipes, on your production? So then you can act on that with the support of AI. And with this foundation in place, companies can speed up the design and verification of their products. For packaging, for example, you can use the digital twin. And in this way, you can find the best option for your packaging up front. Very early, you can ensure that your packaging is sustainable and compliant with regulations. And to gain even more speed, you can use the integrated GenAI assistant that helps you to find quickly the answers that you need, extract insights, and automate routine tasks. Next, companies need to connect these product specifications now to the recipe of the product. So this all happens in a lab or a test kitchen environment where precision, hygiene, and regulatory compliance are absolutely critical. And to maximize your lab's performance, an intelligent video-based identity control supports you that only authorized people and personnel can access the lab, ensuring that only those who are allowed to access do, and you're compliant with regulation. Here, the digital twin also accelerates the design of the modular smart lab by optimizing layouts and airflows and even reducing the energy consumption of the HVAC systems. Now we have ensured the conditions in the lab. The lab is ready. Let's go to the recipe. Let's create it. This requires managing complex ingredients, the relationships between them, raw material availability, and strict regulations across countries and even continents. Here, our software accelerates formula development, enabling collaboration and consistency across R&D and manufacturing. And then we want to fully see the recipe. We want to make it as best as possible. So we fully virtualize it. And here the digital twin enables you to continuously test, optimize, and validate the recipe. And in this way, you find this sweet spot between volume, mixing, speed, temperature, without the need of numerous physical experiments. And you can do this first at lab scale, but also then on the industrial scale, so basically in production. And in production, you have such equipment as this one here. You have many machines, like this machine over here with this part, the bead mill. Now, this bead mill that you see used to be a black box. Why? Because people could run processes inside it, but not see what is really happening. With simulation, now everything becomes visible, the bead movement, the grinding behavior, and this allows engineers to test and to optimize designs digitally without physical experiments. And here, AI dramatically accelerates the process by reducing the number of simulations. Now, we have developed the recipe, so the next step is to transfer it to production. And with all aspects of the recipe and production equipment in one data backbone, we can do feasibility checks based on real plant capabilities. Then the best place for production is being selected, and the recipe is being transformed into the right format and sent directly to the respective plant worldwide. And all of this automatically. But wait, what happens if ingredients change or physical equipment changes? Then the master recipe gets transferred to different production sites in no time, bringing R&D and the shop floor together through a closed-loop flow. OK, so we have transferred our recipe to production. And now it's time to produce, of course. But before we get there, we need to design, engineer, and commission production and infrastructure. And here, plants, machines, and lines are being designed, simulated, and optimized, and also validated with the comprehensive digital twin for first-time right execution, so that production can start earlier. And having production start earlier depends very highly on your engineering efficiency. And so here, our Eigen engineering agent, with it, engineers can create, they can optimize and debug complex automation code and get fast answers to their engineering questions. This, of course, significantly reduces the time and effort needed for engineering. So we have now designed our machines, production, and infrastructure. We have commissioned them, we've engineered them. It's time to move into actual production execution. And only a well-planned production runs really smoothly. But manufacturers often struggle to plan the production in the best way and still have it run, and at that also flexibly and at high quality and at high speed. So, for example, here is a line that produces different flavors of yogurt. And it frequently switches product variants and changes recipes. Now, the cleaning time required for each flavor is typically different. So the obvious solution is to just adjust the order accordingly. And this is the fastest way to increase efficiency. But what happens if you have multiple lines to optimize? What if you have changing availability of resources? And what if one line suddenly stops working and it breaks down? No worries. Our advanced planning and scheduling solutions automate the planning process with live data from the shop floor. And with this dynamic production scheduling, you can still optimize all lines, save time, save effort, save cost, and still ensure this consistent quality that you need, especially in CPG. Now, we move from production planning into production. And so in CPG, machines often run many different recipes. There are many different product variants, and batches can be diverse. They vary one from another. So the challenge here is to still stay flexible while still keeping the quality consistent at each machine. And here, our new WinCC Unified Sequence solution comes into play, and it lets operators create and run recipes visually, directly at the machine, without any complex reprogramming. And this ensures high-quality results by, at the same time, meeting regulation compliance and international standards. For example, our solution lets a mixer, or tells the mixer when and how to mix, synchronizing it with what is happening before and after the line. And once production is underway, it's time to get ready for the supermarket shelf with filling and packaging. Now, during filling, minor variations can cause spilling. They can cause waste, impacting quality and speed. And here, an AI-powered digital twin ensures optimum filling accuracy, quality, and availability. The result is cleaner filling, reduced waste, and much faster speed. And indeed, with our integrated and connected automation, we enable very, very fast speed at filling and packaging. And the question is, how can you ensure, at the same time, consistent quality? We have integrated an AI-powered visual inspection solution directly into automation, which can process up to 2,400 images per minute to detect defects, trigger real-time alerts, and visualize quality KPIs. In this example, we can evaluate the bread roll size and also slicing, which results being fed back into automation for a continuous optimization loop. I said optimization, so let's get there. Let's optimize. And everything you've seen so far, we can continuously optimize. Now, with industrial AI, you can even look into the future. You can do predictive maintenance to avoid unplanned downtime. You can also optimize different production processes at ease, like mixing, like spray drying, cleaning. So let's take an example with spray drying. This is a very important process in CPG, and at the same time, extremely energy intensive. So what you want is, again, to find this sweet spot, this balance between quality and energy efficiency. And with our solutions, you can create a physics-based digital twin of the spray dryer and simulate everything from the intake to the airflow so that you find the sweet spot. But there is more. If you run the digital twin on an industrial edge device, physical or virtualized, then you get a live digital twin. This live digital twin creates the connection between the real machine and the digital twin, which allows you to use live data. So the entire process continuously optimizes itself based on data. And now we have come to the final stage, the one that we all enjoy, getting the product to the supermarket shelf. The product now can be delivered, tracked, and traced with our solutions, because here, in logistics and warehousing, we're transforming them into a connected, intelligent system that automates material flow, ensures stable storage conditions, and enhances speed and accuracy. End-to-end traceability across the entire supply chain enables efficient product recalls and seamless data flow back to our product so we can continuously improve it. And you saw it. This is how you get smarter from data to value and faster from idea to consumer. And our customers prove it every day. They continuously achieve great results. Now, Pringles uses industrial AI and the digital twin of the dough, ingredients, packaging, and the entire production lines to optimize quality and prevent issues. The result? 10% higher capacity without having to build any new lines. Natura uses Siemens' digital twin, simulation, and real-time monitoring to optimize the essential oil extraction in the Amazonian communities. This enhances process stability, sustainability, leading to up to 50% reduction of water and energy consumption. And PepsiCo leverages the digital twin of its factories and distribution centers to identify up to 90% of issues before actual construction. So by testing scenarios, synchronizing real-time data, and applying industrial AI for autonomous logistics, PepsiCo achieves up to 20% higher throughput. PepsiCo is using a digital-first approach. They're doing it great. And they simulate, validate, and optimize their facility layouts even before anything is being started in the real world. And here, by leveraging the digital twin composer, Siemens and PepsiCo bring the industrial metaverse to life at scale. So industrial AI, simulation, and real-time physical data come together, and they build the future virtually. So let me leave you with this thought. We're all going to go eat something tonight, or maybe you're going to a supermarket. And when you see a product there that you really like, it is very likely that this project was empowered, it was created and delivered to you with Siemens technology. Thank you very much.
Always great, Svetlina. I love your presentations, I love the pictures, and I love the idea of how many products we actually use and have no idea about the complexity of the production.
Absolutely.
Talking about complexity of production, what do we do with that cup here?
Oh, that's not complex at all. So you see over here on my slide where you can find the digital enterprise for consumer packaged goods here at the booth, right over there. So if you go there and go through this end-to-end story that I just showed you, go through the entire journey, product, production, supply chain, pop-up factory, customer islands, you get to win a cup like that. You collect some stickers, easy as that, and then you go ahead and win this cup. So I invite you to go there, talk to our experts, and have fun.
Have fun.
Thank
That's
you.
definitely a cue for me. Thanks, Svetlina. One more time, big round of applause to you. Wonderful topics here, wonderful things to explore. Wonderful that you're joining us here at the fair booth in Hall 27, the living room of innovation. Great you're here with us. There's so much to explore at our booth, but also so much to learn from the presentations of our experts. And two of them are going to join us very, very quickly. It is Volker Albrecht, as a matter of fact, who was talking to our colleague up on the gallery studio to inform us about the importance of supply chain in consumer packaged goods. And with this, I'm handing it over to Volker Albrecht on the gallery studio stage.
Always a product on the shelf. That's is a promise of every brand, basically. But it's really hard to keep that promise in those days where we see all the disruptions around the globe for whatever reason. And now I would like to take you through what that means and how hard it is and it can be to keep that promise that you always have a product on the shelf. Let's see, and let me give a bit of a context into that and what does it mean by numbers globally. So Nielsen IQ brought out a study where you see 82 billion basically are lost because of these disruptions, because you don't have the right product always on the shelf. And another point to that, McKinsey put it more into the supply chain disruption and cost that are associated it, and it's 45% that you see here. And it's not about a single bad year. This study goes over a decade. So it's not just a single effect, it's a general problem that needs to be addressed, and that's what certainly keeps CEO for CPG company awake at night, and that's what illustrates the 94%. So a lot of CEOs in CPG are aware of that. But the question is, what are you do about it? And how do you drive that you are not running out of your product at the shelf? And now getting a bit more tangible into that, and that's what I would like to illustrate with that chart. So we think about soya beans. We are here at the Hannover Fair, and we have the CPG topic as a main booth topic this year, and Brazil is our country that we are working together with this Hannover Fair, and therefore I thought the soya bean example would be a great example. When you look at that, take Mato Grosso. Mato Grosso is a state in Brazil, western Brazil, so in the heart of South America. And there are a lot of soya bean farms there. And they produce them. And by the way, Brazil is the biggest producer of soya beans globally. They have overtaken the US a couple of years ago. And with that, you need to produce them, you need to bring it to the silo, from the silo, across the country, maybe to the harbor, from the harbor to whatever destinations that you see in your customers when you are a soya producer. And therefore, it's important that you have that under control, and then you do the export in whatever country, then you do the processing in the country, be it for edible oils, for other things. And then, when you have produced it, you would like to have that certainly on the store for the retail. And that complete chain is really leading to the logistic topics that we see, and you have different kind of legs. And when you think about that, and you look at those numbers, so it's just illustrating how big Brazil is in the soya bean production and how much they really export, and most of that into Asia. I will come to that Asian topic a bit later, but it means with a lot of legs in between, it could happen that you have a bit of a ripple effect, a bit of a disruption somewhere, but then you have basically 12,000 kilometers away a problem on your shelf. And that's what you would like to understand more, and where you would like to get your hands around it, that you always have a product on the shelf, and with that also gaining a competitive advantage over your competitors. Now, I would like to give you a couple of examples what that would mean and how that could look like. Let me start with PepsiCo, also a showcase down there at our booth. We have helped PepsiCo in the Gatorade production in the US. So they were challenged with a challenge means they had a good problem to have. They have increasingly demand on Gatorade, which is a good problem for Pepsi to really have. And we have looked at it, and they have multiple factories, and they have a mixing center, they have direct-to-store routes, all those kind of complexity kicking in that. But you need to understand that you are not solving a problem of higher demand when you look at that in a siloed way. So we have helped Pepsi to look at the complete factory network across all production sites. And with that flexibility and with that transparency, we really increased the capacity for the Gatorade production by over 20%, which helped PepsiCo to really addressing that demand. On top of that, because they didn't need to produce or build a new facility, it also decreased basically by 15% the capital expenditure. So it was really a great win for PepsiCo using our supply chain suite and the digital twin composer to really make that transparent and helping optimizing that on not only on a plant level, but of the overall factory network. And that leads to compressing that planning time, not in months, but in days. Now that was a big advantage for PepsiCo in that case. As we are here in Germany, I thought it's a great thing to talk about beer. And we love our beer, as you can imagine. And with Radeberger Group, one of the biggest conglomerates that we have here in Germany with different brands, we have helped them as well because we built together a digital twin of the supply network to better understand the end-to-end dependencies and to evaluate special scenarios that Radeberger had. And they were also, in some of the brands, they have seen a lot more demand. So you need to be flexible how you produce the different beverage and the different beer of the Radeberger group. So with that, we have helped Radeberger across 11 factories to really increase the production capacity and the available capacity in a two-digit level. So this really helped to optimize the complete supply chain network. And with that, they also didn't invest into additional capacity. So one thing is really to optimize the delivery. And it was not only about the beer, it was also about the returns, that we have optimized that flow back into the factories, because that was always a challenge, getting the empty bottles cleaned and then ready to be filled again. So a nice example for Radeberger also in that CPG arena. The next example that I would like to show, it's not in the primary food and beverage arena, if you like, but it's still CPG. So it's household goods. Bosch Siemens Hausgeräte is another strong example how we're turning the visibility into action. Bosch Siemens Hausgeräte has 39 factories, and we have built the digital twin of the factory network and the logistics network to really create a reusable template for all kinds of scenarios that they want to exploit. And with that study, they really were able to put that model in place over and over again to simulate different scenarios, and with that we decreased that simulation time by over 50% across all the 37 factories, which is a great help for Bosch Siemens Hausgeräte to become more efficient across their complete supply network and the complete factory network. Now, as I said, we are here at the Hannover Fair in Hall 27, and with that, really, one of the big soya bean users, so to speak, is TVOP out of Thailand. You have seen that, and I've said, I'm coming back to that Brazil is a big export nation for soya beans, and a lot is going to Asia and a lot is going to Thailand, and one of the customers of those soya bean producers is TVOP in that sense in Thailand. And the leg that you have seen, so coming from the farm over to the leg with to the ship, to the harbor, and then from the harbor going from Brazil to Thailand, there going from a big ship into a small ship, going the river up, and then by truck to the factory. So there are a lot of legs in between. And with that, we really increased the capacity that they have by 15%, and their operational efficiency by 50%. 25%, think about 25%, we took out a quarter of the freight cost that TVOP had, and we also improved the visibility by 61% overall. That really helped TVOP to get more visibility into their supply chain, and also connected the inbound and the outbound logistics to drive better and faster transition. Once you see that kind of results in the logistics domain, you can imagine how much it really helped to drive that down the road, and help TVOP in that case, and PepsiCo, Radeberger, and Bosch Siemens Hausgeräte before. That were just a few examples that I have brought with me today to illustrate how important it is to look at that at a holistic point, to look at the holistic factory network that you have, and how you increase your efficiency with looking at it in a way that using our tools, using the digital twin, using the optimization with AI algorithms around that. And now, coming to the end of my presentation, so it's not about having a single tool that you need to integrate again and again. This is not what it's all about. It's about looking at that really on a holistic manner, in an integrated way, when those 4 topics that you see here really working together. From the intelligence that we hear, that we see from the network intelligence, from the real-time execution, from the production demand balancing, and from the scenario intelligence, all really powered by AI and digital threads. That's something that we bring together in a one-stop shop, and helping you, driving your demand, driving your agility, and helping you making better decisions. Because at the end of the day, the result for you, that's important thing for us as well, that you have always a product on the shelf.
Here at the Innovation Hub that you just mentioned. And next to me is Carsten Häuser, our Vice President of Additive Manufacturing at Siemens. And what we are doing here is very special. You can scan your feet and create very personalized shoes. So Carsten, what are we doing here?
Yeah, Michael, so you already have your shoes off. You need to stand on our scanner. Okay, now we will do a pressure map of your feet. You will see it on the screen here. The red color means there's more pressure versus the others. And now it's your choice. Do you want to have your midsoles, your shoes a little softer or a little harder? A bit softer? Okay, we can tweak it. You see here, we make it a little softer. And now we are ready to go to make your personalized product.
So, which parts of the Siemens portfolio are playing a role here? What are they doing here?
Once we switch off here, the process starts. It takes about 30 seconds and we run through different kind of SaaS products from us. So the complete tech is using Mendix, where the whole orchestration and the automation of the workflow happens. Then we have NX for the outer dimension, Team Center to really store the product itself, and the previous Altair Inspire portfolio. And the Inspire portfolio, they can really simulate and performance optimize the lattice structure. So it's iterating and making the best according to your initial choice, which was in the initial scan.
So, okay, we now know which products are used here, but which role does it play in the whole production process, and what else belongs to this?
So once we have finished, we have a digital product. This product is stored in Team Center, and now it's a question how to produce it. In the past, it was very difficult to produce economically viable and mass customization at scale. And so at the Innovation Hub, you will see as well the full workflow with robots, AGV, as well AI agents to orchestrate the full manufacturing workflow. We have an EOS machine with us, actually being able to produce this, as well as we have all the software technology stack from Siemens to make this happen.
Okay, as a last thought, this will not only be applied to shoe soles. Can you tell us where it can be also applied, just briefly?
Yeah, in the industry you see a big challenge in smaller lot sizes. Mass customization at scale is something which can be done in medical products, implants. You can manage the complexity on the digital product side, but on the manufacturing side. The same may apply on other consumer. Take eyewear frames, take helmets, take any kind of products where you want to have a mass customization, and this can be done for automotive, electronics, mold and die, up to any kind of production and industry.
Okay, thank you very much, Carsten. So if you want to get your own personal foot scans, your own shoe soles, and learn which roles other parts of our portfolio, as well future ideas, robots, and machines are coming into play, head over to the Innovation Hub and talk to our experts. Thank you very much, Carsten.
Thank you for coming.
Ich wusste ja gar nicht mehr.
Speaking of the future, we're now going to be looking at the future of industry, which is definitely going to be built on software-defined systems, because a software-defined approach changes the way device and system capabilities are defined and adapted over time. And it decouples software from embedded hardware and shifts rigid engineering paradigms to developer operations. Here to tell us more, please welcome our two experts, Davide and Matthias.
Hey, welcome. There is one thing that is very important for us. Something that we want to share with you because we truly believe that this can have an impact on your daily business. Everything has started with one simple question. How can we act efficiently when change is the only constant? Let's think about it. Innovation cycles are accelerating at a pace never seen before. Requirements are shifting every day, of course, to better fit our customers' expectations, but still they are shifting every day. And while experienced workers are retiring, we are struggling in find new skilled workforces. So in such a continuous changing environment, what we have to do is not to resist this change, but we need to be part of it. We need to embrace this change. We need to change our mentality. We need to change the way we think about both product and production. How? Well, let's think about a product like a car with centralized control systems, with over-the-air updates or on-demand functionality. Do you need a new driver assistant features or an infotainment upgrade? Just download it. Do you need to close a security gap? It happens automatically. Or even, what about a factory that is not anymore defined by rigid systems, but by software? A living ecosystem where products and processes are adapted and defined and optimized in real time. Where innovation is not a milestone anymore, but it's a continuous flow. I know, it looks a little bit too futuristic. But you know what? The good news is that the future is here, now, today. This revolution has already started years ago. But to better understand this, we need to take a little leap in time with Matthias.
Thanks, Davide. So, do you remember the days of writing letters by hand, using a cabled phone, or watching black and white TV? I don't.
I do.
Okay,
Some of them, at least.
But I guess what all of you remember is when you picked up your phone for the last time. Right? OK. In the past, when a new functionality came out, you needed a new device. When we moved from writing letters by hand to typing them on a typewriter, when we moved from cabled phones to phones without cables, when we moved from black and white to colored TV, you bought a new device. With a smartphone, it works differently. We combined hardware, both generic compute and specific hardware, like a camera, like a microphone, or other things. And we aided them through software. We have a central operating system running all the apps. You have an app store. And if there is a better camera app, you just download it. This is an all-in-one device in your pocket. But how was this possible? It's easy, through a combination of hardware and software. So what we need today is we need to bring the value of the smartphone to industry. That's easy, right? How? Well, we need products that can be extended after they are sold, and they can be customized by and for the users. We need production lines that are scalable and adaptable, so processes can easily be changed and decisions become data-driven. And we can upgrade products and production capabilities even after they are sold. So at Siemens, we think we do exactly that. We realize software-defined products together with our customers, and we leverage software-defined automation. But what does this mean? We think we need systems to orchestrate both products and production via software. Sounds easy. A software-defined approach changes the way that device and system capabilities are defined. We leverage proven software and IT methods and methodologies to act dynamically and data-driven, and combine them with our OT know-how. The software-defined approach sets a seamless base for the integration of IT and OT.
But Matthias, maybe you can elaborate this concept a little bit more for our audience. Can you
Sure,
give us some example? How do we do that?
Yeah, sure. So basically, it's really easy. We bring together IT and OT for our production side. We make the use of data seamlessly from field devices on the shop floor up until edge computing and to the cloud. And for those of you who have been before here for the digital enterprise story, you should check that out, because this enables all of this. We combine the IT methodologies with the OT values, and so you can scale your shop floor through software applications. In fact, by combining IT and OT, your factories become software-driven. And now many people will say, wait a minute, what does this mean for automation? I'm here to say the core of automation will stay. It just needs to become software-defined. It's still about determinism. It's still about real time. It's still about safety, all the things we learned about when we became engineers. But we need to think differently of how we manage this automation. We need high-performance, connected automation hardware, and we want to use data-driven and AI-driven production and operation solutions. The glue in between, a scalable software-defined automation system. This consists of 3 layers: software infrastructure, virtualizing runtimes, and IT-like engineering. A software infrastructure enables you to work on your devices across machines, lines, factories, deploy consistent versionings, have native IT security, and a standardized device software. So you can deploy all your apps across these devices, no matter what type they are. A virtualized runtime, on the other hand, brings your control capabilities. So you can run control on the shop floor on these devices. You can adapt easily. You can deploy more or less depending on your needs. You can converge functionality on the shop floor with data and AI applications. And in the end, you can scale. You can scale production through software and not hardware. One more thing. The engineering side of things. We need a new approach to engineering. We want to work differently than we worked before. State-of-the-art development environments using VS Code-based IDEs. We want to use unit testing and package management systems, basically tools that enable us to scale the engineering aided by AI. Because that's what software development is doing, and we're bringing that to OT. So, yeah, Davide?
Yeah, go ahead. The values, the benefits, I was thinking about them, right? They are real. They are... Okay. So the values are tangible, okay? So with a switch in the mindset, going from hardware-defined to a software-defined, you can get the benefits from both IT, from both software and automation. You can achieve a seamless flow of information from the shop floor all the way to the cloud, and of course, vice versa, thanks to both IT and OT capabilities. But also, you can access real data at real time. So no more waste of time in looking for the wrong information into the wrong place. And also, a software-defined mentality or a software-defined systems pave the way for both the digital twin and the industrial AI that can bring you a step closer to the industrial metaverse. And we have already customers that have implemented a software-defined system, both software-defined automation or product. And results are tangible. Some of them have saved up to days in testing time, or up to 80% reduction in the engineering time. Some others have achieved up to 70% of development time. And overall, they have experienced a boost in their R&D activities. And the good news is also that you can experience what does it mean software-defined system or become a software-defined company. Over there, just in front of the main stage, we have a lot of different use cases. Here we are just highlighting the main ones, but we still have few days, few hours, so go there and check them by yourself. So you have no more excuses now. So go there, talk with our experts, and together with them, you can
software
define it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, guys. Amazing. How many times have you practiced that final phrase?
Too often.
Too often, probably.
Too often. Thank you. Now, for this next session, we're going to hand back over to the gallery stage, and we're going to be looking at autonomous production. Autonomous production, which is powered by industrial AI and makes things faster, more adaptable, and more resilient. And with data as a backbone, a strong collaboration ecosystem, and by combining the real and the digital worlds, Siemens is making factories future ready. Here to find out how that's going to work, we're going to hand over now to the head of customer and startup-driven innovation at Siemens, Dr. Matthias Oppelt.
Got Dr. Matthias Oppelt from Siemens. He will show us what's happening today in the world out there and live. Let's move on to you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. And it's a real pleasure to be this year at Hannover again to talk about how dreams become reality. So if we look at autonomous production and industrial AI, it's really fascinating what is going on. So AI is almost everywhere. And before I start to give you more details, let me give you a short background about myself. So I'm Matthias Oppelt, and I have really the privilege to serve as a leader for many years to help people, organizations, and technology to come into their full potential. So do industrial AI in the context of industrial operations or production. So if we look at industrial contexts of today, we are facing a lot of headwinds, a lot of change, scarcity of resources, fragility in supply chains more than ever. So if we are waking up in the morning, we don't know what a new headline will be, what new shortage will be caused and will be inflated into our supply chains, if we even have a shortage in labor and people. And all of that is paired with new technology emerging and increasing the speed of change dramatically. So I always need to be adaptable, I need to be flexible, I need to be fast to master these challenges. So that said, speed is of the utmost essence to really move where we need to be in future. And we need to be flexible, we need to be agile, we basically need to be going with the flow and catching the waves of transformation as they roll over each other. And last but not least, it's also very important that we need to be resilient, really resilient in strengths, to stand there and to be robust, whatever in the outer world is going to happen. And this is not just pure theory, and we are talking about pure theory about industrial operations. No, we as Siemens have a lot of industrial operations ourselves. So this is just one example of our factory in Erlangen, which is also a lighthouse factory by the World Economic Forum, as one of many of our factories are. And they are producing a lot of electronics stuff, and they need to have a very high mixed order in production. They need to be flexible. They need to be more productive every single year. And they already made a quite long, distinct journey to reach where they are today. But this journey doesn't stop where they are today. They have the ambition to become the first AI-powered factory and autonomous factory in the world. So we drink, what we say, our own champagne. And let's go more in detail. How do we master that transformation to make that dream of autonomous manufacturing become reality? So first of all, let's look into industrial AI. Then look into doing our homework of combining IT and OT. And also, we need to talk about, are we able to do it alone? Let's jump right into it and go from looking into the industrial AI perspective. And I put it here, general AI, everybody is talking about. We have all these large language models. We have these co-pilots which we use in our daily work, in our private life, in our business lives. They're dealing a lot with language and they help us to master day-to-day tasks. And it's not so critical if they get the sentence wrong in the email which I'm about to send. But if we look in the industrial context, this is not sufficient. We really need to have industrial AI, not simply AI. What we mean by that, it needs to be solid, rock solid, super safe and reliable in terms of what the results of that AI will be. Because it's not just a wrong sentence, it could be a wrong production procedure which will be proposed by an AI, and that could cause fatal challenges or damages to that production site or even to people or the ecosystem and the environment. So we need to understand also far more complex processes, far more dependencies among each others, and we need to be able to speak the language of industry or the language of engineers. And if we all know what we have been trained back at university as an engineer, this is really a lot about how do we make sure that another person understands what we are about to like to have in terms of build. And we talk a lot about drawings and 3D drawings and models and not purely language. So there's so much more to an engineer in terms of the language, in terms of transporting that message, than pure lingo. So therefore, that modality of drawings, of the engineering domains, of 3D models, of simulations, needs to be understood. And this can be understood by what we call an industrial foundation model, which is our dream to provide that to industry, that actually engineers have really end-to-end support across the whole value chain, from designing products, new products, to realize them in terms of building a production that makes these products at record speed, record reliability, and quality. And also then to continuously optimize while we go, because usually the market doesn't stand still. So do we need to adapt as well in terms of industrial operations? And let's imagine in future, if we increase the level of autonomy, autonomous new product introduction will become possible. So there's an idea, new product, and you click a button and it's down in the shop floor and you have your line which is producing that. Or you do a change in a product and also that it ripples down and it will be handled autonomously. I schedule based on changing circumstances in the market, in my supply chain, what is about to happen, and I adapt. I'm flexible in planning, schedule, in my logistics, supply chain topics. And I'm also looking at the machine and the automation level. I freely adapt. I manage to basically self-manage that machine, that it can reconfigure according to whatever happens, whatever is demanded. That requires fundamental change because we still believe that we are going to have real products. So it's not a pure IT play where we talk about software and that layer. No, it's also about operational technology, the OT. So what is happening down in the shop floor? This needs to be addressed. So IT and OT, and this is the homework for all of us coming from industrial operations, need to be converged, need to be combined. And as mentioned, if we continue to have real products like that table or that clicker, we need to have real productions. We need to have assets. We have actuators and sensors, which we need to basically operate and remotely operate. And that whole manufacturing site needs to be rock solid cyber secure, because these attacks are likely to increase over time. So that needs to be, if it's more connected, it's more fragile to be attacked, so it needs to be basically addressed. And yes, we need a brain, we need logic, we need control for all that manufacturing taking place. And that control is actually the heartbeat of manufacturing of today, in PLCs, in controllers and so on. That will also need to be way more adaptable, flexible, which is moving from pure hardware-defined control to also infuse software-defined control on top to that. And it doesn't stop, because we need to have a proper integration between these layers, that data is actually flowing. And that when data is flowing, AI can do an additional benefit and can do the tricks. Without that homework and the basics, what I explained from asset cybersecurity and control and integration of data, it's not so easy to leverage AI. And data is key. Turning data into valuable insights requires some efforts to collect the data, to connect the data, to contextualize the data, and to basically act based on these insights accordingly. And this is what we are going to build. So we are building a software-defined automation stack on top of our actuators and sensors down to the shop floor, which is doing the real products production. We infuse that with physical AI, also bringing more robots, also humanoids into our factories, having a brain in terms of AI operations, scheduling, flexibly adapting, and also engineering on the go quickly with AI production engineering. And all that is combined together with a fabric with respect to artificial intelligence and data, which we call the AI Siemens fabric. And this is what we are going to implement, what I mentioned, in our factory in Erlangen and beyond in our additional factories and also for our customers. And this is nothing you usually do just on a nice sunny outside walk and decide, okay, I'm going to become fully autonomous. I'm becoming more letztendlich, finally adaptable, flexible. No, you require also a play among partners. So it's not longer the time that a single company, a single country stands there and says, this is what we are going to do. And this is also not we are envisioning. So our vision is to really have an open ecosystem. And this also that is not theory. So we are having own solutions for AI in the industrial context, like robot pick AI, which is deployed in our factories already. But we are heavily collaborating with companies also like NVIDIA, which was presented on the CES early January by Roland and Jensen being on stage, that we combining our both powers to build that autonomous AI-powered production site and bringing in one of our own factories as the customer zero. And it's not only large enterprises we are collaborating with. This is a nice play, and also in terms of the future, already considering the future companies, like the startups, where we can collaborate, which we can get access to our own factories, which we can connect among each other, integrate in our portfolio, helping them to sell through our marketplaces, and also empower, because Siemens solutions are there. They can also be leveraged by startups, being it software, being it hardware. Learn from the best, use from the best, and build your startup upgrade. This is also what we would like to support. And all of that channels into what we also call our Siemens Accelerator, our open digital business platform, which is out there for quite a while, having the idea to build a well-curated portfolio provided by an open ecosystem of partners and made transparent through a marketplace to finally enable the transformation from today into a fully digitalized, sustainable AI-powered autonomous production. And that requires some leaning in from all of us, because it's not pure technology, it's also organizational circumstances which we need to prepare, and it's also people. So it's on all of us to get into that mood of building that future. And it's not time to wait, because the most important moment in your life is actually now. Because now you can decide what are you going to have in future, what you would like to build, and the past is already gone, the future is not there. Let's decide now to build it. And it all starts by also all of us heavily collaborating and sharing knowledge. We all sit on our data, which we were told is gold, but it's not gold yet. It needs to be transformed into gold by having models which are actually able to curate that and to deal with that data. And it's, yes, we live in a world of utmost uncertainties, but uncertainties are also possibilities. And let's tackle it from that side and that perspective. And not alone, let's tackle it together and shape it together. And this is also my invitation to you. Let's shape the future together, combine the real and virtual world, and really harness the power of AI, and bring ourselves to that next level of autonomy, adaptiveness, using the power of AI in the industrial context. And all of that, all that great journeys usually start with a first step. And I invite you to take that first step for your industrial operations and to connect and start that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I like the together.
Together.
And what makes that so important? What changes it for us?
What makes it so important is that these challenges we are all facing are so strong that nobody has the 100% answer. And there are so many bits and pieces we need to master these future AI-powered operations, we need data centers, we need the AI models, we need the compute power, but we also need that industrial domain expertise and the tools which are actually running that shop floor. So there's no single company out there who has that all. But if we combine our strengths, we can really build a better future together.
That's really cool. You know what I took with from, we have a couple of minutes here, so let me just make use of the opportunity. When I have an expert here, I want to dive into that topic, because yesterday I remember in a discussion with our partners that, you know, that was the point. It was really talking to your customers, talking about what's working, what's not working. And what interests me is, do you have like an example with one of your customers where you're having such a discussion and this is really working and flowing for you?
So the example I can take, what I also indicated in the presentation is, we don't have to go so far, because we can go in one of our own factories, like in Erlangen, and go there in our electronics factory and have a very open discussion. And this is also belonging to Siemens. We also invite our partners there. We go into the shop floor, we walk there, we see where is basically the highest potential in terms of increasing the level of autonomy, realizing productivity gains. This is necessary. And we are not stopping there. We are already discussing that with many customers out there. And this is not an office conversation. So we go down on the shop floor, we combine these IT and OT layer, walk through that shop floor, identify the use cases, and then start implementing against the biggest problems we have identified, or the biggest potentials, how I would like to frame it.
But this is what we need. And you know, you're speaking about Amberg. I remember being there, and when I walked through the TIA, the gateway, I felt like I'm stepping into a portal, literally. And that alone was quite impressive. And what was also impressive is that we have these magnificent rooms where you can just go in, show, demonstrate. And at the time I was there, a lot was in development, and I loved it. Let's look at the last 5 years to right now in the development phase. What, from your perspective now only, what has changed the most?
The most change for me is actually the people, the mindset, the openness to adapt new technology, to look into that technology. And if we explore some humanoid technology down in the shop floor, there's so much interest also from the workers who say, oh yeah, I anyhow don't like that particular workflow and that processing step. Would be great if that new colleague could help me. So there's this openness to really adapt that new technology, to explore, and that mindset of exploring what becomes possible and moving actually the envelope further out, that we bring with our technology, our expertise, combining with that new possibilities. So not just looking at the last 5 years. So what has happened the last 5 months, the last 5 weeks?
Real
if
time.
we talk in the AI space, how quickly these models enrich, this is fascinating. This is racetrack speed or even beyond.
And just one more thing, like if we would like look at the next 5 years, and you would say if we continue this conversation and becomes even better, and we say, okay, things are coming out of this conversation, the same thing like we were aiming at with Accelerator. And if you would look at the next 5 years, what do we really need to do to move the needle? What needs to be done Monday morning?
Getting into a conversation and start to share data. So data is important to train the models on the industrial grade, which we need to understand further use cases, to enrich the dexterity of the models, the validity of the models. So it's all usually starts with the first step, and also lean in terms of data. We all sit on our data pots, but we need that to realize that full potential. And it starts with sharing.
I love that. Sharing is caring. And that's what I just did there. I had a great chat with you. This was very spontaneous, and that's the moments we love the most, because that's the greatest conversations, exactly what you were talking about. Matthias, great having you here. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matthias, and thank you, Militia. Sharing is caring. It's all about data. Well, data is also something that's going to be relevant in our next talk, because with industrial production developing at the speed that it is today, with connected machines, robots, sensors, and the like, the need for flexibility is becoming greater every single day. And with our industrial 5G solutions, we can provide high performance and reliable wireless communication for the future of industry. Here to tell us how that's going to work, please welcome on stage our product owner for industrial 5G infrastructure, Dominik Bittner.
Thank you, Mark. So, before we go into this whole reliability and performance things, oh my God, have you looked around which nice things we can do in the meantime with the help of artificial intelligence, with the help of data? We have so many cool things here who can support you with doing maintenance, doing inspection tasks. We have even robots running around, driving around, hopping around that can help you support with packing. That is really, really, really nice. And I would say after the 4th day, of Hannover Fair, it clearly came out how important and how tremendously this will change the industry. But something what we usually don't see, because it's invisible, that's connectivity. Connectivity is, in most cases, especially for mobile robots, important to be wireless. And we've been actually talking a lot about wireless connectivity, in particular industrial wireless connectivity, and this is where we're talking about industrial 5G. But why is this actually such a huge thing, and why am I always saying industrial, industrial, industrial? Well, let's have a look at that. Industry is special. Industry is hot. It's dusty. There is a lot of steam. There is a lot of metal. There is a lot of reflections, which is probably the worst enemy of wireless communication you can imagine about. So, in order to comply with that, we have to deal with super harsh environments. So, we got to have solutions that are super ruggedized, that can outstand tremendous temperature range. You have gluing hot steel manufacturing, but on the other side, you have super cold freezing fridges, which we are using for cooling down food and beverages, for example. Devices have to withstand rain. They have to withstand wind, dust, and all like that. So there are special IP classes needed, IP65, IP67s. Those are the words what we really rely on. If we now think about production as itself, like take an automotive production, for example. Those production machines, they need to run 24/7. So what we have here is a cycle time-driven mass production. Cycle time means if only one very small process step is not working, the whole chain comes to a stop. And this is exactly what we need to avoid. So we need highly reliable, highly flexible, and highly automated process flows, because outages are costing money. And not just money, I mean the big money. I'm talking about 10,000s and 100,000 euros per hour what outages can cost in such factories. The good thing is, 5G has a very special environment where it is operated, because we are using a so-called licensed spectrum. You have to imagine that as your own superhighway, data highway, which is exclusively reserved for all your applications. You have full control over that, and this is exactly what allows production flows, production machines to continuously without any interruption. Of course, that also comes with the need for hardware, which is extensively tested, especially to industrial needs, to industrial requirements. We also have to support resilience mechanisms. If something goes wrong, the machine is expected to automatically recover by itself to continue running. because production needs to be up and running. There are also other facets, like take a harbor. Everyone knows how big and how outstanding the areas where containers, ships, cargo controllers are driving around and need to pick up and collect boxes for us because everyone wants his packages to arrive on time. The big challenge is here, how can I make it possible that the whole area can be covered with a wireless signal to have all mobile devices, all mobile participants being operated there? The thing is, wireless signal has to be everywhere. The optimal coverage not only has to be reached somewhere in the middle of an area, no. Coverage has to be also at the very edges of a harbor, of a port, of a production. Signal quality needs to be predictable. It's not just about reach, it's about a quality level that we can ensure. That's important. The next thing which is so special about the industrial wireless communications is that machines are using industrial protocols. So they are talking the language of machines. There is always a high level of automation and mobility if we think about those fully automated production cycles, production workflows. And this communication is somehow special because the communication is happening cyclic. You have to imagine that sensors and controllers all day long, they just keep asking, are you good? Yes, I am. Are you good? Yes, I am. If only one time such a communication can't happen, the machine goes to a stop and has to be reactivated. This is causing downtime. So communication needs to run all day long. For those industrial protocols, usually 5G networks, they're not made for that. 5G networks, as we know them from our private lives, they are made to transport just so-called layer 3 data, but industry needs layer 2. Layer 2 is something where we are about to establish communication mechanisms inside our network to allow that kind of communication, because otherwise machines could not simply talk. So that's an addition that we have to take, because the normal 5G is not capable to do so. And that's why we are talking about industrial 5G. I guess every one of you has seen plenty and dozens of robodogs, humanoids, and robots all around the fairground. And there is one thing. For robots, even if it seems easy, if they're handling things from one robot arm to another one, and this is also, by the way, quite simple for us humans, but for a robot, this is actually a quite challenging task because one arm has to be super in sync with the other arm that things do not drop. And this requires deterministic. Deterministic means that data is sent on time and arrives on time on 2 different points so that they can coordinate with each other and keep a production flow up and running. Usually, this is also not something which is so common in mobile communications technology, but in industrial mobile communication, this is what we need. To do so, we are introducing mechanisms that the communication, the data flow between 2 different machines is happening exactly on time with a so-called quality of service. So that means the flow always is guaranteed to arrive on time, that there is no jitter. Jitter is the point when some packages are arriving later, some are arriving earlier, but we need them all on time. And I guess this somehow gets quite clear why industry is so different. And yet something which is also connected to that is actually one of our latest additions that we made to the system, because we are now officially supporting industrial 5G with ProfiSafe over one network. And boy, have we certified it also with TÜV Germany. So this is actually a quite big milestone for us to have this kind of communication, safety communication within our industrial 5G network and offering this in an end-to-end solution. The last thing, this is point number 6, why industrial 5G has the industrial in its name. And this is about actually data. Because data on our smartphones, in our private life, we consume data. We are streaming videos. We are streaming photos. We want to look up things on Google and on Gemini and ChatGPT. But in industry, the data flow is different. From the shop floor up to systems, to servers for analyzing, collecting, aggregating, and processing this data. So I guess you can guess what we did in our infrastructure. We somehow swapped the radio resources in our network that we can have a much more uplink-heavy data stream, what exactly we need for streaming sensor data, camera data, and machine data exactly to the point where it's needed. From up, from down, to up. That's the way. If we now mix that all together, close our eyes, and this is exactly what we come up with our Siemens private industrial 5G infrastructure. This is a system, not just a product, a complete system that we have tailor-made for OT users, which means it is super easy to configure. It takes you less than 10 parameters and less than 5 clicks to have a complete 5G system up and running. That is benchmark. Of course, OT needs OT requirements. And one of the OT requirements, for example, this is an excessive availability. There are many machines and plants that are even older than me, and those machines, they're not thinking about going to retirement. Those machines are still up and running. So spare part availability for 10 years plus, that's something we absolutely have to consider, and this is what we're also doing. I already mentioned safety. Did I? I guess so. So also safety certifications. This is the way how machines are built. This is the way how communication is coming into that, and this is why we need it. Industrial use cases. I guess that's obviously clearly. You just have to turn around and see what those industrial use cases mean. We understand that those are the requirements where we need things like this upload-heavy pattern chains, where we need industrial protocols to be communicated, and so on and so forth. And the best thing, an end-to-end tested system. No one has to take care about mixing up components from different vendors and so on. No. It's all in one box. It's all together from Siemens. Now, where is this actually taking place? We actually saw that there are a lot of super business critical applications at our customer. One example that I really want to point out is cranes. So cranes for transporting materials within a factory, this is something that can really, really be super critical. In steel manufacturing plants, for example, I guess you can imagine how critical it is if there is a crane that has 100 tons of boiling hot steel in one of those cubicles hanging around, and he has to transport it from A to B, but it suddenly stops. Trust me, no one of us wants to be in the position to explain why this bucket is now stuck up there and cannot be further processed. So this is another outlier why it is so super important that we need reliability, availability to keep machines up and running 24/7. But that's only the start. There are dozens of other applications we can think about to add to such a network. Remote worker assistance, CCTV surveillance, drones who do an automatic warehouse inspections, and so on and so forth. And I guess every one of you has an idea on his mind. And I would be super happy. No, I would be absolutely happy if we can talk about those ideas. So you will find us here at the fairground, here, of course, at our Siemens booth, but also in Hall 26. So this is the place where we are showing industrial 5G. This is now happening. We are ready. The technology is there. Let's get it up and running. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic. That was perfect. And yes, grab hold of him now because the fair will close in about an hour. So the final hour, Dominic will be here for your questions. Just follow him over to his station. Now, we've heard it all day long. We've heard it all week long. Autonomous production is, of course, going to be the next big thing. And that also applies to the process industries. Rising demands for efficiency, flexibility, sustainability, and also the lack of talents are only some of them. And in this next session, we're going to be revealing how digital twins, AI, and software-defined systems are paving the way to self-optimizing plant operations. And for this, I'm going to hand back up to the gallery to our strategic portfolio manager here at Siemens, Manuel Keldenich.
And welcome also from my side, and happy that you can join us here in the live stream about the topic how we can pave the way to autonomous production in process industries. And what's really important, autonomy is not the big thing for the future. We already start with projects across process industries to come to a more autonomous way of operating our plants. But let's dive into process industries first a little bit more. Process industries are vital for all our lives. Think about clean drinking water or water when you use your shower in the morning. Think about oil and gas, fuel for your cars. Think about hydrogen, yeah? But also think about chemicals. Chemicals are vital for most other products in other industries. And if you think about your car, for example, 95% of the cockpit of your car are coming from chemical industry, so it has a high relevance. Yeah? Think about pharmaceuticals, vaccines, but also think about food and beverages. And what's important to know when we think about process industries is that in order to produce all these goods, yeah, there's a lot of energy needed, and for sure it is also part of the truth that chemical companies or oil and gas companies have high emissions. And the question is, how can we cope with that? Yeah? And what is really important for all our customers is that only if the plant is operated and producing, in the best case, 24/7, 365 days per year, it is generating value. Any time where the production is disturbed, where there's downtimes, in the worst case unplanned downtimes, this costs a lot of money and raises the risk for accidents for our customers. So there's really a big need for autonomy to solve that. But there's some more topics that put our customers under pressure. When we think about chemical plants, oil and gas plants, etc., they are around about 30, 40, even 50 years old. Yeah, and when you see on the left-hand side the topic digitalization, how can digitalization work for a plant that is being developed 50 years ago? So you can imagine the tools that were used then are different than today. The database is another one. Yeah, and also the way how we can modernize it is quite difficult. Yeah, so digitalization is really a big topic. Keeping up in a VUCA world is a no-brainer from my perspective, because we all see the disruption in supply chains, what globalization brings with us. One other very important topic, and this is relevant for autonomy, is the changing labor market. We have a lot of discussion with customers. For example, a big oil and gas company operating in the Northern Sea, they have really a big issue to find people that are willing to work on an oil rig isolated for 3 months in a harsh and difficult and dangerous environment. So the question is, how can they overcome these challenges? And last but not least, the pressure from regulatory authorities, and from all of us to operate plants more sustainable is quite big. Just to prove with one figure the topic of digitalization, there's a lot of studies out there that show that around about 75% of the chemical companies have issues with too much, too little, or unusable or even poor data quality. Some data is only in tools, some in Excel, some paper-based in the archives, and this is really something where our customers are struggling with. And last but not least, I mentioned in the beginning, a plant, only when it's under operations, it's generating value. But the costs and the impact, if the plant is not operated, they are really, really high. And you see just 4 very big numbers here. There's a lot of more studies that are proving that. But it's really important also to avoid harm for the employees, that the plant is operated safely. The big question is now, how can we solve all these challenges? And one thing is sure, how can we operate the plants more sustainable, with less emissions, less energy consumption, and how can we make the most out of the workforce and the people we have? Yeah, and autonomy is really a big thing where our customers are going into discussion with us. And just to define it up front, what is autonomous production? So this is, first of all, it's not a one-size-fits-it-all. Yeah, this is a concept, this is a strategy, this is a way to go. A concept where the production, where the processes, and even the logistics are really automated, but also interconnected. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Yeah, in order to optimize the production later on. And the goal is not to exclude human interaction, but to make it very targeted with the respective resources and increase the productivity and increase the security for the people who are working there. Now, this is all very, let's say, high level, but I just want to show you one picture about autonomous production. This is a concept, what you can see here. How is such a process plant operated? Yeah, in the middle you see the standard operating procedures. The plant is operated, you have the plant operator monitoring the performance, and then at a certain point of time, we have to change the production. Yeah? Therefore, the plant has to be shut down, it has to be changed, and then it has to be ramped up again. The same is true for maintenance purposes. Yeah? And all of that requires that the plant is shut down and ramped up again. And this is really the core functionality. On the left-hand side, you see the topic of APC. APC can really lay intelligence above the standard operating procedures by considering changing environmental conditions, changing energy consumption. This is really to optimize the production. And then you see on the other hand side, we have the analytics. We have the monitoring, the condition monitoring of the field devices, the assets, the pumps, and all that stuff. And the alarm management. The operator in a process plant is having around about 200, 300 alarms per day, but he has to sort out the 3, 4, 5 ones that are really relevant, where he has to take action. And this is where autonomy and AI can really help them. Yeah? Just one last example. Autonomy is not a one-size-fits-it-all. I said it before. You can imagine it's like driving your car. Yeah? Topics like the lane assist, distance control, intelligent navigation system, the dead ankle mirroring, monitoring, all that are components that we need for autonomous driving. And if I want to drive autonomously, that's up to me, or that's up to our customers. So how do we bring all the data together in order to come to this digital asset portal that you saw in the beginning? We have to really analyze and contextualize and connect all these separated data sources. Then, also based and supported with AI, we have to aggregate all this information and contextualize it. Means bring it into a relationship so that the plant operators or an AI-supported system for autonomy can really make decisions and avoid unplanned shutdowns, errors, incidents, etc. And then in the end, we have to visualize it, because independent of the level of autonomy that you might aim for, yeah, you still want to have control about what it is happening. And therefore, we are diving now a little bit deeper into the digital asset portal. First of all, I said it before, we are contextualizing these scattered data in the process zones. And I have an example for you. This is our hydrogen performance suite for electrolysis processes to create or generate green hydrogen. And through this single pane of glass, what you can see here with all the contextualized information, the plant operators or the person in charge can see energy consumption, output. He sees the process values from the DCS systems. He sees the measuring points, the temperature, the pressure, flow rate, all information that is needed down to equipment level. And like on the right-hand side, we also see where is derivations, where are trends, what is not going according to the plan, and we can take responsive or even proactive action in this regard. And I said it before, we can use this single pane of glass also to dive down even on an equipment level to see all the relevant information, not needed to jump through different GUIs and different software types, all together in one place. Now you say maybe, okay, man, that's really nice that I have all the information in one place, but what do I do with this information, yeah? And that's what I'm going to show you now. Another example. Here you see different oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico, and one oil rig, the Stephanie platform, has an alert. So the question is, what is happening there? Why do I have the alerts? And you can see it now here on the left-hand side, what is happening. And on the right-hand side, the one who is responsible has the 3D view of the plant. And there's a pump that makes some issues and anomalies. And now he can directly navigate to the specific object, to this pump, and see all the relevant information. Where is it located? Which values are there? How is it accessible for a later maintenance activity? Yeah? And all this together, combined with, for example, the curve of the pump, where you can see it with a 2D process view, this is what we call the digital asset portal. And this is not fancy technology of the future. This is already in place. So this can be used, this can be applied. Yeah? And the interesting thing is now I have monitored the plant, I see what's happening, and now the plant operators can even go and create maintenance requests seamlessly and send out either robots to do an inspection. Is there a gas leakage, for example, or is there an anomaly with the temperature? Or they can directly create a maintenance request and send it digitally to the maintenance people on site. Yeah? And this is a topic that I want to show you at last. So the maintenance people that are responsible to now go to this type of equipment, in this case it was the pump, yeah, and check out what is really happening. Why is the pressure going up? Why is the rotating? Why do we have vibrations? What is the anomaly? In this case, for example, on an oil rig in the salty air, it can be that we have a rusty surface. Yeah? So the people go there and document the findings, including information from the engineering system, like this explosion drawing you just saw, and now have a checklist which steps they have to execute. Step by step, no paper needed, a completely digital workflow, the risk of errors completely minimized. And what's also cool about this solution, the mobile worker, is that we even have an AI companion embedded into the application. The AI assistant, SIMATIC Easy, can directly access the data from the process control system. So you can go into interaction with the system and ask, for example, is there really no electricity on the motor? Is there, for example, the pressure, is the valve closed? What do I have to do in case I have a question? Yeah? Today, the maintenance people in a very loud environment have to use their walkie-talkies, and maybe the one on the other side in the control room doesn't hear it. Yeah? So they now have the security, instead of walking back, clarifying the question, and maybe no one is there, they can directly check it within their software landscape and make sure that they can execute the maintenance fast, efficient, and with highest safety. Yeah? And I think this is really a milestone when we talk with our customers, how this can easily improve the safety and the consistency. And all this in a concept of autonomy is really where we are going through together with our customers. And to finish it off a little bit more is the question always, okay, but what's in for me? What does it bring? Yeah? And honestly, I brought some figures together from several customer projects. This is not from one customer project, but if we talk about $1 million operating expenditure and our customers can increase or decrease this by 7, 8, 9%, this is amazing amount of money that they can save. They can increase the utilization, the availability. What's also important, I said in the beginning, the plant operators have hundreds of alarms they are facing each and every day. Together with AI, and in order to come to a, depending on which level you are thinking, autonomy level, we can reduce that significantly so that only the alerts that are relevant are pushed through to the operator who can make the decision. Yeah, not guessing and trying to understand and using experience, no, based on facts and information, and with the AI co-pilot who can already say, okay, this is the action that you should most probably do in the best way to make sure the plant stays operated. And with this, I'm already at the end of my little presentation, so thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for dialing in, and last but not least, maybe you see it here in the background, we have a huge booth here from Siemens, and all the use cases I showed in this complicated picture in the beginning, we have it down there, so if you have the chance to come to Hannover Fair, Hall 27 is your place to be. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Manuel. Yes, you're right. That area is just opposite the stage, so if you want to check it out, you have another 45 minutes or so to do that today. Right, up next, we're going to be hearing from Royal Friesland Campina and how it is standardizing a complex global OT network with the help of Siemens Scalance technology. Built for long life cycles, OT-friendly operation, Profinet, and easy scaling. And I'm going to hand it over now to Jens Geider, who is our portfolio manager for Digital Industries at Siemens. Marcel Boone, he is from Royal Friesland Campina, and he's an OT project manager. And finally to Mark Schutt, who is also from Friesland Campina, and he is responsible for business groups, and he's an OT manager. And with that, it's back to them.
To talk about Scalance for your global OT networks as kind of standard. But before we go into media res, maybe you can give us a short introduction regarding your business. What is Royal Friesland Campina about? What are you doing?
Well, in general, people know our product. So, of course, we're a dairy company. We make cheese, etc. But most people don't know is that we're one of the oldest and largest cooperatives in the world. We have roughly 60,000 member farmers that actually own our company. And we have a history that's almost 150 years old. So if you look at our products, we have the obvious brand like Campina, like Chocomel, like Fristi. But a lot of people don't know that we're one of the biggest suppliers for providing professional solutions to bakeries, to restaurants. But also if you look at my personal pride, my business group does ingredients and specialized nutrition. So under our Friso brand, we make infant formula for babies in the world. And we make a lot of ingredients for that specific product, but also like pharmaceutical lactose, medical ingredients for medical food purposes, basically. So it can be a very large journey when you talk about the stuff that we make. Quite proud of it.
So like the diversity of our products is also reflected in our operations. So we have basically production sites in Europe, Asia, Africa, and Middle East, and even America. And during the decades, mergers and acquisitions, our OT landscape is quite challenging because every site has its own philosophy about automation and natural architecture. So it's quite a complex challenge to get it all together.
This really sounds heavily complex. The wide range of portfolio, the diverse operations at Royal Friesland Campina. So how important is for you this standardization?
Connectivity changed the whole world. 20 years ago, you just bought an OT switch. Doesn't matter what kind of brand you had, just shove it in the rack and basically left it there because it works. These days, you see the world is changing quickly. Data analytics is getting more and more important, so we have to invest in a standardization so we can manage, and the brand is quite important these days.
Yeah, and just to add to that, you can look at the picture as well. So we have a lot of cool factories worldwide, but by having all these mergers and migrations over the years, because we are a cooperative, you see that there's a lot of differences in legacy systems in our factories. Not all of these factories have these brand new pipelines in the, and systems that you see in the pictures as well. So we need to come up with a plan, a strategy that really ties into that, because otherwise we really can't ensure the success that we need. And that specifically hits also the bottom line. If you do CapEx investments, you can only spend your money once in that part. So we really need to come up with a good strategy, and that's basically where the conversation of today comes in, right?
That's great, and that sounds like OT is the main lever for your business success, for your operations, for your portfolio. So, and in my ear, it sounds like it really supports your strategy, your global operation strategy.
Yeah, and that's the case. So if you dive into this specific topic, yeah, so some people don't understand why OT and IT have different type of networks and strategies. So the predominant difference is the refresh cycle. So IT is focused on much shorter cycles. So anywhere between 3 to 5 years, where you say, well, let's change over it into a new equipment for whatever reasons, maybe up to 10 years. If you look towards OT, they are built for life cycles for 15, 20, maybe, or 25 years or longer. So you need to come up with solutions that are reliable, sustainable, supported through that entire life cycle, basically. And if you then, well, dive into this specifically, if you don't have a strategy there in place, yeah, it comes basically all apart. Luckily, while we're working with you guys, we come up with a strategy that really made it possible to aim for that 15 years. So we are avoiding being pushed with all these renewal cycles, and keeping it upwards of 15 years. And that ends up in improved OEE, that improves our implementation costs. We can reduce the cost for implementing, and it saves us a tremendous amount of time. So in that sense, a win-win scenario, I would say.
That's really great from the business perspective on the strategy. I see there is a good fit, but Marcel, maybe you can walk me through why you decided for my great Scalance portfolio.
It's quite simple, because you have to understand not all our sites have, or only a handful of sites have an OT network specialist. So we have to make a simple interface and basically easy to work with. So Scalance has that. Has the interface. That's one of the most important things. You need to have support all major OT protocols. It's a no-brainer. Siemens does that. You have to have local support. So last week I went to Pakistan. We have a local Siemens support team.
I heard it was a great success, though.
It was a great success.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So that's really important, because they have to speak in their own language, their own time zone. They have to rely on getting support. And total cost of ownership is what Mark mentioned, is really, really important, because we're not doing it for the short term. We have to do it at least 10 years. So I think that's really important. And the standardization helps really also to basically sell it also to the sites, because the sites are independent. Siemens ticks all the boxes, basically.
It's great. Sometimes people think standards does limit somehow creativity, flexibility. So what about flexibility in your factories? Maybe you have an example for us.
I think it's great, because basically the design we made together with Siemens is basically, if you have a small factory or a big factory, just the number of MRP rings is the only difference. So, and that makes it really easy for one OT engineer to call another OT engineer from the other side saying, hey, I have an issue, how did you solve it? Because if you have one MRP ring or 3 MRP rings or 4 MRP rings, it helps. You basically speak the same language. So it's all, it's perfect basically for us.
Okay, so it really sounds great. So it's easy to use, it's based on proven standards, is almost flexible, small to bigger, so scalable, like Scalance is in the word of the product line. Another thing, if we now have the lever for your operation and the strategy, how does this support your digitalization and AI strategy for the future, Mark?
I think there the main question is like, if you look at the factories, everybody is talking about AI, big data, every type of innovation that's there currently in the market. What all they're doing is pulling out the information out of our factories. So you need to come up really with a smart solution that facilitates that. And also if you'll talk about the load on the network, but you need to come up with such a way that you actually can facilitate that upwards drift of connectivity to, otherwise you cannot unlock the potential that's within your factory if you want to push towards that future basically.
Yeah, and that's why data analytics is getting more and more demanding on our OT network. So we look at for the future for 10 years. So we standardize on 10G fiber optic connections. So to make sure that we have a network which is for in the next 5 years, 6 years, is still more than sufficient.
This sounds all really positive and great for the portfolio, for the products, but doing such projects in kind of partnership collaboration, I'm pretty sure there have been some obstacles. You have been traveling in person to Pakistan, for example. So what about the obstacles during your standardization project?
If you look at it, so we were working with quite some specialists here in Europe, and we're always quite amazed. So I think vice versa, in terms of the output that we can create together. But we're doing projects in Pakistan. We're doing projects in our new factories in Asia, and what we've seen is that there are sometimes difficulties that need to challenge. The good thing, though, with the partnership that we have so far is that we can then address these topics, and with any good relationship you can really try to solve these problems, and at least from our point of view came with such a solution that we could solve the problem in Asia, and in this case made it work again. So I think that's the strength in partnership, that you are able to discuss problems that you have and actually solve them on the spot where it's needed.
Every good relation hits its bumps sometimes. And it's right, we solve every time we solve together, and I think the end result is perfect.
Okay, so we are good with support in euros. That's what we learned during our journey. We learned to roll out our global certification program, so it's available on a global scale. This will support you, partners, and other customers as well. So, what do you else think is needed?
I think the relationship is really good. So finding solutions in the future. So we need to improve in the knowledge base for us, but also for the Siemens in Asia, and then also Middle East, to be more on a certain level what we expect from Siemens globally. I think that's working. That's also a part of in our responsibility to grow, basically teach our OT and community to grow. Things are changing. But I think a good example we had with Marcus, we basically had a site where we wanted to have a 45-degree switch. We asked Siemens, and they said no. So we took upon ourselves to basically do a test, 45-degree bracket, and do some tests shared with Siemens. Siemens.
You try to mount it not like this, you mounted it like this?
45 degrees in the rack.
Okay,
like this.
Great.
So horizontal is, according to the manual, is the way to go forward. We wanted to do 45 degrees. Siemens said no, and we shared. Basically, we've proven that the temperature lowers to 15 degrees on the switch and SSP. So we shared it, and now it's validated. We can do it like this, or whatever you wanted. We can do it now. So that's helping Siemens and also other customers for Siemens, but also helping us. We basically keep the standard switch, 19-inch. Wherever we are. So I think that's a perfect example.
So great. We, for the portfolio, learned a lot. You have been trained, certified, approved setup for the 45 degrees.
And don't forget the software, NMS.
NMS.
Yeah.
You had the chance to change the network, very flexible. So sounds like a really good story. Wish you much success for the future, for your operations. Thanks a lot for having you here. Marcel, Mark, and I'm pretty sure we will now go down to our fair, watch the Scalence products live on the booth. So please come over and join us. Thanks a lot.
See, that's what happens when you take your headset off. Thank you very much, guys, up there. And with that, that's the end of our gallery studio sessions for today. And, well, you might have seen our running reporter, Michi, today and over the last few days. He's been incredibly busy. And we don't only have a base here in Hall 27. We are actually represented in 2 other halls. And we're going to hear about that shortly. And first up, we are also represented with a hydrogen booth. So our experts there are telling the community here in Hanover about all the latest trends there. And I'm going to hand over now to Michi, who is speaking with Peter Ammann and Philipp Glaser. Over to you.
In the age of AI, energy is everything. And we as Siemens are also contributing to it on a sustainable level. Here next to me are our experts. On the one hand, we have Peter Ammann, head of Siemens Center of Excellence Hydrogen, and later on, Shinmin Sen, industry developer at Hydrogen. But there is a little twist. We're not in Hall 27, we are at Hall 11. Come over here and visit us here as well. So, my first question. This is your 4th year here at Hannover Fair, with a dedicated hydrogen presence. What makes this year particularly special and different from previous years?
Well, in this year, we have come with a one tech company approach. We are no longer showing individual portfolios, but we are showing overall customer solutions. Additionally, we are highlighting our partner ecosystem. We will be on stage with Turn2X and Atman for certification software. And with our digital tool TwinSet, we have achieved great optimizations for our customer. If we can come over here, I can show you in a minute. Here, you can see the cost parameters driving such a plant. These cost parameters need to be optimized in order to make hydrogen viable, because we are still more costly than gray hydrogen. So here we can optimize the CapEx and the OpEx, meaning the investment costs for the plant, but also the operational costs of the plant. Operational costs being 80% of total life cycle costs is very important to optimize. But needless to say, all these factors intertwine. So if you optimize one, you may get a deficit in another one, so that you need to optimize the overall construction. And we can get double-digit percentages. We've proved in a white paper with Capgemini that we can get overall up to 12% of the entire performance through this approach. And what is also new is that we are looking at the overall hydrogen value chain. So we start with the renewable energies. We feed that via our SI topic of switchgears, rectifiers into the hydrogen plant. And from there, with our chemical colleagues, we work on end uses like ammonia, like eSAF. So in that sense, we are covering an industry entirely. We also have showcases for people who manufacture stacks, where we piggyback of our years of experience in discrete manufacturing of automotive industry. So you see lots of things to discover that give value to our customers.
And you also mentioned our ecosystem. You're working with partners like Turn2X, Atman and Capgemini that you mentioned. How does this ecosystem approach benefit our customers, and what types of partners are you looking for to attract?
Well, we believe that nobody can do it alone. So this is why, for certain spaces, we need partners. For Atman, for example, they are specialists in certifying green molecules as green. This is particularly important for our customers if they want to fulfill the ambitions of RFNBO, for example, or RED III of the EU program. And so this piece we don't do ourselves, so we have the partner to do this piece. But we are also partnering with customers. Turn2X is a customer who is working to generate the molecules using our entire tool chain set to optimize. And this also illustrates that we are working together with startups. So in that sense, we are very well integrated into the community, and we are really looking for, I always like to say, that garage in Palo Alto that is Microsoft. Microsoft. Partner with it early and then grow. Imagine what we can do, how that can scale. And this is what we are doing. This is like the needle in the haystack. And we also have the ambition to onboard our partners into our accelerator program, because our accelerator program at Siemens is the marketplace to illustrate for our customers the one-stop shop approach. And we are not there yet, to be fair, but we are working on it, and I believe we have very good chances to get there as well. So please come by and learn about it, and I think we should learn more about the details of how we do that with Chin Min, who will show you a little bit of the value chain and of how these digital twins integrate and how we take it from the top line model of the costs into the actual simulation of the plant, the modeling of the plant, and then optimizing not only for CapEx but also for the OpEx during the entire life cycle. And here comes the benefit. Hydrogen is a numbering up. So you start with a small plant and then you scale to bigger plants. So what's proven scales. So the customer can benefit of his entire operational experience when he goes to build the next plant. And this is very exciting because this makes data into information and information into value for the customer at the end of the day.
Thank you. This really sounds very interesting, but we're also going over to our colleague Chin Min, who has to tell even more about what we're about to see here. Chin Min, hi. My first question to you, how do you maintain this market and thought leadership position, especially given the competitive landscape in hydrogen?
Yes, as you can see on the slides, as Siemens, we have a very comprehensive portfolio from the consulting, finance, hardware, software, services on multi-levels. And we are market leader, for example, in automation. A large number of our customer electrolyzer OEMs are standardized with our Siemens PLC or DCS system. And combined with our electrification and digitalization portfolio, it gives a very unique position to be the market leader. And on the other screen here, you can see that's our integrated digital toolset from the engineering to the operation and also the plant simulation. And also the unique points, we combine the DI and ESI portfolio, which means automation and electrification portfolio are combined here. So that way also make us the real one-tick offering to the customer.
My second question to you is, we've all read the reports about hydrogen projects being delayed or cancelled. How does Siemens view the current state and future of hydrogen markets, and why are you continuing to invest heavily in this space?
Yes, as a Siemens, we still see the market with big potential, and we are very optimistic about the growth and in development in the hydrogen market. Yes, we kind of experience like a valley of death. So in the past, some of the projects have been cancelled, delayed because of the missing of fundings or mismatch in the offtake contract. But nowadays, we see lots of positive development in there. We see the policy regulation is getting matured, also the technology is getting matured, lots of development in hardware, in area of hardware for electrolyzer, and also on the Chinese market and the Indian market, we see lots of investment at the moment. So also lots of new players are getting into this market. And also the business model for this market is getting mature and matured. So we think there's a big potential for us still in there. And also nowadays, the energy resilience for the European market also play a very important role as a driver for the growth of our hydrogen market.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's head back to Peter, because we have one last message for our visitors here.
We would like to invite you to our booth in the Hall 11.
Find out what we can do for your hydrogen ambition.
Thank you very much. And yeah, Michi, as I said, incredibly busy. He made his way immediately over to our other presence at Hannover Messe. So we have the hydrogen booth, and then we have the aerospace and defense area, where he was speaking with our colleague Christian Skade, and we're going to hear from that right now.
So, there is a little twist to this session. We are not in Hall 27 with the others, but in Hall 26, at the stand C70. Next to me is Christian Skade, and he's the Vertical Marketing Manager for Aerospace and Defense. And here he will tell us what we can see and what you have to tell to our customers and visitors. So, what do we see here?
Yeah, thank you for letting me explain what we have to show for an industry that needs to scale, that needs to get faster, and that has different challenges to tackle. So what we can show here is a showcase that shows how to take model-based approaches into your production. In this case, we show how a drone manufacturer plans to update his drone with a camera gimbal that should be mounted, and this camera gimbal should also be equipped with a windshield that is being mounted. And around this showcase, we want to demonstrate our solutions, how to improve the production and the outcome and the quality of the produced things out of this process chain. And what we are showing here in detail is a complete digital production scenario. So in the very beginning, we demonstrate how we use NXCAD, for example, to really design the tool and design the product and put in every design intent, every implementation details into this product. We can test it, we can simulate it, so it's a really ready-to-use product. In this case, our windshield for this drone. And we want to keep this design intent and everything that was planned with the product down to the very to the end product. And how do we achieve this? We take this 3D data and put it also into Teamcenter PLM. And Teamcenter PLM allows us to simulate every process step of the production. It helps us to implement several digital twins to create a kind of whole virtual factory, a metaverse of digital twins for this production scenario. And when we have put everything together, we have a really virtual representation of the production. So the design intent is being kept. So we really saved resources because everything was done virtually, and so the data is consistent because we have one single source of truth on the data side, but also from the engineering and implementation side. And then we take this data and transfer it to OpCenter MES. And in OpCenter MES, we can really, it's a kind of download to the shop floor. So OpCenter MES allows us to put every machine data and configuration into the machines. It allows to train the people, inform the people how things are being used. We can simulate walkways, we can simulate ways of AGVs, so the whole process is being simulated and will be optimized perfectly for this production. And this is being done in OpCenter MES. And how this shows in detail what we can do afterwards, I will show you on the next screen. So the main advantage is that we have now created a kind of complete digital process flow from the very design file to the operational file and to the machine file. And when we have everything connected, so every data point is being collected, is connected. We can put data into different relationships. When we have this ready and the production is running, and we get also the real machine data the CNC machine, of the curing machine, so everything that is part of this whole production from this windshield. Then we are really able to identify errors and anomalies on the product and also in the process, and feed it back into the very design file and play it back into the real machine. So we are closing the loop with our tools, with our tool chain in this process. And our aim is to achieve an almost first-time right approach for this windshield, so that there are no many errors in the very first product outcome. So this is the main story that we are showing here, but also when we go to the very next screen, so it's right next to us here, is the mounting of the camera gimbal. So I was telling the story about this camera gimbal, and what we are also doing here. The camera gimbal was planned to be mounted with 3 people. And with our simulation tools and with our metaverse technology, we were able to simulate this whole process and use a robot for this assembly that assists, so that we can reduce the amount of people needed for this process down to 1 person, so that the camera gimbal can be mounted very easily.
So you're combining the real and the digital world here. Can you tell us a little bit more how this influences the whole production life cycle?
So how does it influence the whole production life cycle? So there are many advantages that are coming out of it. So we keep the design intent from the very beginning to the end of this product. So the model of the product defines the whole production chain. So it's no one needs to annotate something manually. So there's nothing done with on own styles, on own kind of working habits. So it's a complete digital process, so that the process has the highest precision that you can achieve.
Okay, so we know now that data plays a huge role, that we can adapt very quickly, but can we also look a little bit at the design phase as well? There is something over there that you want to show us, right?
Yeah.
So in the whole context of our Siemens accelerator, you don't only have our core technologies, but you also have partners, which are part of our whole ecosystem. Can you tell us a little bit more about it? I think there's more about this here, right?
Yeah, exactly. So when we talk about ecosystem means an ecosystem for the industry, and the industry relies on several partnerships. For example, we are partnering here with Schaeffler. Schaeffler is a machine builder, and he is building a machine for the industry, which is a really important role that Schaeffler is playing here with his own innovative approaches. We also have Kongsberg Innovation. Kongsberg Innovation was a manufacturer of batteries, and now they are switching and transforming their production to drone production. And they are testing it. They're using our technologies to implement it, and they want to scale it up to more factories when the concept is ready. And the concept they are showing here, how they are switching their production. And the third partner is Avilus. Avilus is a drone manufacturer and startup who is leveraging our design tools for their drones, which is a really good example how our tools can help also manufacturers that are already in the startup phase.
So you told us that our partners also adapted to a lot of change. Maybe as a core message at the end, and why visitors should come over and listen a little bit more about what you have to tell. How does Siemens help to adapt to fast changing times?
We are combining all our technologies into a kind of production powerhouse. So every solution that we are showing here with our main showcase, which is a complete process that we are demonstrating with our supporting technologies of cybersecurity, additive manufacturing technologies, and smart infrastructure solutions also to equip production sites, the production site buildings. And with our partnerships, we demonstrate how we can help customers in the industry to get faster, to get more secure, to get a more reliable infrastructure, and at what scale we can work together to achieve something that is that is more than now, that ramps up the production and that helps to get the industry on speed.
All right, to close this session, what would be one thing that you want to give to our visitors and why they should come and visit you?
I think this is something that I already told, is that you can see here solutions that can be used, that can be applied immediately. Here are no concepts, no proof of concepts. You can really use everything what we have here, and I think this is a really good thing, to see.
What is this? What is this? Oh, Izzy! Oh, interesting. So, Izzy, we're in front of this AI-driven visual inspection exhibit. You know more about it than I do. What is it?
Yeah, so I did a tour earlier in the week, and it basically tracks oranges and how ripe they are, whether they're good for produce, and it takes the bad oranges away, and it will put them in a place somewhere else.
Very nice. What I do know about this thing is that it's from our customer SuperTrack conveyance. Because when I did my homework, I read about it, but I didn't read about the balls. But I do know that it performs continuous inline checks to make sure that the quality always remains the same, and I think they're demonstrating it with these great balls. So thank you very much. Izzy, while we wait for Michi to sprint back from his endeavors today, do you want to share with us what you've been up to today?
Yeah, so I've not been so busy actually. So I've actually been wandering around, getting to talk to more people. I've wandered a bit further into other halls as well, and I have to say the Siemens booth is shining. It's really impressive, yeah.
So busy Izzy hasn't been that busy. Now, our director has told me that we should come up with something funny to say about the fact that nothing rhymes with the word orange. Can you help me out here? Because I literally don't know what to say.
Well, orange, you're glad you came to Hannover Messe?
That'll do for me, and I hope that'll do for Roland as well. And I can see Michi is on his way. He's arrived. Michi, where have you been?
Well, I've been in Hall 26 talking to Christian Skade and also changing my outfit, of course. Yeah,
like Superman.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Just that I didn't get my glasses, but that doesn't matter. Good.
Michi, what have you been up to today? Any special highlights you'd like to share?
Well, so many things, right? So what I've done again was go to the Natura stand here and put on the VR goggles and smell the Amazonia and the great hand creams and everything else they have to offer. It's so cool because it changes the smell during the video.
Okay.
So cool.
So you did what Christine did at the beginning of today.
Yes.
Speaking of Christine, do you want to come and join us?
I will. Thank you so much. I just wanted to give a big thank you to you, Izzy, as tomorrow you won't be here anymore. England is waiting for you. Hanover has enjoyed you for 4 days here at our fair booth. You've done a great job. And the whole team just wanted to say thank you so much for supporting us here, for being part of the team, for running around, exploring and never stopping exploring and finding out about our innovations. So first of all, this is a big thank you from our team to you. What has been your highlight on all these, well, exhibits, inventions, colleagues, news and stories here?
Honestly, there's so much to comment on. I mean, I loved speaking with Borges from Team Brazil about Tech for Amazonia and how they've listened to their community and learnt from them. But honestly, working with this team has been really special and experience I'll never forget. So thank you guys. Yeah.
Thank you is on our side, and the interview with Borges will be on air tomorrow once more. And well, Michi, you will be on air tomorrow as well. Max, you as well. What's on the game for tomorrow?
Well, of course I'm cheating again.
Of course.
Of course. What I do know is that Michi is going to kick off the day with another running reporter slot, probably the last exhibit on the booth that we haven't been to, I don't know. And I'm going to have one talk about the ERA initiative, very exciting. We're going to have our keynote from Svetelina, really interesting, so about the CPG use case, the area where we're currently standing. And then one or two other things before there's a very special session about the partner country, which you're going to be involved with.
Exactly. We're going to unveil who's going to be the partner country of next year. I'm not going to tell you now, so you better watch it tomorrow, 11:55. That's your time to latest tune in. And I was backstage working, preparing the highlights of the week, which will be aired tomorrow throughout the day. As you said, we do have a few sessions live on site on our main stage. Michi's going to be the explorer on the shop floor, and we will have great talks with more colleagues. So don't forget to tune in, and we're going to go for a competition now with those softballs, I think, right?
Yes. And I'm not quite sure where Michi's going to throw it, but...
Smash it.
I don't know how far you can throw. I don't know who you're going to aim for. He said before he was going to aim for my head. I hope he's not going to do that.
Is that a competition now?
Apparently, I don't know.
Okay.
Michi, you tell us where you're going to throw it.
I thought it's going to be my stress ball.
We can do that as well. Michi, why don't you tell us?
Oh, so I would never throw that at anyone. Blink, blink.
Why?
But maybe if I throw it over to the Innovation Hub, where we can also have many more things to explore, and the running shoes to get back here as well. So here's our ball, and it goes to you.
Now,
no.
Celinda.
I would never throw it anywhere.
As you can tell, we're having a lot of fun. And we would love to have you joining us again, having fun tomorrow, the latest at 9:15. This is when we will be here again on the shop floor, on the main stage, bringing all those great stories from Siemens colleagues to you.
See you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.